All right, welcome everyone to our Sunday RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. It's a standard RCQ.
It sure is a standard RCQ. Let me get in here real close.
Beautiful.
All right. Hi, I'm Kyle Ashmore. This is my co-host, James Hippo Hieronymus.
It is I.
And today we're going to be playing for an invite.
That's right. We got an invite going out to either Hartford, Connecticut or Minneapolis.
Those are two very far places from Tennessee.
They are indeed. I think I'll be choosing the Hartford, Connecticut one after my little win yesterday that I got to have.
That's right. You said that you won a sealed event?
I did win a sealed RCQ yesterday. Yes.
Nice.
With sealed Innistrad Remastered. Actually.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So what'd you end up going with?
My sealed deck was pretty self-built. Like I opened my rares and they were all like Meat Hook Massacre, Lysa, the Black White Angel, that's insane. Tamio's Journal, Subjugator Angel, just like a bunch of very busted limited cards, and I'm like, I don't know that I can lose.
With like 5 bombs, and it's relatively in white-black, and it's Innistrad Remastered, I don't think you had. If you had lost with those rares, I would have been upset.
Yeah, I would have also been very upset. I was like, I opened it up, I was like, I don't think I can lose at least the Swiss portion of this event, and I didn't. I cruised on to top 8, got a nice little draft in top 8, and we got there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday, if those of you were watching yesterday, we did our CDH event. It was Glarb's Gauntlet. We had, I want to say, 38 people that showed up. Most of the meta was Kennen, along with some Roxai and a lot of 1-ups. So usually, like, I don't know if you particularly play CDH.
I am familiar with some of the things going on. I know that Kennen is a very popular deck. I didn't know that.
So yesterday was a lot of just random 1-ups, some stuff that was part of the meta, some stuff that's not part of the meta. We had a couple precons show up and play, little like casual decks. We had a precon on stream for round 1. Shout out to Andrew Wise Mothman Wong.
Let's go.
He played the Wise Mothman on stream.
Nice.
In the first round. He was the people's champion.
We love that.
While everybody else was doing like Rogshy shenanigans and Kennen shenanigans, he was like, you know what? Here's a nuclear fallout. I
assume this is some like kill X permanence with CMC X or less or something of that nature.
It's Toxic Deluge, so it is -X, and then they get rad counters. And rad counters, what they say is on your pre-combat main phase, you mill 2 cards for each rad counter you have and remove 1. Okay. So he was able to board wipe all 3 players, but unfortunately he got a grinding station into the Rogsai player to his left would be our right.
I feel like there's a breach line happening here.
He had Underworld Breach in hand and proceeded to storm off and win the game.
That sounds about right.
Andrew Wong is the winner in our hearts.
We love when the underdogs come out to play.
Absolutely. And what's even funnier is the winner of yesterday was playing Glarb.
You're gonna have to tell me what this does. I have no idea.
Glarb is a Sultai frog. Okay. That allows you to play CMC 4 cards off the top, I believe, as well as lands. It can tap to Surveil 2, and it has Death Touch. And I believe it's either a 3/4 or a 2/4.
That's a lot of text.
Yes. So the line, it's a Doomsday pile, basically. So the Doomsday pile is usually like Gush, draw 2 cards, then have Thassa's Oracle of those 2 cards, and then have Foil on the top. So you can pitch the 2 lands that you had to counter any interaction. And since Glarb's in play, you have 3 blue pips. Okay. So just,
and then check Thassa's Oracle, easy math. Yep.
Okay. Yep. So like I have 3 pips, there's like 1 card on top or 2 cards on top. I have the foil on top just in case I need to counter something. Okay. It was absolutely amazing. It was very on theme for Glarb to win the Glarb's Gauntlet.
Nice. Aptly named then.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Well, today we've got Standard. We got a couple deck lists in front of us.
We do have some deck lists in front of us.
We're going to peruse through these. Yep. They're getting the player meeting started right now, as well as we're getting our round 1 ready for you guys. We're going to look through, see what we got, get you an interesting first round. That way it's, not just, it's aggro versus aggro.
No, and the good thing about this current Standard format is there's different flavors of everything under the sun. There's combo decks, there's good mid-range decks, there's very good control decks, there's very nice really grindy, intricate decks like the Pixie deck that is able to pick up lots of permanents. I know that this town ain't big enough is like a huge card in the format right now. Multiple decks across the format are playing it. I know like the Terror decks are playing it, the Pixie decks are playing it. Even just like we've even gone back from even the Pixie, we moved down to blue black And
I did see that.
Yeah, it's got even just like a smaller version of that, or a different version of that. So there's lots of stuff going on. There's lots of the aggressive decks in the format are really good with all the mice package. So yeah, there's lots of good choices to be made in the deck. Oh, there's also a big control deck. It's like a mono white tokens deck.
Yes,
takes advantage of Caretaker's talent.
Yes, and I did also see that there is a Selesnya tokens deck that's out there that like blinks its own permanents or blinks other permanents to like gain attrition based upon just filling the board up.
Yeah.
And I think that's mainly meant to fight against like the Esper Pixie, who has like a lot of flyers, maybe 1s and 2s of, and then I did see like a handful of cards in there that's just like, you know what, Esper Pixie, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to stop that.
Yeah, there's lots. Even like I say, I know the Esper Pixie deck is a deck that did pretty well at the RC a few weeks ago. And one of the ways to combat that is there's a card in their deck called Hopeless Nightmare.
Yes.
And the card Hopeless Nightmare says whenever enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Well, the cool way is there's 2 cards in Standard that actually take advantage of your opponent making you discard a cards. You have Obstinate Baloth and you have Whitleaf Leech. I actually, the week prior to the RC, I did not play in the RC, but I had some friends who were testing for it. Week prior to the RC, I learned that Whitleaf Leech was legal in Standard.
It's back.
And I was like, I almost want to like play in qualifier events because I was like, I just want to play this card.
Absolutely,
this card's great.
Imagine it's like, oh, here's a Liliana of the Veil. It's like, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Discard a card.
So a way to combat these like Pixie decks or these like Hopeless Nightmare decks is to play these they put themselves into play if an opponent makes you discard them.
Yes.
So that's a pretty huge game. You put it in 4/4s that gain 4 and 4/3s that make all your white and green creatures extra big. And so yeah, those type of cards are really cool against the Esper Pixie deck.
Absolutely. And as you can see in our lower right hand side, we're waiting to see how many players we have today before we give a round X of X. And as Steven in the background is helping me out, we had 20 players for today's RCQ.
Beautiful.
So we got lots of opportunity to go around. Do we know how many rounds it's going to be today, Steven?
Seems like a 5-rounder.
5-rounder, cut to top 8?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Cool.
I will get that updated here in a moment. All right, so while we are waiting on players, we're going to be right back. We're going to give just a little bit more break. We're going to make sure that we get a cool round for round 1.
Yeah, we'll make sure let the pairings happen, and we get to decide who we put on coverage for you guys to see.
And also, while I'm going and getting everything ready to be right back, James, you want to shout out the Common Grounds podcast?
Yeah. So last weekend we held an event here at Game Night in Columbia. It was the Common Ground Cup. We had 33 beautiful Magic players come out and support us. It was an awesome event. We had 1K prize support, but it was held by our podcast that I'm part of. It's the Common Ground podcast, where every week on Thursdays we drop a new episode talking about in-depth things going on in Pauper, huge concept ideas or community building things or just anything Pauper related. It is brought to you by us, and you can find it on any of your podcast streaming platforms. Yeah, beautiful. And I think we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We have your round 1 pairings, and we are going to have the winner of our Pauper Cup on coverage for round 1 this time, and it looks like he is playing against Tristan. So we have Michael and Tristan on coverage for round 1. They are playing... Michael is playing the blue-black This Town deck, the blue-black This Town Ain't Big Enough deck, and Tristan is playing his Golgari mid-range deck for you. So this should be a fun matchup. Both players are very, very good players. They're both playing strong decks. So yeah, it should be a good round, and we will have them ready to go very shortly. Tristan is playing green-black mid-range. No, Kyle is not dead. He's still here being a lovely production person for today. Fantastic. Can they both win? Unfortunately not. We had two heaters in the local scene here ready to battle. Should be good. Expect nothing less than greatness from the both of them. All right, looks like players are ready to go. Get that fist bump. They're good friends. They're friends. They know what's up. All right, looks like Tristan's on the play. He's going to start off with a Blooming Marsh. Going to pass back to Michael with a Storm Chaser's Talent.
It is Otter time.
It is Otter time. So what this is going to do is at 1 mana, you're going to make a 1/1 Otter with Prowess. And the goal is to pick that up a bunch with This Town Ain't Big Enough. In the second level of it, you can pick up an instant from your graveyard.
Yes. So and we had Tristan just now play an Up the Beanstalk, draw a card, already passing back to Michael, who's going to attack with that Otter. No Prowess triggers this time. He's going to play a Swamp and pass.
No, this blue-black deck tends to play at a lot of instant speed. So he looks like Tristan is going to cycle a Herd Migration to get himself a basic and gain 3 life.
That is correct. Going to try to mitigate some of that damage that he got from the Otter. Trying to do the best they can.
Beautiful.
Untap that Otter. It's like, hey, we're going to pass it back to your turn. That Otter has not attacked yet. Hold your horses. Or your otters, rather.
Otters. You have two pillar enchantments of the format, the Storm Chaser's Talent and the Up the Beanstalk. The Beanstalk, quite an engine. Once it starts getting rolling, you find the second one, then you start churning through some cards.
Which I know that if you were playing like the Simic Beanstalk deck, you could just draw out your entire deck and just lose that way.
Yeah, you have to be careful. Tristan, quite a good player. I'm sure he'll be able to manage the difference between too many Beanstalks and not enough Beanstalks. So. And
we have an Overlord the Hauntwoods, getting that Everywhere token, as well as drawing a card from Up the Beanstalk.
That beautiful, beautiful card draw. Every Magic player loves to draw cards, you know that.
Absolutely, and getting that free ramp is also really good. We also have that Soulstone Sanctuary, so while we're still waiting for the Hauntwoods to be a body on the field, we still have that Soulstone Sanctuary to get in some beats where possible.
Coming across for 1 on Michael's side with that Otter. Looks like he's going to ninjutsu in this Kaito. What a heck of a card this thing is.
Kaito has been the bane of my nightmare.
It is certainly a bane of a lot of people's nightmares. So Kaito has the ninjutsu mechanic, so if a creature goes unblocked, you can pay 1 black and blue and put it into play attacking, and it is a creature on your turn.
And how big is that creature whenever
it is? It is a 3/4, I believe, when it enters. Yes, it's a 3/4 when it enters. The +1 on it gives all ninjas you control +1/+1. The 0 on it is Surveil 2, draw a card for each opponent who lost life this turn.
Yep.
And the neg 2 on it is tap 2 creatures and put 2 stun counters. Or tap a creature, put 2 stun counters on it.
Nice. And I did see that he did 0 to Surveil 2 to get more looks at the cards that he has, kind of using that as his draw engine.
Right. He just wants to set up some stuff he can use to effectively fight these like bigger mid-range plan that Tristan's got going on here.
Right.
Tristan's ready to go big. He's got those overlords coming in hot.
Let's see what Tristan plays next. He's tapping 3. Looks like it's going to be a blot out.
We got some Tristan fans in the chat.
So I do believe blot out will hit a planeswalker. So we remove that Kaido because it's not going to be a creature on the turn that is passed. It's
Correct.
usually got kind of like built-in protection, but unfortunately for Michael, it seems like Tristan had the answer.
Yeah, I've seen a trick that comes up in Standard where on your turn, if a player makes you sacrifice a Planeswalker, it's not a Planeswalker on your turn.
That's correct.
So that's something to keep in mind of.
It's Spyglass Siren, making a map token. Getting some more flyers from the Dimir Pixie deck.
I see a cut down in Michael's hand. Not the best card in the matchup. I don't think there are any targets for him.
I don't believe so.
I don't think so. Actually, I believe the Swarm Weaver actually is the one card that Tristan has that he can actually hit. It's a 2/3, so it's exactly 5.
Speaking of removal, Tristan had to go for the throat for the 1/1 Flying Man. Going back to his turn, drawing a card. Looks like he's going to tap out for something. It's like 4.
We got the Swarm Weaver exactly. This gives this gives Michael an opportunity to use that cast down on the one card he will be able to in the matchup.
Absolutely. Swarm Weaver does make 2 insects whenever it enters the battlefield.
If you have Delirium.
That is correct. And activating the Soulstone Sanctuary on Instep.
It is Death. I think it's Death Touch. If that's right. Insects and spiders you control get 1/1 and Death Touch if you have Delirium. It's going to make the creatures regardless.
And there's that cut down that we mentioned earlier, taking that Scarecrow down. Let's see. What are we going to do, Mr. Foal? Soulstone Sanctuary going to be...
Going to get in there.
Get in there. We're going to block with a... Was that an insect?
It's just an insect, yeah. Okay.
And play another Storm Chaser's Talent, making another Otter, joining the party.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be able to get started on this town stuff pretty soon by bouncing even just something as simple as the insect token.
Yes. So
he gets some value out of it. He gets to bounce the Storm Chaser's Talent. It's all good stuff.
Not a Storm Chaser's Talent. We do have a, what is that? Fear
of isolation, I believe.
Yes, I do believe that's it.
Is a Fear of Isolation.
Yep. I'm familiar with FOMO. That's red.
That is the red one. Yes. I know that one from Vintage Cube. That's where I know that one from.
I know that one from Commander because it goes infinite. Lots of things.
It also goes a lot of infinite with a lot of stuff in the Vintage Cube as well. Mm-hmm.
3 mana from Tristan. Thinking about it. Thinking not about it. 2 mana this time. I do see the Go from the Throat from Tristan's hand. We're going to get rid of probably the Soulstone Sanctuary.
I believe that is the plan.
He's going to try.
Michael's thinking about it.
He's thinking.
He's gonna tap it for a mana. Let it go.
It did its job. Got in. It blocked.
Take 1 from this underground river.
I think this is now where we're going to see this town.
This town, I would imagine, you just bounce the token plus... Yeah. Yep. Bounce token plus Storm Chaser's Talent.
Yep. Got to make more autos.
He could even opt to play to bounce the Overlord because it does come off this following turn.
Yes. And we
have
another
Storm Weaver.
Storm Weaver. I want to keep saying Swarm Weaver.
It's Swarm Weaver. I am right. I'm getting Storm Chaser's Talent and Swarm Weaver. We're crossing wires. It is Swarm Weaver.
So we have an Overlord, a Swarm Weaver, 2 insects. Michael has 1 Otter.
1 Otter against the world.
And
by world I mean everywhere from the Overlord.
We're on Mr. Foal's turn. He is deep in the tank trying to see what he wants to do next. I know that whenever I'm an opposing player looking at a board full of big things that my gears keep turning. Like, what do I do in this situation?
It's like, how do I dig myself out of this? Well, there's the Fear of Isolation. I'm going to bounce the Storm Chaser's Talent. And I think the problem here is that Michael's a little choked on blue mana.
Yes. See, if he wanted to take the 1 point of damage, he could have not tapped the Underground River, tap a Swamp, play that, bounce the Storm Chaser's Talent, and then just take the damage to make another. Mm-hmm. But it seems like he decided not to do that. He didn't want to take the point of damage. He's trying to reduce the damage dealt to him as much as possible. And it could be because he has a go from the throat.
We've got the old go for the throat here to that Overlord.
Look at me. Not sequencing my
Ooh,
plays.
Aclazotz. This is gonna put a halt to a lot of things that Michael's doing. Puts that Restless Cottage into play.
And just passing, not wanting to get into the red zone, wanting to just be a threat.
Aclazotz, for those who don't know, 4/4 with flying lifelink, and whenever it attacks, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you draw a card. And whenever an opponent discards a land card, create a 1/1 bat token, and then whenever it dies, it flips into a land, and then you can transform the land back into Aclazotz itself.
Wild.
Yeah, it's a built-in grinding machine.
Absolutely.
Tristan's ready to go big or go home.
Michael replayed a Storm Chaser's talent to get that otter. We're gonna put Aclazotz back in the hand, pick up the Storm Chaser's talent to play it on another turn.
That's what we call Time Walk right there.
Absolutely. Tristan's beginning to feel like a bad god from Trader in chat.
Oh, he sure is, isn't he, Matt?
We got some insects. We have the Swarm Weaver. Michael's trying to get into the red zone. Want to swing in sideways. Wanting to see how Tristan will react in response.
Because the bats at this point, I believe, do have Delirium. There's creature enchantment, actually no, instant sorcery. There is Delirium.
Prowess, and so that passing back to Tristan.
Yeah, you can just redeploy the. Like I say, Michael having a little chokehold back down is pretty good here.
I mean, it's key mechanic
in all games. Doesn't even just matter. All games.
And we have the.
Speaking of drawing cards, we got the second Beanstalk.
And we do see that whenever Tristan knocked over those cards, few of them were turned around, got that fix, no big deal. Drawing the other card from the Up the Beanstalk, he is ready to jam.
Yeah, Tristan, quite the moto grinder. Actually,
really?
Yeah, you find his name in quite a lot of challenges.
Particularly standard or just everywhere?
No, he's a grinder. He will play any format that's relevant. So I'm sure he did quite a lot of testing for this event, and he plays a lot of Magic Online.
We are getting the third Otter Tribal, Ottertron achieved.
We have so many otters.
We have a lot of cute otter tokens too.
It is true. There's many otters going on. Let's see what Foal decides to do to get himself out of this.
Decided to take the damage.
We're taking. All right, we've got a Fear of Isolation. Rebounce the Storm Chaser's talent.
I will say that Dimir Pixie is one of, like, as far as standard goes, it hits close to the heart because I love Blink shenanigans, and the Pixie decks are just bounce stuff back to my hand, replay it, bounce stuff back to my hand, replay it, just gaining that value over time. Unfortunately, it seems for our Bulgari mid-range player, has the higher attrition at this point.
Yeah, I can say at some point he's just going to outvalue Michael by being able to just put so many big things into play. He's going to have Michael's kind of a hard time dealing with all the threats in play because every one of them is a must answer threat at some point.
Yes. Got a Blooming Marsh from Tristan. Did get in with that Aclazotz.
Yeah, that's a nice gain 4 on that as well.
Then we're going to go into a Maelstrom Pulse.
That is huge Otters. Game. Goodbye Otters. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Michael's gonna pack it up. That Maelstrom Pulse was brutal there.
Yeah, I would scoop 2 at this point. Tristan just had way too much attrition. Scooping up the Otters,
he's better putting mana into play and using all of his mana on every given turn, basically.
Yes.
Or Michael's kind of struggling to get the wheels turning with not having enough mana to really take advantage of those Storm Chaser talents. Plus this talent big enough.
So let's look at sideboards. What do we got on the Dimir Pixie side?
On the Dimir Pixie side, we are looking at 1 Aclazotz, 2 Cut Down, 2 Duress, 1 Get Out, 1 Gix's Command, 2 Negate, 3 Preacher of the Schism, 1 Shieldred, the Apocalypse, and 2 Tishana's Tidebinder. So what are you looking at here?
So I think if we're playing against mid-range, we want to do one of 2 things. We either want to try to hit their big targets if possible, or we want to, or at least counter some of the heavier stuff, like the opposing kill spells.
Correct.
So having, I wouldn't say limited amount of standard knowledge, but going through this game, I would bring in the Preachers, I would bring in the Gix's Command, the Duresses, And I would probably bring in the opposing Iconzlots. That way, I'd at least have something to battle that in the sky.
Yeah, because I know the first card I would absolutely get rid of here is those cut downs. They only have the Swarm Weaver as a target.
Yes.
So that's a super dead card. We don't want that here. I'm looking at Tishana's Tiebinder. I would agree with Trader here. Just stopping like the Overlords from doing their stuff, or even stopping Aclazotz from doing Aclazotz stuff seems really, really strong. So yeah, I think those are good on that side. Any of these like mid-rangey cards, you want to make sure you hit your land drops first, but being able to just gum up the works a little bit with like even cards like Preacher seem pretty good.
Let's see what we got on the Golgari mid-range side.
On Tristan's side, we've got 3 Tranquil Frillback, 3 Obstinate Baloth, 2 Duress, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Terra Sunder, 1 Choking Miasma, 1 The End, and 1 Nissa Ascendant Animist.
I will say that the matchup is very favored into Tristan's favor, but if I were to sideboard anything, I definitely would bring in the Ghost Vacuums. That way he can't rebuy the instants from their graveyard, and just convert those into 1/1s for the late game. Also the Terra Sunders, as well as, let's see,
Tranquil Fallback also can kill some instant or enchantments as well,
and clear out the graveyard and gain life.
Yeah, that card has a lot of text. I actually think I might like this over the vacuum in a vacuum. But I can say Trader agrees that vacuum should come in. I can say Frillback being a nice 3/3 just attacks nicely. Kind of puts Michael off curve. You wouldn't expect to be on 3. You would expect Tristan to have like an Overlord on turn 3 instead. So having like a Tranquil Frillback instead would be pretty heat.
And then in the later turns, if you happen to draw the Tranquil Throwback, you can use those green pips to do those additional moves. You can get rid of the Storm Chaser talent, or even the Fear of Isolation if you needed to.
Yeah.
And then you also have just clear out the graveyard, gain 4 life. And then Trader mentioned that we would also possibly see Nissa. I don't know if I'd really go that deep in the tank. It really just depends on.
I mean, it is going to be a grindy game, so I think Nissa's actually a good card because it does do the disenchant thing.
Yes.
So that is pretty good. All the disenchants seem pretty good here.
And then having the Overrun effect is kind of neat. It's been a minute since I've had to look at Nissa. I haven't really seen it in sideboards lately, but also making that token is really good.
The token part of this one's gonna be a little awkward because of Michael's This Town Ain't Big Enough.
Yes.
So that part is a little bit different, but the disenchant part of it is probably the strongest part of this card. And if you do get to the point where you can start making multiple tokens, if you've cleared out the board and then you just like slam a Nissa as you're like, this is the final piece of the puzzle, I think that's gonna be pretty strong for Tristan here.
Well, the good thing is there's only 4 This Towns.
That's true, but we keep rebuying them with the Storm Chaser
talent. So having those disenchant effects, as well as having this to continue to gum up the board. Yeah, as Trader said, it's a negative 3.
Yeah, the neg 3 on it, or neg 1 on it.
It's a neg 1.
Yeah, the neg 1 on it for a disenchant is pretty good here. Any disenchants are good against the Storm Chaser's talent.
It does hurt my heart because we're hurting otters, but
Yeah, I mean otters they're quite cute.
I did see a Shieldred from Tristan's side.
It's just a nice mid-rangey card.
I can't wait for that card to not be in standard anymore. I know it's really good. It's a must-play in almost every black mid-range list, but I hate to see it every time.
All right, looks like Michael's going to start off with a Spyglass Siren here.
Off a Darkslick Shores?
Yes, I believe that is the case.
Got a Surveil land, thinking...
Get that Mortuary from Tristan's side. Decides to leave it on top.
That I really like this card. We have land 2. Yes, we have another Darkslick Shores. Swinging in for 1, deciding not to crack that map token to possibly get in some more beats.
I think we're to take better use of our mana this turn. Play that Fear of Isolation.
Passing it back over to Tristan. Grabbing the card that he saw, said, I really like this one. I do believe that's a forest.
So what Tristan decides to do with this turn. Ooh, we've got that Nowhere to Run. That's another heater card in the standard format. Quite good out of the Pixie deck. Quite good in Michael's side. Quite good in any black deck. That card's proven its worth. The flash comes in, gives a creature -3/-3, and your opponent's creatures, I believe, lose all of their abilities, hexproof and indestructible.
We do see from Michael's side, he cracked the map for the Spyglass Siren, saw his own Shieldred. So it could be a battle of the Shieldreds later on. gonna be a really grindy matchup.
We love dueling Shieldreds. The cool thing at that point is that neither of you really have to change your life totals.
Absolutely. And we do see the Overlord from Tristan's side ramping up just a turn faster than Michael.
Yeah, Tristan, I know Tristan loves these Overlord decks quite a bit. He is a big fan.
We did get the 4th land. We're going to swing in, and we're going to ninjutsu in the Kaito.
Michael trying to get himself back in there and see if he can go for the 3-peat. He also, along with myself, won the other slot in our RCQ yesterday.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So he's already golden. He's already golden. He's
trying to double. He's trying to double up on that qualification.
Your mom lets you have 2 RCQ qualifying.
That's right.
And we're going to re-seed that Spyglass Siren and get another map token.
Second map token ready to go.
He's won 2 RCQ invites and 2 maps. I'm jealous.
Well, he doesn't get that second one yet. He won last. He won the.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're hoping.
Yeah, we're hoping he gets. Yeah, it'll be very funny and quite a mythical scene if he does win. If he does win this event as well. Tristan's just gonna hard cast this Overlord here.
We have 2 everywhere tokens.
He's got so much mana.
2 maps. We know that Tristan has the Shieldred.
Yeah, I see this as a turn. If Michael does not find a way to bounce this or remove it from play, I assume that he'll just use this Kaito to tap it down, put a couple stun counters on it, so that it doesn't have to worry about it for a turn or 2.
It's like, hey, hold up. I don't want you attacking and get more lands.
Yeah, no. We don't need any of that. Yep. That is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to put those 2 stun counters on it and tap it.
And we're going to get into the red zone.
Get in there for 4.
Thank you, Michael, for updating that life total.
What Michael wants to do with the rest of his turn here.
He's got
that Restless Reef he wants to think about. There's that Shieldred. That's pretty good.
And the
Storm Chaser's talent.
Otters have entered the chat. I like all these different Otter arts. I haven't seen that. We haven't seen that one yet.
No, he's got a bunch. He's ready to Otter it up. Upkeep. We'll have a trigger from the Shieldred when Tristan draws his card. For those unfamiliar, when an opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life, and when you draw a card, you gain 2 life.
Really good.
It's also 4/5 with Death Touch for 4. Just quite a strong card. Been a standard powerhouse, been a pioneer powerhouse for the better part of 2 years.
Yep,
it's been crazy good.
And we have
there's an Akhlazov. That's a pretty good one. Looks like the end of next turn, Tristan will have both of these Overlords ready to battle.
That's going to be a lot of ramp, a lot of getting in the red zone. Hopefully, there it is.
There's this town.
This town.
Oh, and Tristan's going to go ahead and pack up the cards. He can see the writing on the wall.
He's like, all right, I don't have a blocker. You're going to swing in for a lot. I'm going to draw a card and just die. Or just die on the swing.
That's right. All right. Players going to game 3. It looks like Michael decided that the Shieldred was where the line he wanted to take from the sideboard. See if the players want to change anything going into game 3. Looks like Michael's already satisfied with probably what he's already got. Feeling confident after that pretty convincing win there.
Yeah, it's almost like night and day. The first game was kind of struggling and just gumming up the board as the best he can, bouncing things back and forth, with Tristan just running over, and he said, you know what, this is my turn.
Right.
This is going to be my game. So at this point, we're 1-1.
Yep, going into game 3. Who's your Tristan on the play?
Who's your favorite going into game 3?
Going into game 3, I still think this looks like Foal's game to win. I think the combination of all the whole this town plus Storm Chaser's talent is a lot for Tristan to overcome. Yes, Tristan is like trying out a lot of these disenchant effects that can stop all this from happening. But if Michael does get that online, it is a really hard thing to stop from happening. And right. all of Tristan's cards are all very expensive, so he's going to be tapping out every turn for them. And if Michael's able to stop that from happening, that's not going to spell well for Tristan here.
Tristan still has 2 everywhere in play.
It's true. If you could start the game with 2 everywhere, my goodness.
Tristan's mom allows him to have 2 everywhere tokens.
Beautiful. Wish my mom let me do that. be fair, my mom has beat me in public playing Magic before, so there's also that. I don't think Tristan's had that. And many years ago, for a game day at our store, I can convince my mom to play, and she beat me fairly beat me.
I've tried to get my family to play like Magic the Gathering or any kind of like card game, and they're just like, "This is too complicating." No. Like, that's fair. We can just play Rummy instead.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I played that in a long time myself, actually.
Every time I visit family, it's the staple.
Love that.
I do see, I think, an Anoint with Affliction.
Yeah, Michael's got a bunch of these small, dinky creatures that Anoint's really good against here.
Kills those Prowess Otters before they can get real big.
That's very true.
Trying to see what we see in Michael's hand. I do see, I think it's this town. Not really seeing much else.
Well, it's beautiful. No matter how big those otters get, that Anoint with Affliction will take them out.
Every time.
Yeah, that's right. Looks like Michael's going to take himself a mulligan.
He said, I don't like the 7. No. What if we had second 7?
Now I would like to change my tune here a little bit, since Michael is down a card now. If Michael's down a card and Tristan gets to keep all of his, that is a little bit better for Tristan here. Especially since he's on the play as well.
Yes.
We gotta have somebody who can best this champion.
We have to take him down.
He's just been on a tear. He's on 2 weekends. He's been on a tear. Last weekend won the Pauper Cup with the Jund Brood Scale. Had one of the most disgusting draft decks I have ever seen in my entire life yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, he had this insanely aggressive red-black vampires deck yesterday that just got fed to him so easily. I think he had multiple copies of like Village Messenger in his deck, so it was just absolutely disgusting. Was getting past late Blood Tithe Harvesters, had good removal spells, just the whole shebang. Like he had multiple rares of the same name in his deck. I'm just like, goodness gracious, dude! Like, you have so much stuff. Yeah, he had two Flesh Gorgers in his deck. That was insane. That's quite a wonder up too.
Michael deciding, I don't really need this card. Put it on bottom. And we have Tristan starting out with a Restless Cottage. I
was going to fire back with a Dark Slick into a Hopeless Nightmare.
Please discard a card.
Oh my goodness. If he does not have the put into play creature.
Looks like an Underground Mortuary was discarded. Going for a Blooming Marsh and just passing the turn.
It's like Tristan is just going to hold up on a removal spell here in case Michael plays a Storm Chaser's Talent. Michael's just going to pass back.
Soulstone Sanctuary, and what did you guess? It's an Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Crazy, who would have guessed?
That's the first Everywhere token. How many will we get this game?
Only time will tell.
The 3rd mana, and just passing back. If you're Michael, and not knowing what's in his hand, do you crack the Hopeless Nightmare?
No, I think you want to take advantage of all your bounce cards. I think if you can run Tristan out of cards, it's kind of helps your game plan quite a bit.
4 mana into
the Swarm Weaver. This is a Tidebinder. This is a Tidebinder here.
Says nope.
So that is just a 2/3 with no abilities. Tidebinder will counter that triggered ability. And we'll have vanilla text on it. It is nothing. It is just a 4 mana 2/3. It's worse than a Hill Giant.
What is this, old magic? Like a 4 mana 2/3 that
Tidebinder wants to make it old magic.
It sure does.
No cards with actual text here, please.
We're just gonna play a swamp and pass, going back to Tristan.
Can't attack into the 2/3 with my 3/2 though.
I mean, you could. I just wouldn't suggest it.
It does not seem like the best choice.
Going to Surveil here with an Underground Mortuary.
So you are this town deck, so you can bounce that Tidebinder back to hand, or Fear of Isolation back to your hand.
Just disgusting plays.
Love it. See a couple of this towns in Michael's hand here as well.
Looks like we are going to this town. We're going to bounce both to the Hopeless Nightmare and the Tishana.
Tristan's going to stop him. He has something to say about this, I would imagine. Doesn't want to just get valued out of this game. Tristan's going to anoint with Affliction the Tashana's Tidebinder. Does pick up the Hopeless Nightmare still. Tristan's got 2 cards left in his hand. He does have that Restless Cottage in play and that Looming Overlord. Plus now he does have a Swarm Weaver with text on it, at least.
Yes. We are discarding...
I believe that is the end?
No,
that's the Wrath.
Yes. Deadly Cover-Up?
Yes, Deadly Cover-Up.
Talk about a certified banger when it came out. Checking deck list just to make sure that is the card.
It is a Deadly Cover-Up, yes.
Cool. Looks like we were getting into the red zone with the Swarm Weaver.
We started to get the beat down on the green-black side here.
Deep in the tank, thinking what we're gonna do.
Alright, that Overlord is now at 6/5, and it's ready to get dead with that cut to go for the throat.
I mean, I also would go for the throat. An Overlord with Hauntlets. It's very spooky.
It is very spooky. We don't want that hanging around. Especially, it is really big. It's bigger than any creature, than basically anything Michael's deck can muster up, other than you've left a Kaito in play for multiple turns.
Right. You see, we have this town, and I didn't see the other card.
I'm sure Michael will grace us with that card soon enough. See what he decides to go for.
Sick.
We're going to activate this Restless Reef. Now, Tristan could choose to block with the Cottage if he so chooses to do such. But he's not. He's just going to attack. Let that happen.
There is the 1DN up the beanstalk. We have an Overlord and a Blooming Marsh hitting the graveyard.
There's the go for the third from Tristan's side as well to get rid of that land. That wasn't great for Michael there, but having that nice 2-mana answer for the 4-mana activation on that land.
Yes.
And we've activated Soulstone.
Because who needs creatures when your lands can be creatures?
That's right. Tristan's gonna get in the red zone there with a bunch of creatures and a bunch of lands. And a bunch of creature lands.
What do you do when a house, a rock, and a scarecrow just beat Faith?
I'd be sad about it. I would be sad. There's a nice big attack from Tristan here, putting a lot of pressure on Michael to do something pretty impactful this following turn. He's able to make a food token with that Restless Cottage as well. Tristan's at a nice comfy essential 19 on his life total.
16.
Well, he'll be 16 for now. He's gonna say he can crack that food, and he'll be at 19. So he's looking pretty healthy here. Where Michael's on the back foot with no creatures in play. He's got to come up with something to do to keep himself in the game. Tristan rearranging some stuff so we can easily get this Restless Cottage in there next turn.
Only one card in hand, I believe, on Tristan's side.
I believe there's one card left in it. Michael's sitting here tanking a little bit and see what he wants to do for the turn. If he's got this town in big enough, that does keep him in the game for a little bit.
Yes, because he could pay just full cost and just bounce
to both of the lands here. That would not be too bad here. We're gonna activate that cottage again. We're gonna see if we can allow to go to combat here. Right, we're gonna eat that. Go for the throat out of the graveyard. See what Michael does. We're gonna bounce the Swarm Weaver and the Hopeless Nightmare with this town. Michael looking to get some extra cards out of Tristan's hand here.
Down to 1.
A bold move, Cotton.
Yeah.
see how he wants to follow up that play. Gotta be able to put 2 blockers into play, or have a removal spell on a blocker. Gotta do something. Can't just be dead to 2 lands in play. Here's some playful banter going on out there.
It's like, Baloth, save me. Got the blot out of his hand.
Ooh, Aclazotz of our own. Okay. This will eat the Soulstone Sanctuary.
And gain some
life. So it's essentially fogging the Restless Cottage as well. Michael's still got quite an uphill battle to go through here.
But do note that I do believe Aclazotz is flying.
It does.
Right now it is on blocking duty, but
this town ain't big enough.
The town itself said, "Nah, I am big enough."
Right. Essentially, just trading life on the gain life from the. Oh, we got the Harvester of Misery. There it is.
And we've got the Handshake.
Only enough to gain 2. He still deals 2. There's the Obstinate Baloth Tristan had in case of the Hopeless Nightmare coming back down.
He overheard through the door. He drew it for turn before the Hopeless Nightmare hit. So if it was in his hand, he would absolutely slam it down.
Yeah, he would have discarded that, put it nice big 4/4 into play. All right, looks like Tristan's going to take this down 2-1 over Michael Foale.
And I will go get Tristan.
The winner has been bested. It can be beat. All right, in a minute we'll just get Tristan in here, and he can come talk to us about how he felt about the matchup, some preparation he did for this tournament. Beautiful. Just got to de-sideboard those cards, get himself nice and prepared for round 2 when he comes back around. But looks like Tristan pretty comfortable playing whatever deck he decides to play. You can say plays a lot of Magic Online, gets himself nice and prepared for any event he's going into. Looks like he did a pretty good job preparing to beat the blue-black This Town deck. Quite a deck. Quite a few different people I know in our group of people that are very interested in testing for it. And it looks like we got Tristan in here ready to go.
What's up, homie?
All right, Tristan. So you got that one.
Yeah, we got that one. We beat the champ, the god of all the formats. He's nuts. He's I think I'm pretty much geared to beat that kind of matchup.
Seems like you are.
But as you can see, they could just run over you anyway because it's like.
Yeah, as soon as you saw that This Town, it's like, yep, not worth fighting.
Yeah,
not worth fighting over.
I was pretty tilted to have the Baloth in the one non-Hopeless Nightmare game, but like if I had the third game, it's just like the game ends so much quicker. I still think it's worth having.
Yeah, love how you put the pressure on him, make him fight over your lands and stuff.
Yeah.
So put him really far behind and worked out nicely.
Yeah, the deck's interesting because if they don't develop a board, it's like it's very easy to kind of handle.
So what brought you to playing green black this weekend?
This is what I registered for Atlanta. I haven't been too much in these standard streets and paper. I've been playing a lot of MTGO guys, so I kind of I've been playing that blue black bounce deck a lot. It's just kind of what I had on hand. I knew it would be pretty decent in the format as long as I can dodge a lot of the crazy red decks.
There you go.
Once I saw you were commentating, I was like, we're good, one down already, you know.
Yeah.
But I think it's good position. Beanstalk hears a lot of ills and people are moving away from Fairy Mastermind a lot. So in the fair matchups, I always have a shot. I can always go over the top of like most of the format. It's not domain.
It's a nice like overlord.
Yeah, just overlord like Beanstalk is just so much value if the game goes long. And I'm like my main deck has no targets for cut down. I have no anoint. There's no 3-drops in there. You know, I have no preacher, no glissa. So I'm kind of set up to blank a lot of cards game 1 as well.
Yeah, I knew. So actually, when you both had your opening hands in game 1, I saw the cut down. I'm like, oh, that card has no targets. And then I saw that Swarm Weaver in your hand. I was like, oh, it's the one card. Like the one card.
But if he wants to cut down my Swarm Weaver, totally
trade
fine. Deal. You know,
you've already gotten your 2/1/1s out of it, so you're up on that on that deal. So it seems pretty good.
I do enjoy making the Soulstone and insect buff, which is fun too. Yeah.
Oh, that is that does work. That's pretty good.
it took a whole turn off that clock just by hitting him for 10 instead of 9 when he's at 18.
Yeah, so. that Maelstrom Pulse was huge. That was,
when he packed it up too. I was trying to set it up where I could hit the Storm Chasers challenge, just end the loop there, but he kept holding 2 mana up. So I'm like, well, I don't want to blow out myself. Yeah. And then when he finally deployed, and he was kind of stuck on blue lands where that double swamp was awkward. So me letting it just clean up the tokens and the otters and get in position where there's no creatures on the board. Yeah. I'm always going to win a game where turn 6 there's no creatures on the board.
Yeah, because all your creatures are gigantic, and then you can just run him over very quickly.
And he's not even on like the blue-black version that lets you do like the fairy 2/1/1s raise the alarm card or whatever, and then
Fabloom trick.
Yeah, so there's no Flavor trick into enduring nonsense coming out. So it's just really good. But so yeah, I'm good. He's a fantastic player. He's won 2 events in 2 weeks in different formats. I'm hoping he doesn't win a 3rd standard one today. He still's got hope there. But yeah, so he's nuts. It's good to start with a win against something like that. It's a good that's a confidence booster going forward.
It does feel it feels good. It's nice to see somebody take him down.
Yeah. His head's getting a little too big, gotta smack him around. Just wait to see what happens if I win today,
Right.
But it's good. So I feel good against meta. A lot of good decks out there. I don't want to hit domain. I know there's at least 1 or 2 domain players out there. But the deck's cool. I think this is a good deck to play if you're looking to just grind people out.
Yep, I know pre RC Atlanta, I saw one of our folks play that deck, and I was like, that deck looked impressive in the room that it was played in. And I was like, man, it's like something I would like to play.
Yeah, just you can get run over by red a lot.
Yeah, that's it. You say,
you have a lot of main deck removal, but like sometimes that deck just doesn't care.
It doesn't. It just doesn't line up super well.
I mean, that can't block Screaming Nemesis. You have to actually have removal for it. And but I feel better against the Convoke deck or like the tokens deck like that, the Pixie deck. But
any deck that's trying to like spar mid-range matches.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I want to win turn 7, not turn 2. So
right.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Well, good luck, Tristan.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see you, bud.
We'll see you later.
Glad you're not playing today, but
thank you.
See you, bud.
We'll catch you. All right, we will be right back, everyone, with round 2 of this RCQ. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are ready for round 2 of this RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia. We've got 2 local legends here. We got Holden Johnson on Red Green Mice against Cameron Schindler on Red Green Mice. So we'll have a nice, good, aggressive mirror played by 2 very good pilots. Should be a good time. Excited to see who comes out in the Mice War. Cameron, my co-host on the Common Ground podcast, showing us we should follow the Common Ground on Spotify.
Common Ground MTG on Spotify. Who would have guessed?
Correct. So these two are not playing quite a 60 card mirror up front. I know Cameron's got a little more in the interaction department with a couple different removal spells. So that should help out a little bit. Holden is more in on the beatdown plan. So let's see who takes that and proves their mice superiority.
Who is the superior mouse?
Looks like they're both going to take themselves a mulligan here to start off. They want to make sure they have got appropriate hands for the matchup.
Shout out Scrunchy Gang. They both have scrunchies.
That's right. Both long-haired individuals.
Just two long-haired folks.
That's right.
So we'll say red-green mice is a archetype that I'm not 100% familiar with. I know that they have a lot of different punch spells, a lot of different mice. Yep. I know that I believe both of them are playing Screaming Nemesis, as well as like your Paw Patch Recruits, your Hired Claws.
That is correct. They're really the biggest reason in Standard to play these red-green decks is that you have access to Questing Druid and Innkeeper's Talent.
Which Innkeeper's Talent just puts a +1/+1 counter on target creature.
Yeah, so at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. You can level it up for another green to permanents you control have, with counters on them, have Ward 1.
Yes.
Which is a huge game, because that means your stuff just basically unkillable.
Yes.
Like, you're going to have so many creatures with one counters on them, but the course of the game, that the removal spells are not going to be able to handle it super well.
And it looks like the fourth mode is if you put a +1/+1 counters on a permanent or player, but twice that many.
Yeah, we'll get doubling season at that point.
Doubling season.
Beautiful.
Like
Cameron taking opportunity to put the one copy of Witchstalker Frenzy in his deck to have the combination of Screaming Nemesis as well.
Yes.
So you attack with your Screaming Nemesis and you deal at 6 after the end of combat. It's a nice little 9-point. Looks like Cameron is going to start with a Heartfire hero here. Holden's going to start with a Hired Claw here.
A different 1-mana 1/1.
Yeah, we've got a 1/2 and then a 1/1. But when the Heartfire hero gets targeted, it gets a +1/+1.
Yes. And there is the Monstrous Rage.
Cameron is going to get aggressive here. Start off super aggressive. So Monstrous Rage, +2/+0, and then you get a Monstrous token.
Which that is an enchantment that gives it +1/+1 trample.
+1/+1 trample. And Cameron's going to follow up with a Burst Lightning to kill this Hired Claw. So Holden's on the back foot already. It's only turn 2 of the game. Let's see how Holden wants to follow up.
Do you see a majority of land in Holden's hand?
Gotta make sure you have those lands to cast those spells.
Very true.
Looks like this is the 2-drop. This is the Heartfire, or not Heartfire here.
Manifold Mouse?
This is Manifold Mouse, yes. So many mice. It's hard to keep up.
Swinging in with the Heartfire hero and passing it back.
It's a 3-power trampler. Pretty nice. It's nice and aggressive here. Like I say, it definitely puts Holden on the back foot. Holden's already at 12. It's only turn 3.
Insane. It's very opposite of our last game where they were grinding it out. This is just, let's swing stuff sideways.
It's like, this is going to be very, very fast. This is going to be a quick game. I imagine things get a little more interesting post-board, because there's a little more interaction that goes on, a lot more tricks going on from both sides. It would be nice to see.
We do have the Paw Patch Recruit with Offspring.
And Cameron is going to fire back with a Questing Druid, Seek the Beast.
Which looks like 2 lands.
Yep, 2 lands. Cameron can play them, or one of them next turn.
Looks like the Paw Patch Recruit had birthed a Gengar. Different game entirely. Love it.
Glad you knew what that was. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's Gengar. Getting in for, I believe it's
just
1 or
2.
2.
Just 2. Just a 2/2.
Now, I do believe Questing Druid gets bigger when you cast spells that are not its color. Is that correct?
Yeah, when you cast non-green spells, it will get bigger.
Yes. Looks like we have a...
Looks like Cameron's got that beautiful double striking mouse there with Offspring paid for it. That's the Manifold Mouse. Heartfire Hero is this one. Sorry, on the other side. Heartfire Hero is the 1/1.
They could be both Manifold Mouse. If one didn't pay for Offspring.
They could be.
We're going to find out.
It's true. We are going to find out.
Lots of thinking going on. I do believe that Cameron is swinging sideways with that Heartfire Hero holding in the tank as to what they want to do. Deciding to take the damage all the way down to 4.
Now, that does give Cameron the opportunity to rip a land plus to burst lightning for lethal damage.
4th land for Holden.
But let's going to play that 4th land and see what they want to do for the turn. These aggressive mirrors can be really difficult. You've got to balance keeping the pressure on your opponent while also not dying yourself.
Yes.
And Cameron's life total is quite high, so he is afforded the opportunity to make a little more liberal style blocks here.
At this point,
there's dueling Manifold Mouse.
I do think at this point you're just on blocking duty and just trying to soak up as much damage with creatures as you can.
Yeah, you can say just got to be mindful of the burst lightnings out of Cameron's side currently at this point in the game.
Yes. Like we are gonna get
another mouse in there. We got mini dueling Manifold Mouses here. Mice, not mouse. That's
Mises.
Not correct. Mises.
And 2 Gengars.
So many Gengars.
That's not Magic the Gathering, that's Pokemon.
I do know there were Pokemon. I didn't know what Pokemon there were.
I do always appreciate the centric token choices.
I do like that. It's fun. Using other card games as tokens can be fun. I know a lot of folks around here love to use Pokemon cards as tokens.
Cameron doing some math here to see what kind of damage you do when he swings sideways.
Trying to see if Cameron's trying to see if he can push through enough damage on this turn to force through lethal. It's gonna be kind of difficult. There's the double actual Manifold Mouse plus the 1 token on Holden's side.
I think I saw a monstrous Cameron's.
That does help the math a little bit.
Especially trample is just insane.
Yeah, especially with having the Manifold Mouse does help that quite a bit. Cameron doing some math, trying to see what he can do here. All right, we're gonna go to combat. We'll use that trigger to trigger the Valiant on the Heartfire Hero.
Is it being like a 5/4 trample?
We've got it as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trample or double strike
on the Heartfire Hero.
Yeah, gains. I believe Manifold Mouse gives a creature double strike. Yep, target mouse gains double strike or trample. It already has trample, so just give it double strike.
Not double trample.
No, why would we want to give double trample? We want to give double strike.
It looks like Holden is going to be throwing a lot of varmint underneath that Heartfire.
Yeah, that's gonna be enough. Cameron can get through with enough damage with just the other 2 Manifold Mouse.
All right, it looks like we're going into game 2. You did mention that the interaction in the sideboard. So let's see what kind of interaction that we could have in the games 2, possibly 3.
All right, so on Holden's side, we are looking at 3 copies of Lithomantic Barrage, 4 Paw Patch Formation, 1 Pyroclasm, 2 Scorching Shot, 1 Screaming Nemesis, 1 Sentinel of the Nameless City, 1 Soulstone Sanctuary, 1 Sunspine Lynx, and 1 Torch the Tower. So I believe we're just going to bring in anything that says kill a creature.
Yes.
So we're looking at Pyroclasm, we're looking at Scorching Shot, we're looking at Torch the Tower.
Lithomantic Barrage, possibly?
No, that's only going to kill the white and blue creatures. You're not really looking to deal 1 damage. They're so easy to get all your creatures outside of the 1 damage range. So I don't know that Holden's particularly interested in Lithomantic Barrage. I would imagine it's just the more targeted removal supposed to deal plus or anything above 1 damage.
And I know that the Paw Patch formation can create food, draw a card.
I don't think you're progressing your game plan quite enough here, so I think you just want to stay. I think you want to stay into the realm of killing a creature and not trying to gain life or anything like that. I think you just want to either put the creatures down or get aggressive yourself, I think. And on Cameron's side, we have got... His sideboard is 2 Ghost Vacuum, 3 Lithomantic Barrage, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Paw Patch Formation, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Questing Druid, 2 Scorching Shot, 1 Sentinel of the Nameless City, 1 Sunspine Lynx, and 1 Torch Tower. Looks very similar. So, on this side, I imagine that Cameron brings in the Obliterating Bolt, the Pyroclasms, the Scorching Shots, and you could even consider something like, on both sides, you can consider something like Sentinel of the Nameless City. It is really big. Like, it's really hard to kill. It just becomes a 3/4, and when it attacks, or enters or attacks, you can make a map token. So it starts making your creatures all quite big.
Also has Vigilance, so that way...
You can attack and block.
And as Cameron is pointing out,
follow the common ground. Follow my podcast, will you please?
Follow the podcast. You know you want to. Popper's great.
Popper's great. I had Cameron in the booth with me last weekend, helping give you guys some beautiful coverage. I decided to get out there and battle this weekend, though.
He said, I'm ready
to sling some mice.
Slinging mice at people. Follow it. Do it.
That's right.
You hear them laughing beyond the door.
It's like, Holden's going to take out some number of copies of those Monstrous Rage. Interesting choice there. Probably just wants to take a more controlling... Both of them players are going to take a little more controlling route here, I would imagine. To try to prevent their opponent from winning.
I will say that the one odd thing that strikes me is the Pyroclasm, but I also get it, because like, if it doesn't really matter if your board's big or their board's big. As long as you just kill creatures, it's beneficial either way.
Yeah, and the cool thing is some of your creatures in your deck can get outside of the range of the Pyroclasm, like the one you... So the Heartfire Hero from Cameron there was able to get that way outside of the range of a Pyroclasm. So cards like that are pretty good here. Say it looks like we're probably going to bring in some real spells, maybe bring in a little beefier creature to get blocking and attacking in. So yeah, also making you can make your own creatures big enough with your map tokens out to put outside of Pyroclasm range. It also helped quite a bit too. See, I'm sure the Hold will choose to be on the play. Those red decks like to be on the play.
Just shuffling up. I will hope that they both keep a good 7.
Yeah, because they both mulliganed. Both had pretty decent hands that game. At least they were able to play a game.
Having just the most resources as possible when going into the not 75 card mirror, but
pretty close.
Very, very close.
Very close. Probably about 70 cards, I think, are about the same. That mouse package in Standard currently is just an absolute powerhouse.
Well, you know what they say? If you give a mouse a cookie, they'll get a Monstrous Rage and they'll swing sideways.
That is, it's the first I've heard of it, but I'm happy to hear it. Cameron loves to make sure that his cardboard is nice and thoroughly shuffled.
I will say, if you're doing a mass shuffle like that, statistically, 8 times is fully randomized.
Cameron would disagree with you.
He would probably do like 18.
Or more. But you can say he wins a lot, might be due to his mulligan decision or his shuffling decisions.
I do see Pyroclasm on Holden's side. Cam's side.
Looks like Holden's going to ship that one back though.
Probably too many spells, not enough lands, maybe.
Could be too many pieces of interaction and not enough ways to get on the board as well.
Yes. It's that fine line of like you need creatures, interaction, lands.
Could we get a mouse tier list? Yeah. I'll say that Heartfire Hero is probably the best one. The Valiant one. Obviously you saw that game work really well for Cameron alongside Monstrous Rage.
Yes.
I would say that's probably S. I think all of them are S tier, by the way. Do not think any of the ones currently in either of the players' decks are bad. I think they're all S and A tier cards. They're all very, very good.
I think in second place we have Emberheart Challenger.
I would say so.
That Valiant ability of just being able to
just flip more pieces of cardboard, look at cardboard.
Any time that you can have any kind of card advantage, take it.
Yeah. The manifold mouse is a little expensive, but being able to put double strike pressure on your opponent is big game, especially when you can offspring it.
See, Tabletop Tyrants, he's a big Stuart Little guy.
You know, Stuart Little. Been a long time since I've seen that. Pretty good though.
But
nice mouse.
Let's see, like, if he's a big Stuart Little guy,
that's a
what
an
size?
oxymoron.
It really is.
Yeah.
What is that, like 3 inches tall, 4 inches tall?
What's a big mouse? I was a Rescuers kid.
Rescuers, great movie.
Great. There were 2 of them.
OG or Down Under?
Ooh, that's actually tough. I liked both. I think I probably liked Down Under more as a kid, but it's been a long time since I've watched them, so I could be convinced to change. Like Holden had to mulligan to 5. Looks like there's an Innkeeper's Talent and a Burst Lightning.
It might be a decision between one or the other.
I believe that is the case. Yes, just trying to decide between which of the 2. I think I like having the piece of interaction over the...
Cameron trying to show us a card, couldn't see what it was.
Yeah, nice job.
We did it.
We have the Holden fan club in here. Let's go.
Holden fan club.
I'm a fan of both the players sitting at the table currently. Both great people. Both great Magic players.
Alright, looks like they took the Innkeeper's Talent. Tap land, go. Now turn 1 play. Just
get that Verd, not the Verd. What is this land?
Restless something. There's a Hardfire Hero from Cam's side.
Restless Ridgeline. There it is.
And an Innkeeper's Talent.
All right, try to buff up those creatures. I see a couple Screaming Nemesis, or is those Manifold Mouses?
Those look like Screaming Nemesi.
Cool. These are gonna get big very quick.
They're gonna get big. They're gonna get plus encounters. Then they're gonna have ward, and it's gonna be really bad.
Yeah, and then Cameron is kind of actually the way this game is actually gonna play. I think this game is gonna play out. Cameron is gonna have a really hard time blocking anything.
Yes.
Because then he can just start like Holden at that point can just start sending those damages or the damage from all those Screaming Nemesis triggers up to Cameron's face. And if at any point, I know this is not going to matter, but if at any point those triggers go to face, Cameron will no longer be able to gain life for the rest of the game.
It's gonna be really rough.
Yep. Here is the
Screaming Nemesis numero uno.
Or is this the mouse?
That's Screaming Nemesis.
Is the Screaming Nemesis? Okay. All these arts and alternate arts. Give me the original arts on Magic cards. That's what I need.
It is now a 4/4 with haste instead of a 3/3.
It is.
Beating the curve with an Innkeeper's Talent on the previous turn.
That's right. And say next turn, if Holden chooses to level it up, because I think probably just slam, or maybe slam a second, could be slamming a second Screaming Nemesis on the following turn. There is also a Questing Druid, and it appears as a Emberheart Challenger as well.
We are putting a Monstrous Rage on the Heartfire Hero.
Yeah, Cameron's also choosing to get pretty aggressive here on the end turn.
Cameron is notably at 16, not 20. Might peek up there in just a minute and be like, hey, update the tablet. We do see a Pyroclasm in Cameron's hand, too small for a Screaming.
See how Cameron chooses to proceed with this game.
At this point, it is a race. Who can deal the most damage
as quickly as possible, while also not dying yourself.
There we go. Cam the Goat, changing that life total for us. Playing
Beautiful.
His own Innkeeper's Talent.
This is going to double trigger the Valiant on, or put double counters on the Heartfire Hero. It's going to get quite big. So we got a 4/5 power Trampler coming across.
Hey, remember whenever Holden dealt 4? Well, here's 5.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The next turn, Holden's going to deal 8.
That's more than 5.
That is a lot more than 5.
This is what my math teacher taught me.
Cameron could also be on the blocking duty.
Very true.
But then I think he wants to get aggressive here, though. He's going to get aggressive. So,
yeah. Swinging there for 5, taking Holden down to 14.
Correct. Let's see how Holden chooses to follow this up. Show you another Screaming Nemesis, put a counter on it, Kraken for 8, I believe, here. You get all. Or Holden could also choose to put a counter on it and block, and then send the damage upstairs, possibly. So you're taking less damage that way, and you're dealing damage that way as well.
Yes. Doing some math.
Let's see how say. Holden also got the Heart or Ember Heart Challenger in the hand for a follow up next turn as well.
And that's the one that lets you look at more cards.
It does let you look at more cards with a Valiant trigger. Valiant's just whenever you target it. But it only triggers once per turn.
Did decide to leave one Screaming Nemesis at home.
Correct. So we can also this could be a way to kill the Heartfire hero should we choose to do that.
Yes. To clear the path, have a 4/4.
Both players are going to sit here and think about this for a second. Say this is a game of inches here.
Well, of course they're mice. They can't go very far.
This is also true.
Cam's doing deep math. I can hear the tippy tappies of his feet out there.
Let's see. Cameron decides to do here.
J. Krog, thanks for the follow. We appreciate it. We are deep into the Gruul Mice mirror.
And deep in the tank on Cameron's side, too. Say, trying to balance between getting aggressive and also not dying yourself.
Because you could overextend, and then just the opponent just clap back and
absolutely just
we're going to game 3.
Yeah, we're going. Yeah,
either game 3 or it's over.
Say currently, if Cameron attacks, I believe the lethal currently coming across on Holden's side in the following turn.
They always say that math is for blockers, but
I think it's also for attackers in this game,
especially if you're playing with mice.
Table Tyrant, we have 20 players for our RCQ today.
Who many? How many?
How many?
That is a hired claw.
A hired claw coming in.
Do see the burst lightning in Cameron's hand. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough damage, but it could, you could block and then deal the damage. But I don't think that's what they're going to go for here.
See, Cameron's going to take 1 damage here to take a red off that Rockface Village.
Decided that his mom allows him to play 2 Innkeeper's Talents.
So many Innkeeper's Talents.
Zachary Colburn, thanks for liking the stream. One of our locals.
Heck yeah.
Swinging in with the Heartfire hero. Putting all the counters on it. The good thing is that neither the Screaming Nemesis have trample.
Currently.
Yes.
I know that Holden boarded out some number of copies of Monstrous Rage. I'm not sure how many copies of Monstrous Rage.
That is the one advantage that Cameron has. We do have the Hired Claw staying at home.
On blocking duty, yep.
Being the bodyguard.
Nice mice. So many mice. Both players thinking really hard about how these next the turn or two is going to go, because it will decide the game in about 2 turns on both player sides.
If it doesn't, I'd be very surprised.
Yes, I can say it might be about 1 turn cycle entirely.
1.5?
Yeah, 1.5 turn cycles. I think is going to be about what we're looking at here. Somewhere between 1 and 2.
At least. If it's more than 2, then
I would be shocked.
I'll be impressed.
I would also be shocked, especially with the double Screaming Nemesis in play. Those are just those are lightning rods ready to go.
They're screaming so loud at these mice. They're scaring them.
I didn't know the mice were a nemesis.
They do have
Nemesi.
More than one.
More than one nemesis. Cameron having that land that pumps his mice is pretty good here.
And so you're holding, do you just take this and then swing back?
I think that's part of the discussion, especially since Cameron has not put a blocker into play. That actually does change a little bit here.
Of course, with as big as the Hardfire Hero is getting, if he takes this, or sorry, if they take this, and then they swing back, get in a bit of damage, that extra damage that's being dealt from the blocker is not going to kill that Hardfire Hero, and probably not deal enough damage to beat Cameron.
Very tight rope both players are having to walk here.
How many mice? There's at least 2.
Apparently 2 or 1 mice. Fireclaw's not a mouse.
Well, they're both playing mice.
Oh, they are both playing mice.
Thinking real deep thoughts.
Yeah, they say who said aggressive mirrors are done super quick.
I was about to say, like, you would think that aggro v aggro is very smooth brained, but here we are with all
No.
all these ridges.
Now, there are many ridges on both sides of this table.
At this point, they're still going back and forth discussing what they want to do with this block.
I'm gonna choose to take this down to 6. So I would imagine that Holden has a line to try and win this turn.
We do have a questing druid to seek the beast to look at more cards. We also have 4 blockers as well that they can deploy.
Yeah, if Holden finds a burst lightning off of this, that would be huge game.
Can at least get in for a bit of damage.
I think the problem here is that Cameron has still got them dead to rights with just the Heartfire Hero, if that's the case.
Smiling up the camera.
Cameron giving us a big cheese there.
The big cheese.
Holden could also just choose no attacks.
Yeah, because if they just have to block the Hardfire Hero, they just double block.
Could, and that would kill it. There's also the 2 Emberheart challengers in Holden's hand, along with the
Questing
Druid, and also their own copy of Heartfire Hero. A lot of choices to be made here. I wouldn't want to be sitting there.
I don't want to be on either side of this.
No, this is brutal. I would want to just play. I want to be Tristan. I just want to be like, all right, kill that. All right, play gigantic thing. All right, cool. I thought very little about what was going on.
And see, for me, like, I'm the Simic Beanstalk player, so I'm like, here's a crab, here's another crab, here's a snake, here's some otters.
That deck's very. I think there's at minimum 1 individual out there playing some Simic Terror.
Yay!
I think my other co-host
going into combat
from the Common Ground podcast is playing the Beans Terror deck.
We did add a counter to one of the Screaming Nemesis and are swinging sideways.
And attacking. Attacking for 5 here. Cameron is just going to choose to block here. Just for fear, I think for fear of Witchstalker plus Monstrous Raid, I believe.
There's the Emberheart Challenger.
Put some blockers into play. This I like this, taking a little slower. Just putting enough toughness into play and to not just be completely dead to anything. Say there is 6 life points to play with here a little, so Holden's got a good chance to make it to game 3 here.
Looks like a Manifold Mouse coming down. Going to give it double strike.
Heck of a card. That is probably gonna do it. That's
at you.
I heard an 11 coming down there. So
11.
4, 5, 6, 7. Put 7 in front of it. You put 7 toughness in front of it. I don't know that that's going to be quite good enough. 11.
God's number 11.
It's the mythical number amongst our group. Now see if Holden can make the appropriate blocks to the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 toughness in front of it. We're coming across for just so much damage. So much damage.
Wanting to order the blockers.
Good thing we have a rules change that took place. Blocking order no longer matters. I want to deal that much to that creature.
They're discussing the damage output and reminding their opponent that does have trample.
So there's the Screaming Nemesis in play does add a little bit to this as well. You can start dealing damage back to any target.
Yes. And we got the GGs.
Alright, looks like Holden's gonna concede there, and Cameron's gonna take that one down with the red-green mice, the mirror.
Alright.
Cool. We'll get Cameron in here very shortly. I can talk about how these Mises and Mices and Mooses all got in there for that victory.
I'm going to take just a quick moment. I'm going to see what Holden's sideboarded. There was a Screaming Nemesis, the Torch Tower, Pyroclasm. This is more for information for me.
I imagine something very similar from Cameron. There's the Scorching Shots.
It looks like they both bottomed the...
Yep.
Cameron brought in the Sentinel.
There's a second Scorching Shot. Was correct about that.
And those were the 5 cards.
That's it. Yeah, we boarded out.
We're boarded the 2 Monstrous Ray, a Hired Claw, and Keeper's Talent.
That appears to be the case.
What's the 5th card? Cam boarded in Questing Druid, Torch, Sentinel, Pyroclasm.
Which brought in? I think we go up to 61 cards. Possible.
I mean, having more cards than your opponent could be worthwhile.
Could be. I think that's what was chosen here.
All right, let me get Mr. Cameron back here so y'all can talk about the match.
Beautiful, beautiful. Cameron taking that one down 2-0 over Holden. Two really powerful magicians out there in that nice aggressive mirror. Pretty difficult to navigate both sides of that, I would imagine. Cameron excited to come do his winner's interview.
I get an interview with my hippo?
You do.
What is up? Are we on?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I'm back, y'all. Me and Hippo back in the booth.
You are back in the booth.
Back in the booth.
But this time, you got out there and battled.
I battled this time. I'm here battling. Here to 3-0 double draw in. That's the goal.
That's the goal.
Or I lose and win out.
All right. So, what brought you to playing the red green mice this weekend?
The deck is really busted. I think for me personally, there's 2 choices I would rather be playing, or I want to play: Gruul Mice or Dimir Bounce. I think both those decks are so great. They have so many options. I know a lot of people think the aggro deck, oh wow, it's super easy to play. Just play the mice on curve. No,
we actually. So Kyle and I were watching that match, and there was a ton of decisions to be made on both sides of the table.
Yeah, that combat math is hard. And Holden's smart. Unfortunately for me, I was hoping they were going to take that block and not know about the you assign trample damage to the Screaming Nemesis. So if I have an 11/11 and it has trample, in their Screaming Nemesis blocks. It doesn't do 11 damage because I only assign damage necessary to kill it. So unfortunately, Holden's very, very good at Magic and knew that. So, but still, I ripped the Manifold Mouse and I'm like, oh, easy. Just
play it down.
Yeah.
Swing for infinity damage. Yeah.
I love the deck right now. It feels like a mid-range deck more than a hyper-fast aggro deck. Like, the Leyline deck is way faster.
Yeah, that mouse package is just absolutely busted.
It grinds.
It grinds. So having the Emberheart Challenger to get you extra cards.
The land that can target it.
Yeah, the Rockface Village.
Yeah, there's just so much gas to do with, like, the Valiance. The Patchwork is an insane 3-drop. Because I always try to play that on 3 unless I have 2 in hand. And I can play 1 on 2, 1 on 1, 1 on 2, and 1 on 3. If that's, like...
Yeah, so you just curve up. Yeah.
Because that just makes it, if you're trying to nickel and dime interaction, like that makes it awkward. The Innkeeper's Talent keeps me going. We saw how good that was with Heartfire Hero putting 2 counters on it a turn. Yeah. And the deck just feels really good. It has grinding power. Like I said, Seek the Beast, a really good Magic card too.
Yeah.
Draws 3 cards. So yeah.
Cool.
Deck, a lot of utility. Love it.
Yeah, deck seems really strong. Seems good. Seems good in the standard metagame currently.
Oh yeah.
Rewards good play. Rewards good players.
Yeah.
So looks like
Rewards getting lucky.
Getting lucky.
Monstrous Rage. When you lose the Monstrous Rage, you don't feel like, wow, I got outplayed.
No, you're just like, oh nope, this card is just very busted.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Well, good luck the rest of the day, my friend.
Thanks, homie. Thank you.
Love to see you back in here later.
Oh, that's a plan. Thank you.
Of course.
Yes. I was so nervous because it is thought intensive.
All right. All right, looks like I'm going to be joined by Steven for a minute. Hello, Steven.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good. Wasn't expecting this.
What you get to talk about, Steven?
I don't know. What questions do you have?
What questions do I have? Let's see. I'm going to start with a question because I just know you're a Legacy player. Yeah. What are you playing in Legacy?
Right now?
Right now. I know the folks at home want to know what you're playing in Legacy.
One of the 3 decks I lost to at Eternal Weekend, I ended up going 12-3 over the weekend, and it was Azorius Dreadnought, which I know is kind of odd. Most people play Esper, and I smoked the Esper variants, but the Azorius Dreadnought was just so focused, it was able to get me. And I just really liked it. So I'm on Esper Dreadnought right now. I'm having a blast. The guys don't like that I'm playing it. I think they're starting to metagame against me, which I take as a compliment. So.
Yeah, if people are starting to pack cards for you, he's like, I'm doing it right. And for those who don't know, Steven is the owner here at Game Night, holding all these wonderful events that we get to do. Like last week we had the Popper Cup. Yesterday we had the Glarbs Gauntlet, and today we have this RCQ out here. So thank you so much for hosting these events. That's been awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my pleasure to host these events. It's what I'm here for. It's what we do here at Game Night. This was supposed to be a 1K. I think it was a $30 buy-in with $40 cap or 40-person cap. We're paying out full prize payout, so it'll be $600 to the top 8. So.
Heck yeah. Like I say, definitely appreciate it, 'cause I know from my side I appreciate you hosting these events. All these community driven events are super great. Keeps people engaged, keep people interested, and keeps people coming to your store too. You say you've got a great store. I love coming here. I can attest to that. I'm happy to come back anytime.
Yeah, really appreciate you also jumping in and helping with the commentating.
Of course. I got my queue last night, then I got a message like, hey, do you want to help do some commentary? I was like, yeah, no, what? Sure.
By the way, congrats on the queue.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Because I got very lucky yesterday. I paid my money for MTG Premium and got rewarded.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I played Magic on easy mode yesterday.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, let's see. One thing I do want to mention is we're having our next RCQ for this season next Saturday.
Cool. Awesome.
February 1st.
I assume it's standard again?
It will be standard, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're always going to do standard.
Okay.
We're not going to do limited or anything like that. So if you're expecting to see limited on coverage for an RCQ from Game Night,
probably out of luck on that one.
We'll probably do limited at some point. We have a vintage. It's like a proxy vintage cube that we have. and we're doing what we call invitational qualifiers. And so as you win these, you're queued for an event that's invite only, right? And it's free.
Eight people.
All of the money, or most of the money anyway. We got to keep money to update the cube and maintain whatnot. But most of the money is going back into that invitational, and we'll have X amount of players playing for that price.
I think I might have to come here and show my vintage cube chops a little bit. Let's see if I can let's come up here and show folks how it's done. Love me some vintage cube.
I might play the one you play in just to show you.
Ooh, all right. We'll battle. I'm
an artifact guy.
I will draft whatever's open. I tend to draft these like aggressive white decks in vintage cube. That's my comfort zone.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, but I'm pretty flexible. If I draft paper cubes, I'll draft kind of whatever's open. Try to just draft and win the table. But yeah, that'll be fun if I can come down here and battle some vintage cube as well.
Anytime, man.
Of course.
I think next one we're doing them once a month. Next one's coming up in February. Just check the calendar at GameNightTN.com.
Perfect.
And we'll see what else.
Cool.
I can't think of anything else.
All right. Well, we appreciate you for all the work you do for community, hosting all these events, and appreciate you coming in and talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Of course. And you can find Game Night on all major socials at GameNightTN.com. Yes.
All right. Thank y'all.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 of our RCQ today, held at Game Night in Columbia. Looks like this round we've got our head judge from last weekend, Garrison Fote, against a player who conceded to me for my invite last night, James Baggett. Looks like Garrison is going to be playing the blue-black deck that we saw in round 1 against Michael, and then James Baggett is playing a mono-blue version of the Terror deck. If there is ever a card that I have seen James Baggett like to cast, it is Unsummon. He loves an Unsummon. But yeah, this is kind of like the blue-black or the blue-green Terror deck, but we're also on this. We're leaning into like Unsummons and like all the cantrips. We have like Opt, Curate, Sleight of Hand.
This town,
like all these dinky cards. We love it. And then Garrison is playing the blue black version of the Pixie deck. How do you think this matchup looks from both on either side?
So as far as like attrition, I like the Dimir Pixie side. Personal favorite, Mono Blue Terror.
Yeah, gotta be a fan favorite for the room today.
Like
I know before the event he said he's going to handicap himself in this event by playing this deck.
Yes.
But he is currently 2-0, so he's not handicapping himself that well.
So it looks like James had the Unsummoned for the Pixie, said, you know what, I'm just going to replay it. Just completely tapping out, making sure that Spyglass Siren stays in play, get the map token. Looks like that James is curating right now. Trying to decide the cards that they want. Deep in the tank.
I know these two do some playing testing stuff together as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure they're very familiar with the matchup.
They travel together a lot for events and stuff. So yeah, they're familiar with what each other is doing. Like James is gonna go to his turn. Play that island. Let's see if we put a terror into play. Terror number 1.
Terror count 1.
All right, that was a 2-mana terror with 5 instants and sorceries in the yard.
That's pretty impressive because usually we're playing 5-mana terrors.
Yeah, Devin last weekend played 5-mana terrors, but turns out the graveyard hate is not as impressive in the main deck in this format as it is in Pauper. James wants to stop Garrison in combat, I believe here.
Over under on the Unsummoned.
He's gonna play the Eddie Mark Crab.
Get crabbed.
That's terror number 2.
And
we have the double
nowhere
to run to kill the terror. That's impressive. Very nice, Garrison. And resolve that through any potential shenanigans that James might have.
Got another curate. Gonna be looking for some more cards.
Yeah, we're trying to find another threat here, I'd imagine.
Bend one, drew the other. Playing an island into a
Storm Chaser's talent. That makes this deck tick quite a bit as well. Gonna be able to pick up some of those instants and sorceries and try to find more threats, like these more terrors or more Eddie Mark Crabs.
I will say that Otter looks like a blue energy from Pokemon, but I'm here for it.
That appears to be what is going on here.
I can get behind it. We're gonna map the Spyglass Siren.
We're gonna try to see if we can race a little bit here.
Show a land.
All right, does not put a counter on that, but does put the land into hand.
Which I think at this point, getting more mana into play to be able to play more spells than the opponent. James on the right-hand side could be the method of madness here.
Yeah, I know. So Garrison's playing a little fun of one of in Dour Port Mage. This is a 2-mana 1/3. Whenever one or more creatures you control leave the battlefield without dying, draw a card. And then you can pay 2 and tap it, return target creature you control to its owner.
Another target creature.
Can't target itself, but it's really good with like the Spyglass Sirens and all the other
fear of isolations and such like that. Pretty strong here. And drawing lots of cards. I imagine both sides love drawing cards. In fact, I know both sides love drawing cards.
Looks like we are going into the red zone with the Crab and the Otter. Going to lose that Spyglass Siren. Yep. Go down to 10 on Garrison's side.
We'll see if James decides to activate that Storm Chaser's talent and pick up a card. That's like exactly what he's going to do.
Leveling up. Going to, in response, this town ain't big enough. Put back the Nowhere to Run and targeting the Storm Chaser's talent.
Correct.
Which I'm guessing that James is probably just going to slam it back down and make an Otter pass.
I would imagine that to be the case, yes.
Instep, we're gonna put back the crab,
gracious.
get back the
that's huge beatings. Double this town on that turn was a big game from Garrison.
Big brain plays.
It was so big that there's not enough room for two.
Playing their own Storm Chaser's talent. What kind of otter we got?
I imagine Garrison's got the actual otter. Oh, no fan otters here.
No fan made otters. We have
the Wizards of the Coast provided otters.
We're back on James's turn.
Imagine we're gonna get in the trade.
We're gonna unsummon.
We're gonna into the Flood Maw here.
Sorry, unsummon actually informs. We're gonna into the Flood Maw.
Essentially unsummon.
Yeah.
In the current situation.
Nowhere to Run the other otter.
Yep.
Get that thing out of here.
And say Garrison does have the backup Nowhere to Run, so we know about that already.
Yes. We do know that James has the crab.
Oh, there's a Flood Pit Drowner from Garrison on the end of turn.
Flashing that in on the opponent's turn.
A nice little 2-1 with Vigilance there. Nothing to put a stun counter on here, but
we are gonna crab before combat.
James is going to Eddie Mark crab the Flood Pit Drowner. Garrison is now going to level up his Storm Chaser's talent, choosing to put this town ain't big enough back into his hand. And it's a pass back to James. Let's see what he wants to do to further progress the game a little bit. He's down to 2 cards in hand. We're going to go for the throw at the Eddie Mark crab. Let's see. He could choose to unsummon his own, and he will.
Save our
that's the fun
that's
the fun part about playing unsummon is you can start to use use it on your own creatures. The other one, the End of the Flood Maw,
can only target
does not target your own creatures. We're gonna put the Eddie Mark back into play. The cool thing, the nice little song and dance here is that Garrison can end up bouncing like all his Storm Chaser's talents and the Eddie Mark crabs, but you can say James can just keep replaying them as well.
Yes,
like because they're all flash. Like there's no graveyard hate. Like his graveyard's full. They're gonna be the full reduced cost as well. So
going to bounce the Flip It Runner and the Storm Chaser talent.
Yep. So we can see if we can get a counter on that Eddie Mark crab and see if we can try to shuffle it back into the deck.
Which is a good piece of interaction because even though there are kill spells on Garrison's side, being able to bounce it back to back, James, like you said, is going to just replay it again. So putting it back in the deck can at least gain you some kind of tempo play.
Yeah, I know. I'll take a little wisdom from the Yu-Gi-Oh world here. I know that it's better to put cards in the deck than it is in the graveyard.
Correct.
Same kind of scenario here. It's better to put the cards back into the deck than into James's hand.
Correct.
You're way less likely to find them in the deck than you are in the graveyard. So many ways to pick them up, or not ways to necessarily to pick the Eddie Mark or the crabs up from the yard in this matchup, but
we have
still just
one crab down,
just getting them out of
one
the way
to go.
Yeah, we got a crab with a stun counter on it.
It's a very nice stun counter. It's the top of a dice box.
It sure is. Quick, efficient.
Love to see it. Leveling up the Storm Chaser's talent, probably to get the Unsummon. Yes.
Unsummon's James loves that card. I for many years loved that card. Anytime that card's a playable card standard, he's gonna try to find a way to play it.
So it looks like we are blocking with Flood Pit Drowner, Nowhere to Run, bouncing it back to the hand, and passing back.
James would love to find his own copy of this town.
Yes.
We would absolutely love to find it, because if he can start bouncing his own Storm Chaser's talent, it looks a little bit better for him. This is going to be a lot of back and forth, though, for quite some time.
Yes. The question is that does the attrition from having black in the deck going to outdo the efficiency of just only running one color?
I would imagine that it does. Garrison wants to get in the red zone here, but James is trying to think if he wants to fire off that Eddie Mark crab here or not.
I do believe that is the only card in his hand.
I believe that the only card in Garrison's hand is This Town.
Or sorry, the James only has the Eddie Mark crab.
Oh no, I'm sorry. He does not have This Town.
Shuffling in the other crab.
That's big game for Garrison. Takes off a nice 5/6 off the board that keeps tapping down his team every turn.
And it's a free shuffle.
It is a free shuffle for if he wishes to choose to need it.
And leveling up the Storm Chaser's talent, probably getting This Town.
I would imagine he gets back at This Town. Yeah, that card's the namesake card of the deck.
Going into 5, going down to 5.
Okay. See if James can close this game out at all. Level up the full Storm Chaser's talent. Oh, he puts a Tolarian Terror into play.
1 mana Terror.
Yep. Say James really needs to find that his own This Town.
We just got one off the Storm Chaser's talent.
Correct.
So we're gonna fully level up the Storm Chaser's talent. And we are priced in to play This Town isn't big enough.
James drew an unsummon for the turn.
Oof.
That's pretty good here. Allowing Garrison to go to blocks here.
So declaring the block on the crab, bouncing.
Well, it does not have ward trigger because of the nowhere to run in play.
Correct.
Let's see if James what he decides to do with that unsummon in his hand.
I think the play is to bounce crab, make the block inefficient, let the Terror go back to hand, play Terror, you get the 1/1, and then go from there.
Okay, so we still have the Otter in play, we still have the Terror in play. Okay, James has still got that unsummoned just chilling out in his hand. Garrison, I wonder if he wanted to start getting any sort of aggressive here. If he activates that land, it's pretty bad for him because then James has got that unsummoned, but he just passes back the turn. Oh, there he goes. He finds that just This Town. Let's go. That's what he needs to kind of crack this game up in a little bit.
So having both of those bounce effects is really important here because it allows you to out-tempo Garrison's side by being able to swing freely and up. Obviously, he's not worried about the crackback because he's at 20, but it allows him to have that level of attrition.
Yeah.
We are activating the Restless Reef.
Yeah, that seems like Garrison's gonna have to do some blocking. Can't let both those come across this turn.
James is thinking. Allows the activation to resolve.
Let's see what he chooses to do with his own copy of This Town. He chooses to copy or chooses to target his Storm Chaser's talent and target the Otter.
Removing the Otter completely from play. We are now going to blocks.
Say, this seems like a nowhere to run just to survive the turn.
How big is the Restless Reef? It's a
4/4.
4/4.
Yep.
Then it was a 4/4 or the 3/4.
This is game one. We just started this match. Been quite a good game so far amongst our two players.
We are floating the mana off the bounced Restless Reef. Go for the throat.
Oh,
the Tolarian
we
Terror.
go through the throat here. Okay. Say does not have ward due to the
and just outright killing both.
Say James is going to replay his Storm Chaser talent, and I imagine next turn he's going to say he'll start doing the disgusting This Town ain't big enough, picking up the talent, doing all that good fun shenanigans. Garrison holding a couple flood pits, or holding a flood pit Striner, which he decides to deploy on the upkeep. To tap down this Otter. And the good thing is that when you activate it on the Otter, it'll just go away. It doesn't get shoveled in.
No,
It's just
gone
token.
forever.
Just a token.
We'll say that James only has the one card that he drew for turn in hand. Did use the this town on the previous. So we are in top deck mode for Mono Blue Terror. Garrison having the Nowhere to Run for the Otter.
That's a charter course.
Yes.
Yes, it is charter course. Different art.
Going to rebuy on the Storm Chaser talent to get the
This town back. Yep, that tracks. Pretty sure the card in. Do we know the card in Garrison's hand so far?
I don't. We do. I think that was the card that was drawn per turn.
Tap. Garrison now can get an attack for 2, and he can also shuffle back in that Otter token, so James doesn't have anything on the board going forward. Just that Storm Chaser's talent.
You see land as. I think the land was what the card.
All right, Garrison's going to get in the red zone. He's going to attack for 6 here. Or he's going to attempt to attack for 6 here. But James has got that Eddie Mark Crab. He gets to tap down both the creatures, but Garrison's probably just going to. Wow, that's going to do it.
Was too much.
Crab's going to do it because that forces Garrison to not be able to do anything else for the turn. Wow.
Going into game
that was a crazy game. Ripped that Crab perfectly on that turn.
Insane. I do believe that was like one of the few outs.
Yeah, another this town would have been fine, but I think Eddie Mark Crab just putting the pressure plus the stop you from attacking is exactly the card you need. Because Garrison doesn't have any main deck counterspells. And let's see what our players have for going into sideboard here.
I know for James, we have 4 Flood Pit Drowners, 3 Filigree Silex, 3 Get Out, 2 Negate, 2 Minor Misstep, and a Tashana's Tidebinder.
So I imagine that the minor missteps are going to come in. The counters a CMC 1 or less, or CMC 1, which is going to be huge, countering the Storm Chaser's talents. Like, you just do not want those on the board. He's going to bring in, probably, I imagine, the Negates and the Tashana's Tidebinders. Just being able to stop anything crazy going on Garrison's side. And on Garrison's side, his sideboard is 1 Blot Out, 2 Cut Down, 1 Duress, 1 Get Out, 1 Gix's Command, 2 Malicious Eclipse, 2 Negate, 1 Shieldred, 2 Witch's Vanity, and 2 Tidebinder Mage. So I imagine that he is going to want to. Actually, I need to read what Witch's Vanity does. I've never read that card. I'll be honest. Witch's. Let's see. Witch's Vanity is a saga from Wilds of Eldraine.
Let's see. I am also trying to get it pulled up. It is spelled weird with apostrophe. We're trying, chat.
We're getting there.
Alright, Witch's Vanity. 2 mana saga. First chapter, destroy target creature and opponent controls, mana value 2 or less. 2, create a food token. 3, create a Wicked Roll token attached to target creature you control.
Probably not what he's going to want in the matchup. That'll help with that a little bit. So cards I'm sure that he is interested in are cards like Shieldred. Shieldred's going to be a powerhouse here. James has got a lot of cantrips in his deck, so he's going to want to cast those and to get the ball rolling on getting these Eddie Mark Crabs and Tellurian Terrors into play. Cards like Duress are probably pretty important because they'll just freely or cleanly answer these Storm Chasers talents. And I probably think that's probably one of his own copies and Negates as well. Potentially one's Tidebinders. Tidebinders actually not terrible here. Counters a Eddie Mark Crab trigger, which is pretty good here as well.
I do want to see, so Tashana's counters a triggered ability
of a creature, artifact, in land.
Artifact, creature, planeswalker.
Oh, planeswalker.
Okay, so it doesn't hit.
It'll counter it. It'll counter the trigger. It just doesn't stop the thing.
Correct. So I do believe that's what they would probably bring in for that.
Yeah. And I'm sure on James' side it'll just pour out some number of cantrips. probably. I'll admit the unsummons were very impressive that game. They're extremely impressive. I can say that's a card he's a big fan of. Anytime my card's standard legal, he wants to find a way to make that card good.
Made a believer out of me.
Yeah, that was very impressive. Imagine what those would have been if those were into the flood mods, like right there. Those would have been terrible in that situation.
Absolutely.
Like not being able to bounce your own like crabs and stuff. That would have been a really big game if for Garrison if those weren't the case. But he is playing his unsummons because unsummon target your own creatures as well, which is huge when your 5/6 creatures cost 2 mana. Yes. And they tap down your opponent's creatures, which is huge game.
We'll see. James is playing both Into the Flood Maw and Unsummon.
Yes.
So just having 8 unsummon effects, 4 of which can target your own things, is just.
I would imagine that the End of the Flood Maws actually come out for him. If I had to take a guess here,
right?
They're just not the best because you don't want to also give your opponent more into the battlefield stuff, but you want to be able to protect your creatures.
Correct. And with Dimir Pixie, like you said, wanting to bounce stuff back in and out, I would see those as.
Yeah, I can say the negates the minor missteps to counter basically just this towns, which is like worth it in itself, is really what we're looking for here.
Time and round. 1 moment.
Give you time and round. We got about 30 minutes left.
I can actually
give us exact time round.
I can't.
Beautiful.
Just give me 2 seconds, chat, and I can get that answer for you while we are waiting on them to shuffle up
and resolve some mulligans here. Very appropriate. Those blue mana sleeves for the mono blue terror deck.
I love when players do things like that, just pulling out their deck and just make it completely on theme.
Yeah, like the red player with the red sleeves, the red deck box, the red playmat, like all the whole shebang. Love that. It's good times. Embracing what you are as a magician. All right. Looks like Garrison's going to start the game off on turn 3 with a Storm Chaser's Talent, and James is gonna do a little curation action here.
Looks like I cannot get the time in. I will peek my head out here in a little bit to get time in.
Roughly 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of action that went on in that game, but resolved it pretty quickly.
And I will say that it was almost nearly as intense as the red-green Mice Mirror.
Yeah, very close on both sides. Now I'm curious if Garrison actually has this Enduring Curiosity, which is actually could be a pretty big game here too.
Having that card draw engine is really good.
Yeah, if you can ever get in with either Kaito or the Enduring Curiosity and have either resolved, it's really strong. All right, Garrison's gonna put James to the test here and see if he's got that negate. Gonna slam that Kaito. No ninjutsu here. We're just gonna cast it for full value. James is gonna curate again, see what he can find. It's all sleight of hand and card.
We did +1 Kaito as well to make ninjas larger.
Yeah, so looks like Garrison's going to try to race this game instead of taking the slower approach like the previous game. James doesn't have quite the flurry of cantrips that he had last game. Let's see what he can do to mitigate this a little bit. Ooh, the Filigree Silex. All right, so we got a little ratchet bomb action, basically, is what this one is.
Going into Garrison's
turn. To bring this one, I guess this does blow up all the small permanents that on Garrison's side of the board.
And then on top of that, if you need to get in big damage at the very end, you can just remove 10 counters, deal 12 damage.
We love that.
The final mode that probably rarely ever occurs, but it's still there.
We're gonna use it for, I imagine it'll be used as a ratchet bomb for the most part here. We're gonna start off with a chart, of course. So we'll draw 2, discard 1. We've not attacked yet, so we'll have to discard that card. And he is just going to go ahead and pack it up. He is got very, very, very good draw from Garrison there. Lots of pressure on very quickly,
and just not a lot to follow up with on James's side. So it's like, all right, I'm already up a game. I can afford to take this one out. Oh,
he's thinking about these mental missteps, so he is on the play this time, so those do get a little bit better.
Yes.
minor missteps, not mental missteps. Mental missteps are banned card in like every format.
Bring back mental missteps.
Let's not do that. That's terrible. A card is bad for people. But minor misstep countering those one drops is gonna be pretty huge here, I would imagine.
As long as it counters a Storm Chaser's talent,
that's what
money.
It's there for.
It's just money.
That's literally what
time.
It's there for.
So I do see that James Baggett has the hot dog jersey. What part of the hot dog? Is it left dog, right dog, middle dog?
I don't actually remember which part of the dog he's on.
Chat, if you know what part of the hot dog that James Baggett is on, let us know. I am a huge fan of Team Dog.
Oh yeah, it's our companion, almost companion teams, a little Team Tilt here with the two big teams in Nashville or the Middle Tennessee area. Bunch of wonderful people on both those teams. He's middle dog. Let's go. Dog. Thank you, Trader.
It's always so fun to see them like at the Team Trios events
because they just have their playmats laid out and it's the 3 playmats a nice big chili dog. It's sweet.
I think it's like what 6 playmats long. You've got the left, the middle, and the right.
Yeah, you just have
2 sides on each.
Yeah.
Always a sight to see.
There's only one left dog and one right dog.
There's only one left dog and one right. He's the middle.
He's a middle dog. Let's see. Trying to debate, make sure he's got the correct configuration going into game 3. I know he's already gotten his one qualification. He got his queued on Friday evening. And say technically won the one last night. They gave it to me graciously.
What his son's name is?
Oh, I know what his son's name is.
What's his son's name?
His son's name is Jace.
Huh. I wonder if that's baby Jace 16.
What his son's name? I think it's Jace. I know James has been a long time Mono Blue fan. So also ask James what his handle is on Twitter.
I bet
it's Jace's daddy.
Jace's daddy. Oh, I got a shout out. Hi, Hippo.
Hello.
My only moniker is just if you put my first initial last name is Cashmore.
Okay.
It's like a bad mumble rapper.
Cashmore.
I will say I do need to diversify my Magic play. So far, I've only been able to really play CDH with the leftover time that I have between helping managing the store, running the production of these streams, just helping out overall.
Which we definitely appreciate you doing.
I try my best. I was able to go to Eternal Weekend, play some Legacy.
Heck yeah.
I ended up playing Dimir Reanimator and Manaless Dredge. Manaless Dredge is really bad. Don't do it. I did it for a meme.
Oh, you should do the Phantasmagorians.
Phantasmagorian's a great card. Every time I could play it, I try to. But at Eternal Weekend, it was really bad. Nadu had main deck Memory's Journey, and I found that out the hard way. Like, oh, you have all these things that you want to dredge. Now they're back in your deck now. Oh, those are neat Phantasmagorians. How about you shuffle those back in your deck, please?
Nice endurance.
It's like, oh, you have a Dread Return. I'm going to shuffle your target back in your library. It was brutal every time. That was back whenever it was Frog Reanimator. So I got to play like peak Dimir Reanimator.
Yep, I did get to play James in the for my invite yesterday. Again, he had gotten his invite the night before, and I would like to go to an RC. So he gave me the win there. Nice. Soundly beat me. Was not particularly close. Was not close. He had the meat and bones of my deck, but I had the bombs of the deck. But the meat and potatoes were way better than the bombs.
Looks like from Garrison, we're looking to see Putting back 1 card. So mulligan to 6.
James is going to start off with the Storm Chasers talent. That's exactly how he wants to start.
Island Otter go.
I can say
Go.
James's deck is just full of a bunch of cantrips, so he's just going to look to power this thing up and get start attacking with his own Otter. He has more cantrips than Garrison does, more cheap spells, so it's going to work out pretty nicely for him.
We're going to end up sleight of handing. I will say that I love that particular sleight of hand art.
It actually was really sweet. I'll admit, because I'm usually a sucker for the more original arts, but that one actually does look really, really cool. I'll give it that.
The only other art that I like is the OG art.
It's like the Portal one?
Yeah.
I love the Portal art of that card. I love Portal cards. Like, almost all my basic lands I use at this point are all just Portal basics.
Nice.
Love Portal basics. Big fan of Portal lands.
So we are going to rebuy the Storm Chasers talent by putting that Fear of Isolation.
All right, James is going to look at an opt to the end of turn. Find out a card he likes. I'm going to untap. Let's see how he proceeds forward.
Another sleight of hand. I miss sleight of hand. Ad nauseum staple. Rip ad nauseum.
So funny enough, Garrison was popped in a stream I was in where I was playing some old modern decks. When Moto broke and they gave everyone like the free access or whatever.
Yeah.
So I played some old modern decks and I played an old version of ad nauseum, and I punted my way across that game and didn't. It was embarrassing. I think I was short 1 land away from a win with the lightning storm.
Oof.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. Like Garrison's like, I think you're short 1 land or 2 lands or something like that, and I was like, I just misread how lightning storm worked because I couldn't remember. It's been so long since I've seen that card put on the stack, anyways. He's like, use this Otter.
Judge only having 1 Otter token.
Come on, Garrison.
Yeah, man. We're going to target Otter and rebuying the Storm Chasers talent and getting there for that prowess damage.
Yeah, across for looks like 4 damage there.
5 damage.
Nice. Two triggers from the Otter there.
And it looks like we're curating.
Look at some cards. I'm trying to find something we're happy with here to keep the game moving forward. Really looking for more cantrips so you can start slamming double threats on turns, I think, here.
Need to grow them crabs, grow them terrors.
Yeah, fill up the yard real quick. Try to get some of those terrors and those any mark crabs into play.
I will say, obviously, now that we're into game 3, it was the correct choice just to scoop it up, go to game 3. This is a much better game.
Yeah, just give yourself some more time. Like, that game was very over. Like, Garrison just applied a lot of insurmountable pressure in that game. And caught James without like a negate there basically for the Kaito.
Correct. I will say, at least when you're mono blue, you either don't brick on lands or you are mana flooded.
Yeah. But looks like he's got a land situation underneath him, so he can make some good things happen. Looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4 instant sorceries in the yard.
And holding up just 4 mana.
Might have like an Eddie Mark Crab here.
Go for Eddie Mark Crab or this town.
He could start to bounce his own Storm Chasers talent.
We'll say that Garrison does have the Soulstone Sanctuary.
That'll probably be important later in the game.
That card's always just... It confused me because I'm so used to like manlands not being manlands after they're activated.
Oh, that one stays. That one stays. Alright, Garrison's going to come across here for a bunch of damage. And I'm going to flash in this Enduring Curiosity to try to draw him 3 cards here.
Here's my Ghost Cat.
Alright, there we go. Well, nice little counter speller for that one.
That's the Get Out, correct?
Yes, Get Out.
And flashing in Crab.
And you have a Crab here. Nice. Very nice. Crab costing only 5, or being short 5 on that one, so...
Being able to crack back for that 5
All right, there's this like double threat turn we're talking about here, where he's able to deploy that into turn,
and being able to get that crack back after that big swing is huge.
Big game, yeah. Because this that's a double terror. That's really big game for James here. Garrison's got to find like multiple copies of Nowhere to Run. It looks like his hand is like lands and like 1 spell. It's just 1 Storm Chasers talent. That's it. And Garrison's got 2 more lands in hand. That's not looking good. Not looking good for Garrison. Looks like it's gonna.
We are gonna get the flying damage in while we can.
Yeah, I can say it. Coming across for about 15 next turn with these crab and terrors.
If we get to see Staple Card unsummon, this could be quite the blowout.
This could be pretty good. I would love to see him winning with an unsummon would be very on brand. Okay. Goes to see what Garrison decides to do here. That was the huge turn that James needed to really cement his place in the game. All right, Garrison's gonna play the Storm Chaser's talent. He's got triple Otter. Those do block.
Ottertron activated.
Use another Otter.
Use the island.
I have so many.
Or the
island.
The blue. Yeah, it's basically an island.
It basically looks like an island. You could tell me that was an island, I would believe you. Especially now they have gold border cards in this new set too.
Oh, don't get me started.
And I'm like, oh, this is just island.
Getting the big swing.
I see some thumbs down. Whoa, another Eddie Mark Crab. Wow.
We decided, hey, we're going to have 3 attackers.
Let's see what Garrison can do here. This is a get out on Garrison's side.
Tell your crab I said leave.
Would prefer not to have that in play. Let's see. What is James's last card? I think that actually is an unsummon.
That'd be really funny to
unsummon the current Eddie Mark Crab and just replay it immediately. Garrison has no cards in hand now?
I do believe so.
Oh, he's got one card.
One card.
Oh no, it's a Flood Pits Drowner. Okay. We're tap down an Otter. We're tap down the real Otter. Gotta leave open the Pokemon cards. Can't have the Magic cards untapped.
No.
Let's see. Still looking pretty strong here.
Only blocking James. 1.
Going to 1 on Garrison's side. That's a bold choice. But he wants to give himself the maximum opportunity to try and win this turn.
It's a swamp in Garrison's hand.
Yeah, I knew it was a land left in Garrison's hand. See what he draws for turn. Is that a this town that he's drew?
Couldn't tell.
I think that might be a this town.
Not really any good targets for this town. Could play full price, get some attackers out of the way, play blocking duty, but not the best. We're going to activate the Soulstone.
Get to block in here. It seems like this is the appropriate line for Garrison to be taking.
I think that the line is to get in with the Soulstone, have it available for this town, and like Trader said, like bounce Talent and Bird.
Yeah, bounce the Fear of Isolation. James is deciding what he wants to do here, if he wants to block or not. James is a very smart Magic player. Chooses to just take this hit here.
No threat of ninjutsu, no threat of like any additional damage. He's got the higher board presence as far as creatures are concerned. So
there might be a little.
What's the Pokemon energy, Mason? The Pokemon energies are otters.
Those are that old Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, you know the otter. That's a blue energy.
It's the first I've heard of it today. I think there might be a little life total discrepancy going on here.
The real otter threw me off.
Yeah, you mean the actual game piece that's supposed to be here?
The real otter. We'll note that we are off Ottertron. We only have 2.
Only 2 otters here. Actually, no, we have 3.
Where's the third one?
That's Soulstone.
Get out.
It is! It's an otter. It has all creature types. We have Ottertron.
Can we see deck lists? We will have deck lists available after the RCQ.
For the top 8.
For the top 8.
Yes.
And we will post them on Moxfield, and you can find that information on Facebook at Game Night TN. We will also post it in our local Nashville MTG group. And we will also try to make, and it'll all be on Moxfield. And we'll have it bookmarked as today's RCQ.
Beautiful.
Just might take a little bit, though. I'm off for the next 2 days, so.
You're kind enough to put them in for us to begin with. All right.
Give the people what they want.
All right. So we figured out life totals here. James was at 8, goes down to 5 here. Let's see what he wants to do this turn. Garrison is forced to do lots of blocking.
There's no good rebuys for the Storm Chaser's talent.
No.
Like if we had an unsummon the Graveyard, it's over.
Yeah, if
rebuy unsummon.
Actually, he can just buy. Let's see what if he wants.
Caleb, thanks for the follow. We appreciate you.
This is tough on both sides. This is a really good game.
This has been a very entertaining game.
Yeah.
Like all games today have just been great.
All right, James is just gonna jam here. James is gonna just put the screws to Garrison, make him have something. He's got the This Town, which I believe that's what's the last card in his hand. He does have the This Town, which is it's still not even that bad here because he can just replay the Eddie Mark Crab and not be dead to the creatures that are currently on Garrison's side of the board. So, and say James still got 2 terrors in place. Still got a Storm Chaser's Talent he can activate. He's got the Eddie Mark Crab now in his hand, so he's looking pretty.
iPhone 747, thanks for the follow. We appreciate you.
Or activate the Storm Chaser's Talent. Probably just look for a cantrip here, I'd imagine. Or could do the Get Out as well.
I think I would get the Get Out. Deciding not to level up the Storm Chaser. Upkeep.
Choosing to upkeep that so he just doesn't even have... Garrison doesn't have an opportunity to draw a card that's relevant here. He's going to draw a land, and that's going to be it. James is going to go take it down.
Alright, we can hear them laughing behind the door here. We are going to get James back here for the interview with the other James. Our James.
So many Jameses.
More than one.
He showed me who was the real James last night.
Whoa.
I mean, he did. He put the beating down on me last night pretty well.
Well, now you can just have a nice casual conversation about how he beat the Mirror Pixie.
I can. You're correct.
So we're gonna watch them to kind of talk it out.
Yeah.
Make it just a little less awkward whenever we get James back here.
No, that was a super good match from both sides. Very well played on both sides. Love to see a little mono blue action here. So definitely taking advantage of that unsummon action that he's got going on in his deck. Love to see that. He's been doing that for a long time. Glad to see he's brought it back out for this event. It's pretty sick. And yeah, I think I called everything except for the. Are you brought in the Flood Pits Drowner as well? Interesting. I guess it's pretty good against the Kaito.
See, I wasn't thinking the filigree side. Then it made sense.
Oh, because it kills the 1-drop. So he took it outpost in game 3.
Right.
Yeah. And I did say this is just Ratchet Bomb in that scenario.
Yeah, standard Ratchet Bomb.
Yeah, just Ratchet Bomb, and then it is able to move into the more proactive minor misstep there, which is pretty sick.
And I can hear through the door, James is mentioning like wanting to bring in more interaction for game 3.
Yeah. Instead
of worrying about dealing with stuff on the board, just interact with Garrison on the spell level.
Yep, that sounds about right. Say, we'll get James in here in just a minute and come chat with us about his love of unsummon. Also want to give a shout out again to our hosting store, Game Night here in Columbia, Tennessee. Putting on some beautiful events every weekend. You can find a card game that tickles your fancy and come play.
Also, let's forget James is on the Common Ground podcast.
Yes, my podcast where me, Thomas Gunn, and you saw earlier Cameron Schindler talk about Popper every week. We have an episode every week on Thursday, and anything Popper related, send us your questions. We love to take episode suggestions and run with them. And we'd love to have you join us.
I have an excellent question to ask for the podcast.
What's
With
that?
Team Trios coming up.
Yes.
What do you think is going to be the best deck to play in the Popper seat?
I will default to the winner of the last event and say that is going to be Brood Scale.
Brood Scale.
I think it's Brood Scale. That's what I personally will be playing. I will be playing a Pauper Seed, and I will be playing Brood Scale. Because my whole team will also be playing Malevolent Rumble decks because of a joke. But that's that.
See, like, I also wanted, like, I want to play in the Pauper team as well, and I'm looking to play just Gruul Malevolent Rumble.
All right, looks like we got James in here.
We got James.
James, here, come talk about this Mono Blue Terror
Let's
deck.
talk about how awful and terrible and bad and loose we played that whole match.
But it was so sick. Though.
Did you guys see the activate, go to level 2, count my graveyard, oh crap, back up, never mind, that's no good.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
Because then I can't recast my thing.
Yeah. Counting's important.
Counting's important. So, looks like you brought Mono Blue Terror to the event today. And I called out multiple times for the stream. You are a lover of Unsummon.
I will play any crappy Unsummon that there is in Standard, typically.
That's what I called. I was like, you've been doing that for a long
time. I did 8 this time.
Yeah, you say playing into the Flood Maw plus your Unsummons. Those game 1 were absolutely huge.
Wasn't that a sick game?
That was a very sick game.
It was
awesome.
So, basically... If Garrison ever wants to go for a Kaido, we just get to stare at each other and talk about, like, if he goes for a Kaido, it's a lot less impactful, especially if there's not a nowhere to run in play already. Yeah. So, like, it was mostly just us jawing back and forth. Can I go to combat? Can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do that?
Yeah, just lots of this going on.
The game 1, I just blew a lot of those spells early because I was trying to get to the terrors and just
put them under.
It was a time walk, basically. It's play a Spyglass, activate it, pick it back up. Okay, play a Spyglass, activate it, pick it back up, play it again. I just bought 2 turns, and my everything cost 2 less at that point.
And then,
so
I know there was like multiple turns where you're able to like protect your own like Eddie Mark crabs and stuff like.
Right. So typically in the matchup or in the way Mono Blue, the way I've been playing it is like you have all these unsummons in game 1, and you just play this aggressive tempo strategy. And when people try to account for that, I just take Flood Maw out in almost every matchup because they're bringing in removal spells. Garrison's already on Nowhere to Run. The Dimir deck is actually really tough because they're on Nowhere to Run.
Yes, which we saw came up.
Right. Yeah. So, where was I going? I lost it. Flood Maw comes out a lot, and we just leave Unsummon in to play protection.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Garrison. I think the deck probably should only play 3. This town ain't big enough, just because it doesn't have as many permanents to interact with like the Dimir deck does. We're only on Storm Chaser's talent and then trying to get to crabs.
Yeah.
So there's maybe a flex slot there, but I don't know. We'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll figure it out. There's lots of good cheap stuff going on. In
the deck is bad. Do not play the deck. I'm the only person on the face of the planet that can play mono blue crap and find success with it. Unfortunately,
I would agree.
Yeah.
Once I saw that on someone list, I'm like, yep, that looks like a James.
That looks like a James Baggett deck. That's right.
That's what it looks like to me. Interesting. I saw you brought in the Filigree Silex game too. So like just kind of like using a ratchet bomb.
So we're just playing it for ratchet bomb. It's there for the Convoke matchup. Where we just clear up, like let them do their thing, clear up all their tokens, and then just deal with a 4/4. It's not as impactful when we have 5/5s and crabs and stuff like that. So I brought him in against Garrison because if the games do go long, Fear of Isolation, Nowhere to Run, those are the cards. And when they go for a this town, we just crack it, and Flood Pit Drowner too. Like there's a lot of 2s.
Yeah, just clean up a lot of stuff.
Took him out for game 3.
Yeah, I saw that. So boarded in like the minor missteps instead.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm dumb and forgot about boarding in minor misstep.
Again, for the
even on the draw, you're supposed to have it.
Yeah, like except for the Storm Chasers challenge, just a clean answer.
Talent, Hopeless Nightmare, both are like pretty important plays for them. And then went for the Drowners in game 3. I didn't have them for game 2.
Yeah,
being on the draw on the play, I took out Charter Course. And basically, and well, I mean, it's there. Like all you do in game 1 is just cantrip. But like once you're adjusting for the sideboarded games, I just want to act on the opponent's turn. Basically, everything's running at instant speed. So So we brought the Flood Pits in on the play. The missteps came in. They should have been in for both games. I just was bad. The get outs are great because we can, we're both doing the same thing and pick up our stuff. It's a protection spell, counter spell, everything. And then the one Tidebinder because
Coach is good.
Yeah, I had 14 cards and just needed another slot. So.
That's always it's a fine card.
Yeah, it's fine. I played against Golgari Beans last round.
Yeah.
Like it's like domain control, but it's just black green.
Did you play against Tristan?
I did. Yeah, I played. Yeah, so you saw him round 1, I think, on camera.
Yes.
I played Tristan game 2 or round 2, and The one Tidebinder was so impactful in game 3.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we played it, picked it up, picked it up.
Yep.
We just stifled an Overlord like 3 or 4 times.
Heck yeah, let's go.
And he had trouble getting lands in play for a while there in game 3. I finally squeaked it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, deck suite, don't play it. It's really not good, but it's a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, it looks really cool. It looks like you put in some good play on the camera. Love to see it. Hope good luck going forward as well.
Thanks. I think we're locked.
I believe you can. Yeah,
Yeah, pretty sure we can double draw. So
cool. Well, good luck in top 8 then. If
thanks.
That's all right, that was James Baggett with his mono blue terror deck. Love to see when he registers those unsummons. I know good things are happening when he does that. And it looks like we're going to be right back for round 4 of coverage here at the RCQ at Game Night. welcome back to round 4 of our RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. This round, we have my other 2 co-hosts from my Pauper podcast on coverage. We have Thomas Gunn and Cameron Schindler. Looks like Cameron got the pair down this round, but I wanted to catch these 2 because these 2 are both very tight players and will have a great match for you this round. Cameron is playing, so we saw earlier, Cameron is playing the Red-Green Mice deck. Thomas is going to be playing the Simic Terror deck. Kind of doing the same thing that we saw last round on coverage for James, but he's going to be adding green, so he's playing like Up the Beanstalk and some of the ways to fuel up these terrors, such as Cash Grab and stuff like that. So trying to mill over some cards, pick up some permanents, try to get Eddie Mark Crabs and terrors into play. Same, it's also Storm Chaser's talent deck. But yeah, this should be a good match. Lots of good play between the 2, and yeah, Kyle will be joining me shortly for this round. Anyways, once again, I'd like to thank Game Night for hosting us here for our RCQ. Get one player qualified for either Hartford, Connecticut, or Minneapolis. It'll be a good time. We do have some undefeateds going into this round. I think we have 3 undefeated players, I believe, going into this round. So, yeah, I think there's 3 undefeated players. Yeah, 3 undefeated players. Thank you, Jeff. Good day to you as well. Always a good day when we got people battling out there, battling out some Magic. Always a good time. Somebody playing for that invite. Want to get queued. All right. Once again, ask you to follow the Common Ground MTG on Spotify. Every week we release an episode going over your favorite format, Pauper. But today your favorite format is Standard because these players are trying to queue for the RC.
Love that RC.
We do.
Gonna go battle the big boys. What we have right now, we have the battle of the podcast members.
We do have the battle of the podcast. Now, historically, this is these 2 have some trouble against each other in tournaments. I believe that Cameron is very good against Thomas historically when matches matter. But let's see if we can turn the tide a little bit. And
yes, Jeff, I did reappear. I'm not just a ghost that's just chilling on the left-hand side.
That's right. We'll love to have Kyle in the booth with us.
Looks great, Thomas.
All right, looks like Cameron's going to start off with that Heartfire hero and pass it over to Thomas. See how Thomas chooses to develop this game. So he's also a terror deck, so he's going to try to do some stuff to get an early terror into play, or an early Eddie Mark Crab.
Now, terror decks, especially the Simic / Sultai, I have a lot of knowledge in. I'm going to guess.
What's
the guess is Instep, Beautiful.
You will be correct.
I did it.
You did it.
We did it, chat.
I think he has 2 copies in his hand, so yeah, it works out. He's gonna take a damage to do that, which is not what you exactly want to be doing against the mono red deck, but that's fine. Like I say, you're looking to put big 5/5s into play, 5/6s into play, so you're looking to power out those gigantic threats.
I will say that he did mill over the Sonic big enough.
There is the reason to be playing green in this deck. We've got Up the Beanstalk.
Correct.
This card's going to draw a lot of cards with all these terrors and Eddie Mark Crabs.
We do see, however, Cameron just slamming a Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, slams that Screaming Nemesis down for an attack for 4 there. Puts Thomas down to 15. Actually, I think he should be 1 lower.
No, he gained the life from Seed of Hope.
Oh, that's correct. That's how that card works. Ignore me.
Well, I don't want to ignore you. You're casting.
That's true.
We are going to investigate or analyze the pollen, to get a basic land.
Yep.
Alternate text is
collect evidence 8.
Correct, and you can go get a land or creature.
Tutor for tutor for basically whatever you want. Which, and here we're gonna in game 1 at least we're gonna be tutoring for some terrors and some Eddie Mark crabs. I imagine Eddie Mark crab probably the better one here.
Yes.
Get it. We'll do a little fogging impression. All right. Let's see how Thomas wants to move forward on the game. This is also the deck of choice for Thomas in Pauper as well, actually. Ooh. He plays the little mono blue terror. I think he just moved over to fairies, but he had been playing the terror deck for quite a while.
Cameron does have another scream.
Wow, this is pretty brutal. So looks like Thomas is going to try to bounce his or draw a card off of his Up the Beanstalk and target his Beanstalk and the Screaming Nemesis here. What is Cameron gonna fire off here? Looks like a good monstrous rage turn. Or is it a Wish Stalker friend? Oh, it's a Burst Lightning.
So deal the damage. Make it so. Redirect the damage. Can't gain life.
Yeah, no more Seed of Hopes happening here. We're down to 8 here. Let's see what Thomas can do to stem the bleeding a little bit here.
We got another cash.
He's under quite a bit of duress. Okay, this Screaming Nemesis is going to pose quite a bit of a problem for him because he won't be able to gain life for the rest of the turn or the game, and he can't really block these block with terror because then the terror just fires up against your life total there. So
and he's grabbing the crab off of the cash grab.
He's going to fire off an Eddie Mark crab there. Looks like he's just going to pass the turn here. Got enough instants and sorceries in the yard to cast that Eddie Mark for 2.
Discarding the other cash grab because it's already fulfilled its purpose. It's filled the graveyard.
Yeah, the graveyard
Cameron doesn't really have a lot of graveyard interaction.
In fact, he has 0. In fact, he has 0. Oh, yeah, he has Ghost Vacuums post board.
Yes, post board.
Post board, not game 1. He does not have anything here. Both of them. Let's see.
We have a Offspringed Paw Patch Recruit. And the Eddie Mark Crab is deployed to tap down the other 2 creatures that are in play. And Cameron is going to be passing it back to Thomas. Another Seed of Hope drawn. Life gain is not going to happen, obviously, because of the Screaming Nemesis. I do think that we filled the graveyard enough. At this point, it's time to start putting down big threats and trying to gain that advantage. Going to 1 green, we are going to Bushwhack, Fight Spell. We're going to get rid of one of the Paw Patch Recruits.
Love the Easter sleeves from 2019. Actually, that's how long ago.
Really, was that long ago?
It was 2019 because I had those in Vegas of that year. I remember.
And then Thomas is going to swing in for 5, land of the land, and pass it back.
Those were a very beloved, probably one of the all-timer Dragon Shield sleeves. I think
it's been one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's quite a good one. I think I've still got some laying around somewhere, half box of them or something.
My favorite ones recently are the Rose Gold that you can barely find.
Love those. Those look great. I think we had somebody on coverage last weekend that had them. Yes. We made definitely mention of them.
Screaming Nemesis number 2 coming down.
This is getting pretty rough for Thomas here. Let's see what he wants to do. 2 mana. We're going to this town and target the token, the Paw Patch token. Let's see. Cameron just trying to find a way to cross over the finish line here. This looks like a nice opportunity for Thomas to be able to bounce the Eddie Mark Crab, replay it, and tap down both of the Screaming Nemesis, or Nemesi, however you want to talk about that. And then Cameron will be able to get a hit in here for, it looks like, currently with 5 damage.
Going to tap down the...
Or no, looks like you need just to get hit in here for 3 of Screaming Nemesis.
3, a lot better than taking, like, what is that, 9?
Would have been 5 just from the Heartfire here if he chose just the Screaming Nemesis. Like, find a sleight of hand to see what he can cantrip into a way to remove these Screaming Nemesis from play. They're going to be very difficult for him to deal with.
Has
like, has the Seed of Hopes, and he can't do anything with them because he can't gain life because of the Nemesis trigger that Cameron did to Cameron burst lightning his own Nemesis to deal the 2 to to Thomas so that he can't gain life. Huge part of that card.
I think from here, a lot of play is just to dig deeper for more threats to block.
I think he just needs to find more Eddie Mark grabs. Is really the goal here. I Cameron has even still got multiple cards still left. So
I know one of them I think was a Manifold Mouse. I believe
that's big game, especially if you can do the make Offspring on it. Pretty powerful here. Almost looks like he's gonna fire off this up the beanstalk.
Get some beans.
Finds a Yavimaya Coast. See if he can go digging with a sleight of hand here. Just another sleight of hand. Looks like he's going to take the sleight of hand. See what he can find.
How far can we do?
That's the idea.
Once more. Get out and unsung.
And that's gonna do it. Cameron just putting on the work in on people today with this red green mice deck.
Mice will get you when you least expect it.
Yeah, currently he was 3-0 going into this round. See if he can rack it up to a 4-0.
Can we see Thomas Gunn's sideboard?
Certainly can.
Here in the commentating booth.
We certainly can. Let's get that.
Because as you can see on the screen, Thomas Gunn is listed as Sultai Tempo. So the reason being is that main deck, not a lot of black cards. Sideboard, lots of black cards.
Main deck, his only black card is the kicked portion of Rona's Vortex.
Correct.
But in the post board, he has lots of different options here.
We have Go for the Throat, Keen-Eyed Curator, Minor Misstep, 2 Negates, 3 Nowhere to Run, Pick Your Poison, Shrouded Shepherd, an actual Swamp, 2 Terra Sunders, a Swarm Weaver, and a Tashana's Timebinder.
Yeah, so cards he might be interested in here are the Swarm Weavers. I imagine that's probably pretty good as a way to just really clog up the ground. And because it makes all your threats, or your 2 insects Death Touch, which is going to cleanly answer all these cards. Nowhere to Run's going to be a huge card. Go for the Throat's going to be a huge card. The swamp will come in to facilitate, because he just has so many ways to search for basics in his deck that he can just do that.
The Shrouded Shepherd
probably also he might bring that in here. I don't think that's for this matchup, because there's not very many X1s necessarily in this deck. That's really for the Otters, I think.
It looks like
he's just going to show us what he's doing, which is Nowhere to Run's,
Tashana,
the Tashana's Tidebinder, and
Swarm Weaver, and I think Go for the Throat.
Yep,
and the Swamp.
Sounds about right. Yeah, watched Thomas play a little bit of this deck for the past few months. He's been pretty high on it. He looked quite a big fan of putting Terrors into play, not even just in this format, in other formats as well.
I know that I pulled a lot of cards for this list for him. So
yeah, I do remember, because he needed when he swapped over to that the black version of this deck, and needed a few extra cards. It's like, so what Cameron's looking at here as well. I'm sure he's going to bring in, earlier we discussed, he's probably bringing in the Ghost Vacuums. Let's see what else he's got available too.
Looks like he's thinking about bringing Paw Patch formations.
Just an extra card that provides more pieces of cardboard. Anything that put multiple pieces of cardboard in play is very good for Cameron here. So he's probably say Ghost Vacuums are probably going to come in. The Paw Patch formations are good here.
Scorching Shot
deals 5. Can't quite kill a Eddie Mark crab here.
We're taking out Beanstalk, Land,
this town, Slight, and some other things.
So just kind of trimming.
Yes.
On Thomas's side.
That's not for that matchup. That's for the domain matchup. Could also bring, I think, is it 4 damage here? Oh, you could also bring in Lithomantic Barrage, just a 1-mana answer to a terror, or it will be a 3-mana answer total. Actually, it can't be countered, so it's even a 1-mana answer. This is a 1-mana answer to the terror.
How many Lithomantic Barrages do you have?
You have 3. You got 3 Lithomantic Barrage, 2 Ghost Vacuum, and I imagine that's probably about it or in the Paw Patch formations. Or Paw Patch Paw Patch formation does do something here. No, it doesn't. Not Paw Patch formation. Paw Patch
Austin, our judge, being the GOAT. I see that pizza. Thank you again to Austin for judging today's event. He is the greatest. He always is here. Him and Garrison both have judged events here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. We love them. We try to show love to our judges as much as we can. We can't do this without them. Big shout outs to them too.
Be nice to your judges.
Be nice to your judges. No slow play.
They work hard.
I am Kentucky. Thank you for the follow. We appreciate it.
Yeah, those pop patch formations are going to come in and kill, basically just to kill the Storm Chaser talent, because that is what
and
Thomas
Beanstalk.
And Beanstalk. So there's like huge pillars of what Thomas' deck is trying to do. We don't want him to get any, or Cameron doesn't want him to get any
extra advantage.
An extra advantage if he can help it. So yeah.
And also, as you can see on the nice little piece of note paper there, follow Common Ground MTG on Spotify.
Yep,
They're also on Apple Podcasts.
We're on all the podcast things.
All
the podcast things. Yeah, no, my two co-hosts are playing this round. See who's the best co-host.
Who's the best? It's you, because you're commentating.
I was like, I'm already qualified technically.
Oh, I'm qualified.
Got my qualification because neither of them were there yesterday to take it from me.
Hey, that's just how you got to do it.
I strategically planned my one RCQ of the season to be the one that neither of them are at, and it also be the one of our judge here is also not at either. So it helps my win percentage. Love how Cameron jokes about this pizza that Austin just walked out of the room with, knowing he cannot have any. It's unfortunate, but what he can have is he might be able to have himself another win here. Might be able to lock up this clean sweep into top 8.
He is 3-0 going into this.
He is 3-0 going into this. He did get the pair down to the Thomas.
So he has to win this.
He can actually take a loss here and a draw next round if he wanted to. I think.
Depends on how many 4-1s we got. Do you have the standings going?
This is not current rounds.
Not current?
I saw that they were paired, and I'm like, I don't need to know who else is going. These two are getting on coverage. Or on coverage for us today.
And then we will also have a top 8 breakdown once we finish round 5. I'm in the middle of building that right now. That way we can show to the world who do we have going into the top 8.
Looks like Thomas is going to take a mulligan here a little bit. Oh, good lord.
What is happening? Dice stuck.
Oh my goodness.
Dice stuck.
Goodness gracious. What is going on here?
Love when friends get to play each other.
We're just rolling dice for the sake of rolling dice.
11.
Beautiful. They both have their 11s. 11sies. I can hear them. I can hear them out there. That's beautiful.
They're yelling at us.
Oh.
11.
I love them dearly. Also, some playful banter at the table. Like, Cameron can't be beat by Thomas when it matters.
Ugh.
Just can't. Let's see if Thomas can turn this around in this game too, though.
I do see a Tashana's Tidebinder in Thomas's hands.
Yeah, all's fair in love and war.
Got a Monstrous Rage in Cameron's hand. Thomas is deciding. So he bottomed a nowhere.
Okay. Doesn't find the black mana for it unless he immediately finds the swamp. Immediately finds the swamp.
And bottom the swamp.
Yeah, just take the blue green land here. Works well currently.
Heartfire Hero for Cameron.
It's a good one. It's a good way to start the game. It's exactly the one drop Cameron wants, like every game.
Forest Go from Thomas. Mountain.
Get in there with that Heartfire. And the Emberheart Challenger.
Cash grab.
Do a little milling action. See if we can pick up a permanent. We find a Hedge Maze. The Hedge Maze looks awful familiar. I think I lent that to him. I don't need it. I think I only bought that so I could play it as a one-of copy in my modern deck.
You have a Seed of Hope from Thomas. Gonna gain that life.
He's gonna gain that life while he can.
Get that Gloom Lake Verge. Wanting to play that instead of the other.
There's a terror.
There's a
1 mana terror on turn 3. Now, let's see if Cameron can push through some damage. I imagine that. Remember, Monstrous Rage is not bad here if he still has any in his deck post board with all the bounce spells. Might not want to.
I will say that Thomas does have an Unsummon in hand.
That is good news here. Again, I'm say he and I talked after this past round, and he definitely likes unsummon over Flood Maw as well.
Yes.
He's a big fan. Being able to bounce your own crabs is big game.
I will say if you're in a multiple color Terra deck, I would run unsummon over into the Flood Maw.
Yeah.
If you have mono blue, you should run both.
Yeah, you can do that here. I think it's a split of some variety.
But over under on 3/3.
It is definitely not that. I think it's a 4-2 or maybe even a 4-1 split. Let me take a look real quick. Looks like we got. Oh, it's just 2 unsummon. Just the 2 unsummon. No Flood Maws.
No Flood Maws.
No Flood Maws.
Did not want to gift your opponent a fish.
Nope. He just wants the ways to protect his creatures and bounce his opponent's creatures. Say Cameron's gonna have a little hard time dealing with this. I think he's holding the barrage, or not holding barrage yet.
Another.
We're gonna crack in here. See how much we're gonna crack in for.
Block.
Do some blocking. See, we got the rage here.
Declared.
We got the rage here, which is going to work well for this unsummoned play that Thomas has got. Should that be the line he takes? I believe it will be. Yep.
Unsummon the target. Yep. Still getting some damage through, but not nearly as much as it would be with that Monstrous Rage.
Nope, Monstrous Rage resolving there would have been pretty bad for Thomas. Just going to pass back and see what Thomas comes up with now. He's got a Tishana's Tidebinder. That's not terrible currently on the board state. A Hedge Maze. Let's see if we can see what we find with the Surveil here. Push that cash grab into the yard.
We're looking to see if Thomas will swing in or if he's just going to pass. Looks like he just passed back to Cameron. Trying to peek at see at least a land.
See, I think I see another Heartfire in it. We still got the Heartfire in his hand from the unsummon.
I think there's a Burst Lightning as well.
Looks like a Burst Lightning to me. Again, I think he wants to keep that trick in of being able to storm or to target your Screaming Nemesis with it.
I want to say the other one is a Hired Claw. Either a Hard Claw or a Amplifier Hero.
Turns out Magic players like to move their hands around.
I bet it's a red card.
I would be inclined to agree with you. Think so. Cameron playing a lot of red cards in his deck.
Thank you, Thomas, for adjusting that wonderful piece of paper. Remember, follow Common Ground MTG on Spotify and all other major podcast platforms.
Right. I'm sure we'll do a little tournament recap of not only my win for the weekend, but of actually we'll get Michael Foley on this week's episode, talk about his win from last weekend, and depending on how well one of these two today, maybe one of these two Qs today, who knows?
But we will find out. We will be here.
That's right.
Commentating the entire way.
That's right. Yeah, these mice are definitely sneaking in their way to the top 8, I would imagine. So, all right, Cameron just gonna fire in with the Emberheart Challenger here. If he fires off a Burst Lightning, Thomas is going to probably remind him of a Ward trigger, if I had to guess.
Or just on a Sidebinder.
Well, actually, I think he's trying to target his own Valiant creature with. That's what it was. He's trying to Burst Lightning for a card. That's what it was.
Sneaky. Oh,
Plays 2 more creatures, so it's another.
Hard Claw and Emberheart Challenger.
Yeah. So Cameron is playing face up, or he's got 1 card left. 1 card left. So the one Tishana's coming in clutch there. Thomas just really needs to find a way to turn it around a little bit and he needs to get aggressive with the 5/5s. If he can help it. Got to protect himself, make sure he's not just gonna get run over, but he's also got to be able to apply some pressure as well.
Did see that Thomas does have a blue-black land in his hand as well as another card, so not a lot of choices. So
no,
the Surveil is huge.
Yeah, it's a minor misstep. Not looking too hot here.
swinging in the Tishana's. Probably saying, yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, it's a bushwhack. That's actually big game here.
Fight spell.
Yeah, fight spell here.
Alright, so we know that Thomas basically lets his face up. Wait and see what Cameron is going to do on.
He's got another Heartfire hero here.
All is going to be pumped with the land and swing sideways.
Attack for 1 with the trigger, the higher claw, so we'll take 1 there and take. We got currently 4 coming across. Thomas is trying to think about what he might happen to his terror here in combat, and he's just looking to take a hit for 2 here. Alright, pass back to Thomas, who just finds another land. Really needs to find some action here so he can start applying some pressure. He may just actually start getting aggressive here. Does Cameron have any cards left? I can't quite see.
Has 1 card left.
There's 1 card left. Cameron's got to play around what Cameron might have in his hand, as well as being able to apply some pressure too. Might just get in there with the Tidebinder. Yep.
Swinging in for 3 and getting the damage that they can.
Cameron's gonna go untap and draw to his turn. He draws the can't quite tell what that was. Guess we'll find out in about 2 seconds. Oh, land. I think.
Land, pump the mice, swing sideways.
Yep.
Player block.
Put a counter on it because the opponent lost life.
Hidden secret mode of Hired Claw.
Go to 3 here. And finds a Yava Mayakos. Not really what he's looking for. He really got to find something here. Gotta find something here.
Playing the Urge. $11.
I believe that's what Cameron's life total will be if Thomas chooses to attack with this Tishana's Tidebinder.
Like I want everyone to know.
And he denies us the 11. He's going to show him this. Oh, wow. That's going to do it. He's going to deal so much damage with this creature because it's a damage based on number of non-basic lands.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's also uncounterable. But yeah.
I think it's players can't gain life.
Oh, players can't get. Anyways, going to deal a ton of damage. Thomas is at a low enough life total that that's what's going to be lethal, and that's what's going to be the match. Cameron Schindler takes that down 2-0 over Thomas Gunn, his fellow podcast host.
That means we get to see Cameron again.
Do get to see Cameron again, and
So Thomas brought in the Nowhere to Run,
the
Swamp,
the minor misstep, the Tidebinder, and the Go for the Throat. That's it.
Cool. I will get that fixed up.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So we'll have Mr. Schindler come in here soon and talk about his victory over Mr. Gunn. He did bring in the Lithomantic Barrages and one Ghost Vacuum. Yep, and the big chunky creature you just saw. Take Thomas out here. Did they? They took a draw here. I see. Look at them. He's putting Thomas to the test and see if Thomas can win that last round to squeak him into top 8. Took the draw. What a homie. What a homie. Probably just talking outside, talking about some lines that they could have taken there. For the line.
Picture of their side.
Oh, okay. Assume we'll be talking about that later.
Getting that content.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Paige should give this to him.
Okay.
What's up, King? What's up? What's up?
We have a winner.
Dub.
We have a winner. All right. Well, since you're
welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Common Ground Podcast, your favorite podcast. We talk about your favorite format popper. I am your host, Cameron Schindler, joined as always by my co-host James. I just stole the show from you.
You sure did.
Interesting.
So you just went over your fellow co-host co-host of your podcast.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas Gunn.
Thomas Gunn took the victory over him with your red green mice.
With my red green mice
and
the power of 11.
The power of 11 to commemorate your win with your mice.
Well, thanks. I kind of went into that matchup a little nervous because
Thomas is a good player.
And just like 5/5s are hard to tack through.
Yep.
I can potentially outgrow them. I have a lot of ways to outgrow them. What was the other thought I had in my head? Squeaks. I have the potential to outgrow them, but if they just go like terror. It's like, wow, that's awkward.
Yep.
Like you saw game 1, he was able to fog a couple, like make my draw steps really awkward. I had like the double Screaming Nemesis draw, and Screaming Nemesis is such a good card.
A huge game there, especially being able to deny him the Seed of Hope life games.
Yeah.
That was big. That was a big game.
Since I had 2 of them, I was comfortable playing 1 on turn 3. But against like life gain decks, I don't love running them out on turn 3 without a burn spell to hit it.
Yeah, you had the Burst Lightning to back up the second
but
one.
I had that on turn, so turn 4 I went there, he bounced it, and I shocked the one that he bounced it. Just like, can't gain life, just get that out of here. That's not an option.
Yeah, so the Seed of Hopes are just kind of dead at that point. They don't gain any life.
Your life total is your life total, and I have like the Burst Lightnings to finish you off. And once you get below a certain life total against Screaming Nemesis, it's dicey, especially if you're blocking the 5/5s, because that's 5 damage and you're at 5, so it's now unblockable.
At that point, he has to awkwardly like play Eddie Mark crabs and like unsummons to like trade. Which is super weird.
Exactly.
And also like your higher claws then become super lethal threats because they're just attacking and dealing 1.
And undefeated, that's me, baby. But
you are undefeated.
But game 2, I really liked my game plan. I was starting to peter out really bad, but I have his Sunspine Links routing my hand in. He plays a ton
that
of
was
basics.
the card I couldn't tell what it was.
Sunspine Links. So when it enters a battlefield, it does damage equal
to the number of non-basic
cards. Yes.
That was the card that was the card we saw in the last turn of the game. It was just like, boom, this is going to close the door.
And even though like I'm trading, I'm pumping my Heartfire heroes, he has to block those. He's taking 3. He's taking 2 from the other creature. I'm like whittling down. So in my head, I'm like, if I'm just pecking at him 3, 4, and 5 a turn, eventually he's going to be at 6, and he's not going to play lands. He doesn't know that.
If his hand at the end of the game was 2 other lands,
he's going to play those lands.
I was I watched him rip 3 in a row. I was like, that's rough.
That really, really helps. That it can get out of hand if they start lead off a Storm Chaser's Talon. I attack with something, they bounce this town, their Storm Chasers, this town, my attacker, and like, God forbid, I Monstrous Rage. Like, I'm trying to be really defensive about my rages and like use them when I need them.
Because you don't want to get blown out by like any of the bounce spells like the towns and unsummons and stuff like that.
It's a waltz of a matchup. It's a dance. It really is. It's a really fun. Thomas played it really well. Just kind of got mana flooded in game 2.
Yeah, he got kind of messed up there. I even think he bottomed to land in his mulligan or whatever.
Yeah, and he surveilled too. So just like really,
so he just really finding all the lands. Like, if he found any sort of action that game, he would have been a little bit better positioned. But he just kind of bricked a few different key turns, and it kind of cost him.
But Gruul's a good deck. It grinds super well. It closes out the game really powerful.
Yes.
You have Seek the Beast and stuff. Like, you didn't see the power of Seek the Beast and Innkeeper's Talent that game, but you saw the power of Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, Screaming Nemesis is continuing to impress all day.
Yeah, it's a good magic card.
Turns out it's got the price tag to go along.
Yeah, exactly.
But thank you for coming in, and good luck in your last round. I'm sure we'll catch you in top 8.
Thank you. Yes.
Beautiful. Yes. All right, everybody. We'll be right back with round number 5 of the RCQ here at Game Night. All right, welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. This round, we have Will Stimson and Holden Johnson on coverage. Looks like Will is playing Boros Mice this round, so we got some fun cards here. We got a little Sheltered by Ghost action, which is going to be pretty big in the Mouse Mirror, because we had Holden on coverage earlier, and they were playing the Gruul Mouse version. So it looks like we'll have a nice, fun, interactive, aggressive matchup again, and should be a good time. Both players, you can say, doing pretty well. They're both live for top 8. So they're playing for, looks like probably what a win and in for both of them. I'm trying to let players resolve all their mulligans and whatnot.
And once again, Kyle is a ghost.
Kyle is no longer a ghost.
No longer a ghost, just a voice.
Ooh, spooky. Oh, the 12. Wow. Nice little high roll there. Whoa! They just double
back 12.
They just double up on high roll. Wow.
Call again. Oh, 7.
Oh, that's way less than also
And
a
7.
7. This is why I choose for the old odd even. This is it's a one and done operation.
6.
Also 6.
We're 3 for 3.
We are 3 for 3.
Jail.
This is great. The roll doubles again, go to jail. Somebody's played some Monopoly in their time. How about 9? Okay. It looks like Will's going to be on the play. This match. You can say here is Will's list. I'm going to pull up Holden's list very soon.
So, 2 different mice matchups. We've seen Holden before here on stream.
Correct.
Will, we're seeing the white splash instead of the greens.
Yeah, this actually is probably going to be pretty good for the Mice Mirror, I had to say. Lightning Helix and Sheltered by Ghosts are big game in the aggressive mirrors.
Very much so.
Big game. But, like I say, don't count Holden out. Holden's quite good at this.
And then you also have Mabel. So you have the legendary mouse.
I would love if I knew what that did. Let me do a little Googling action.
You are correct, Mighty Squeak. Sheltered by Ghosts is a house.
It is a house in the matchup. Yep. Squee, resident red player, would definitely know. Alright, so looks like Mabel is the 1 white-red for 3/3 other mice you control get +1/+1. Whenever it enters, create Crag Flame, a legendary colors equipment artifact token with +1/+1. Equipped creature gains Vigilance, Trample, and Hasten +1/+1 for equip 2. So
we have a...
It's like challengers on both sides.
Yes. Or it's a Manifold Mouse and Amberheart Challenger.
Oh, yes, they're both 2. That's right.
Now there's 2 Manifold Mice and Amberheart Challenger.
Got a little Valiant trigger off of the Challenger here. But the good news for Holden is that they've got their mana underneath them as far as their colors are concerned, so they don't have to worry about that. Now, for those cards we talked about previously, it's like you still got to draw the white card or the white lands to cast all these good busted white cards. They may be very pivotal in the matchup. Just gotta draw them.
Do you see an Innkeeper's Talent land?
Another mouse. I think it's 3 lands and mouse Innkeepers. Let's see what Holden decides to do. There's a Paw Patch Recruit.
Judge, land should be behind creatures.
That is only for official Wizards coverage.
We unfortunately are not official Wizards coverage.
Therefore, I don't care. those lands can be in front, beside, behind, wherever they want to be.
I can tell where the lands are. I can tell where the creatures are.
Yeah, as long as I know what's going on, we're good here.
Swinging in with the Manifold Mouse.
So we're going to take 2.
Go to 17.
Go 2 here, go to 17. And Holden's going to pass back to Will here. Alright. Takes a draw for the turn. Looks like that was the Boros land that they probably need here.
Yes.
This is the Elegant Parlor, I believe.
Unfortunately, that comes into play tap. They at least have it.
Yes, they do.
Going to be playing another Ember Heart Challenger.
Alright, let's see. So everything, you say it's got haste, so everything's probably gonna get in the red zone this turn, I would imagine. You have one of them double strike. And this is another one that's which you get out of white as well. So it's the
Flowerfoot Swordmaster.
I believe that is the one. You can also it's also an offspring card.
It is a 1-mana 1/2 offspring 2. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, for the first time each turn, mice you control get +1/+0.
Trying to go wide.
Go wide, go deep. We got hit real hard. We got hit a lot.
You did. See how Holden chooses to block this turn. I would imagine that one of this Paw Patch recruit probably gets under the bus of the non-double striked challenger. Unless Holden expects that Will has either a Monstrous Rage or like a Burst Lightning.
Yeah.
Let's see. Holden trying to think about probably this turn going in the future turns as well. Let's see what they decide to do.
Really big into the think tank. I would be too. Like,
see, these aggressive matchups are hard. They're definitely not easy. Like, giving yourself the opportunity to win the game while stopping your opponent from winning the game is really a tight line to walk, and it's really difficult. Like, I know they say that the aggressive decks don't require much thought. No, they require probably more thought than anything else. You're having to extract all parts of the buffalo here. Or of the mice, if you will.
The meese.
The meese, moose, mice.
Mouses.
Mouses. The 2 lands, the manifold, and Innkeeper's Talent.
Yep, so you're right.
Just off on the Paw Patch. You can just see a chump block here from the token as well. It looks like that's what Holden's thinking. Yep. That is the line. So looks like we're cracking in for 3 here.
Follow-up is going to be the Layla. Thanks for the follow. We appreciate it. That is Restful. Here, I can find it.
Oh, the white-red land.
Restless Bivouac. Screaming.
Oh, another
Nemesis.
Paw Patch recruit. Okay. Or the Screaming Nemesis. I can't see what's going on. I'm blind. Not really. Tapland, the Ridge Line, and Screaming Nemesis follow-up. That is big game here, actually. That does really stop the Lightning Helix and the Shelter by Ghost from being like huge stuff here.
Absolutely.
You're able to stop that lifelink. That's really the biggest part of this, because the lifelink's going to matter huge in the when we're in the racing situations here.
Just being able to put a stop to that is really going to pull this game into Holden's favor.
That would be the ideal line for Holden.
Oh, thank you so much, Layla. Yeah, we usually stream our big events whenever we have the opportunity to. This was kind of a last-minute thing that we sprung on last night. Through a basic mountain, play a basic mountain,
Plains.
Basic plains. I can read.
My favorite Magic card of all time. Basic Plains. Oh, there's the Shelter by Ghost. That's going to take care of the Screaming Nemesis here. That's going to be a huge game here.
There's another
Bivouac. Already played the land for turn, so can't play that here.
Remember when we said Shelter by Ghost is a house in this matchup?
Yeah.
We just saw it.
We did just see what it did. It took out a whole... It time locked Holden. It now can gain life. You got a Valiant trigger off of it. So, yeah, it's quite backbreaking here in this current moment.
And Layla, yes, we will have a standard RCQ next Saturday. We do not plan to stream that one. And we also have the pre-release for Aether Drift coming up the week after. Also won't be streaming that. But we have events in the future such as we have the Pauper event that I believe there's a Pauper event. We have Team Trios and some CDH event.
Yeah, seems like we got a bunch of stuff going on.
Will is getting into the red zone.
I know I'm excited to come battle on that Team Trios event and play in that Pauper seat. See if I can match Mr. Foles' record from last weekend's Pauper Cup.
I will be playing producer that day.
That's right.
Holden, thinking on how to block in this. Hey, Cameron, thanks for liking the stream.
Thank you, Cameron, for liking the stream that you've been a part of today. Let's see. Holden's under a lot of pressure this turn.
This is the equivocal math is for blockers.
That is correct. The burst lightning also makes life pretty difficult to do.
And burst lightning to the face.
And 8. These mice mirrors are pretty rough on both players. I'm sure there's a lot to think about. It could go wrong on both sides. Like, say there could be something that Holden could draw here. They could just completely breaks open the game for them. So there was an obliterating bolt, I believe, that was drawn for the turn. That's actually pretty good here because yes, that is an obliterating bolt. That's great news here. Pay for the ward trigger. Get that Screaming Nemesis back into play.
Take away this lifelinker.
Also big game. So now we have a blocker at least. Yeah, the Obliterating Bolt was good. Was a good rip there.
And just gonna pass it back. Screaming Nemesis on blocking dude.
That's right.
I do see 2 lightning helixes.
That is going to spell trouble for Holden, I would imagine. Lightning Helix, heck of a card. Got some magic pedigree. One of the most famous coverage moments of all time. It's Lightning Helix.
It's Lightning Helix.
It's Lightning Helix. Oh my god. Classic Randy Buehler. Trying to find the best way to use those lightning helixes here. You do choose to fire off the lightning helix, killing the Screaming Nemesis. You will gain the life off of that one because it is a trigger that goes on the stack. Correct. So you will gain the first 3 off of that one, but the second one is gonna be a little more.
I think the bait here is that Screaming Nemesis blocks and it would happen to die for whatever reason. Trigger on the stack.
It's a helix you to the face. Yep. I believe that is what is about to occur. Say, Holden kind of pressed into blocking here anyways, and so.
Question is, which one do you block?
At this point, it really doesn't terribly matter, but I would probably go with the double striker here.
Yeah.
Less good later, or, well, way better later. Just gonna make anything you put into play just a massive threat, giving a mouse double strike. Pretty big game. Yep, Holden agrees. We know the lightning helixes are incoming.
Yep. Lightning helix to the face.
We also got a prowess trigger off of Challenger here.
Running life totals. Would be 525.
What's up? And with the Helix, with the Screaming Nemesis trigger on the stack, you can fire off that second one.
Yes. Looks like the damage.
Target you. Oh, nope, it happens.
Decided to allow that trigger to happen.
We have a second trigger available. Go to 2.
And then
show you the lightning helix.
Yep.
All right, there you go. All right, Holden's gonna pack it up there. The double lightning helix is pretty brutal. As we said, these white cards are gonna be a huge game in the matchup.
Absolutely. So, speaking of white cards, let's look at Will Stimson's sideboard. We have 4 Destroy Evil, 1 Get Lost, 2 Torch the Tower, 2 Witchstalker Frenzy, 1 Screaming Nemesis, 2 Sunspine Links, and 2 Lithomatic Barrage.
And on Holden's side, we have got from earlier, looking at 3 Lithomatic Barrage, 4 Paw Patch Formation, 1 Pyroclasm, 2 Scorching Shot, 1 Screaming Nemesis, 1 Sentinel, 1 Soulstone Sanctuary, 1 Sunspine Links, and 1 Torch the Tower. Look, our beautiful people on the floor want us to follow the Common Ground MTG.
Follow Common Ground MTG on Spotify or anywhere that you get your podcasts.
That's right.
So I think for both of these, I think it's just you bring in.
I imagine the Witchstalker Frenzies come in here on Will's side, as well as the Torch the Towers and Get Losts.
Yep.
And on Holden's side, I would imagine that the Pyroclasm, Scorching Shots. You might consider the Paw Patch Formation because it does just cleanly answer a Shelter by Ghosts.
Yes.
So that's a huge game. And then the Torch the Tower. That's probably about it.
Squeam, Common Ground MTG is a popper podcast from our wonderful friends over in Nashville. Mr. James Hippohieronymus is one of the co-casters of said podcast. We have had the other 2 gentlemen, Mr. Thomas Gunn and Cameron Schneider, who are
Schindler.
Schindler.
Yeah, Cameron Schindler.
I'll get it eventually.
It's okay.
He has a weird last name.
I've heard he has a list.
He has a list?
Schindler's List.
Oh. No, but they run a Pauper podcast. They keep up to date on everything Pauper. They talk about deck lists, tournaments, you name it. Anything Pauper, they talk about it.
That's right. We get an episode out every week on Thursday, so feel free to give us a listen on any way that you have to listen to a podcast. We would love to have you spin us every week. I think Holden wants the Sentinel of the Nameless City in the deck this time.
Yes.
It's just a big, beefy creature. Does blocking well, does attacking well. Pretty good for the matchup.
Yeah, because anything else that I'm seeing in these sideboards is mainly not for these matchups, like your Lithomatic Barrage, your Sunspine Links, Destroy Evil.
Yeah, not for this matchup.
On the Will side, and then on Holden's
side. On Holden's side, you can say
Lithomatic Barrage.
You probably don't want all copies of Paw Patch here, but you want probably some number of them. The Soulstone Sanctuary probably not here. Same with the Sunspine Links.
I keep thinking it's Sunspire Links.
Thank you, Squee, for giving us a listen every week. We appreciate you.
Looks like Will is ready to go. Holden's still trying to think of what they want to sideboard.
I know there have been some angry listeners in the past. When we don't have the episode right out in the morning, we get some angry messages like, "Where's it at? Where's it at? We want it. We're here for it. Where's the podcast?" It's like I need it on my drive to work, which makes me feel good. People want to hear my voice at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, I personally am not a podcast guy, but I can definitely see it. Yeah, it needs to be up at 5 a.m. like it's supposed to be.
Don't look at me. I'm not the one who uploads it.
So it comes out on Thursday, so you, do it on Wednesday?
We do it on Tuesday. Thomas has a day to edit it, and then it goes out on Thursday morning.
Gotcha. Stares at Hippo.
I have no control over when it gets released. I just make sure that I am there to record it.
Hey, that's all you can do.
That's right.
Show up, do my recording, go home.
That's right. I come, I drop my magic knowledge. I give my old man knowledge because I have the most old man knowledge of the pod.
The boomer knowledge.
I do have the boomer knowledge. I'm the boomeriest of the three, that's for sure. It looks like got players shuffled up here. Looking to see if we can keep our 7 cards hands here. Looks like Holden got a 2-lander with a bunch of good spells. Yes, I am definitely the most boomer of the three of us. That is, I don't think it's a particular contest. Looks like Will's going to take a mulligan. Holden probably going to keep that hand. The hand looked pretty good from what I could tell. I think say 2 lands, saw a Scorching Shot, and it's like a bunch of 2-drops. Looks pretty good to me.
Really good cards to have for... They're going to be on the play.
Yes. Yeah, Holden will be on the play. Those fantastic panda candies. Those are great.
Panda candy.
Little cookie with a little chocolate inside. Ooh, so good. So good. Yeah, see? Hello, Panda. Let's go.
Hello, Panda. Not sponsored.
Those are good. Those are good, though. So, let's see if Will can keep his 6. Seas looks like
land.
Yep, looks like Will's gonna keep this. We're gonna start off with a tap land. It looks like a little bivouac there.
Old bivouac.
Let's see what Holden's got. Holden's gonna start off with a mountain and a pass. Okay,
Oh,
Will is gonna do a little bivouac and pass.
Got a Verge. Emberheart Challenger.
Good card. Card's powerful.
Has haste. Does damage.
That's right.
All right. Do believe that there's a Screaming Nemesis in Will's hand. They're going to do a Flowerfoot Swordmaster into a Hired Claw.
Or Heartfire
Hero. Or Heartfire Hero.
So let's see what Holden follows this up with. They've got a couple Questing Druids, a Heartfire, or a Challenger of their own, Scorching Shot, and a Monstrous Rage back in the back there. They could do some good. They could do some good work on this turn. Lots of different ways this can go. Let's see how Holden chooses to play out this turn. Just take 2. Should probably deploy another threat here and just say go. If I had to take a guess. Could also fire off a Scorching Shot here. Just get rid of the Heartfire Hero.
Yes.
Or no, we're gonna choose the mouse. Just give all other mice.
+1/+0 until end of turn.
That's pretty good.
But it's only the ones you control. We can't have a Holden here.
No, we don't have old sliver text. We don't need that.
Sheltered by
Ghost. That's the card's good. Card is proving its worth here for sure.
And swing sideways for 3 damage.
That simple white splash is making a big difference in the mirror match here. Let's see, what's the draw? Got another land. See what Holden chooses to do here with the turn.
Thought I saw a Screaming Nemesis.
I don't think so.
Can't tell.
I think it's a heart. Or I think it's a Challenger. In the back, yeah, it's a Challenger. Heart Challenger.
The little mouse that could.
I'm say, what a heck of a package these mice cards. One of the best aggressive packages we've seen in a very, very long time in Standard.
It's just fixed heroic.
Yeah, I can say I was a heroic player for a long time, so I understand.
Sindel, the Nameless City.
Yeah, these cards are way better than heroic cards.
Yeah,
like infinitely better. Like they'll most of the time the heroic cards they only just got bigger. These do other things, which is insane.
It's a map.
I'm a map. I'm the map.
Go Team Hot Dog.
Some Team Hot Dog enjoyers in the chat. We love all our hot dog folks. All of them are great people. Let's see. Difficult game between the two of them. Lots of decisions to be made. I see a second Shelter by Ghost in. Oh wow, that is a bold decision. That is going to make that thing Ward 4 to kill it. That is brutal.
Ward 4 basically just means it's got hexproof.
It does have hexproof. It essentially is hexproof. We're attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here.
With lifelink?
With lifelink, that is brutal.
It's brutal.
See what Holden can do to get out of this.
Lithomanic Barrage? That's only white and blue, right?
It does 1 damage to, or it does 5 damage to a white and blue, or white or blue creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Lithomanic's quite looking like what we want here. No, we would load that paw. Like paw patch would be good here. Let's see what else Holden's got that might get them out of this. That looks like probably the best answer. Or if we could find a mystical copy, another mystical copy of Sunscorch with extra lands. We just need extra lands. We just need so much to go right. Holden needs a lot to go right here, but no reason to count them out.
They're gonna keep fighting.
Keep fighting. Fight the good fight. You're not dead till you're dead.
Exactly.
Let's see if they can get something good going here.
Maybe
go in for like some double blocking situation. Would be pretty good here. This Heartfire hero has got 3 toughness currently. So if Holden goes for like a block plus a monstrous rage, that'll do it. But we're just gonna deploy another threat here. We're gonna deploy another challenger.
Yep.
A little Emberheart challenger here coming to join the squad.
And just gonna pass it back.
Let's see what else Will's gonna do for the turn here.
He's gonna first read his cards upside down.
I wish I was that good. I barely read my own cards in English half the time.
And just know we're doing this on 2 lands.
Yeah, there's a lot going. There's like say we've put a threat into play. We've removed 2 creatures. We've given our creature lifelink. We've made our creature like basically impossible to kill. Oh, there's a Screaming Nemesis coming in. Doesn't matter too much for Holden. Holden's not trying to gain life here this game, at least.
But at this point, they can just keep the Heartfire hero at home. Screaming Nemesis can get in and do damage.
That's right. Now, I can say Holden does have to be a little wary now because we do know that the Lightning Helixes exist.
Yes.
And they're very good here, obviously. We got to make some different, interesting blocking decisions when involving Screaming Nemesis.
Then also, it was really smart on Will's side to keep everything at home because you don't want to run into the red-green mice player going, monstrous raise, do a bunch of stuff, just outright kill you.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
So,
say we have all the knowledge that players do not, so Will's just trying to play cautiously here and not overdo it because in quite a commanding position currently.
Yeah, don't need to overextend.
No reason to overdo it here. Like Holden doing a little bit of math here. See,
double checking that it's +1/+0 instead of +1/+1. Alright, looks like we're going to be questing Druid. Yep.
Cast a questing Druid. Cast a Heartfire. Just put enough toughness into play. Really the goal here.
Try to soak up as much damage as possible.
Also, there's a possibility that Holden kind of just ignores the possibility of Lightning Helix. Like, at some point you have to go, I can't beat this, so I can't play around it.
Right.
So you just play to that not being an option. Which there's a Witchstalker Frenzy, and for what we know currently, that's going to be really good with the Screaming Nemesis.
Yes.
Because the way that'll work is that you can target your own attacking Screaming Nemesis and deal 6 to it, and that'll deal 6 to the player.
Yes.
Which is a pretty big game here.
It is a fun and interactive part of Magic.
That is correct. I think at this point you're safe to attack with the Heartfire hero, I would imagine. Like you've got to put enough stuff in front of it to kill it, and then you've also got to not put enough stuff in front of it to take too much damage from the Screaming Nemesis.
Also a really good mental place, like looks like you're overextending in the threat of more things on the board, but we have perfect knowledge whether they have the Witch Stalker Frenzy in hand.
Correct.
Could be a major blow.
All right. Let's see if Will fires off the Witch Stalker plan. Nope, I don't guess so. Just content to keep the game going for another turn. And quite say at 30 life, probably not looking down lethal anytime soon. So. Hold and draw this turn.
I was trying to figure that out. I thought I saw.
Is it Burst Lightning? I think.
No, it's
Or is it Obliterating Bolt?
Obliterating Bolt, Emberheart Challenger,
and Monster Rage. Yeah. Man, looking at cards sideways and half of the art. We're getting it right. Let's go.
We are doing work.
We're doing work here. See if Holden can get out of this sticky situation here. Quite a onslaught coming from the red-white mouse player. So those Shelter by Ghosts have been just huge game this turn. This game.
Being the mice exterminator while also being the mice has been very beneficial for Will.
Those mice are being sheltered by the ghosts.
Too many ghosts, too many mice.
Mice are scared of other mice. What kind of world is this?
This is the world of Sander that we live in.
That's right. Holden's just trying to extract everything they can out of this game. It's not out of the woods yet completely.
We're gonna go for the Obliterating Bolt.
Obliterating Bolt gonna happen. The question is, do you really, the only thing you can touch here is the Screaming Nemesis to do a whole lot, but that'll put you to 2.
Yep, and that's
put you dead to a Lightning Helix here. That's really it, or a Burst Lightning.
Is that a Shard Mage's Shard Mage's Rescue.
For the folks at home, want to tell us what that one does?
Shard Mage, if I can type it correctly. Shard Mage Rescue. It is flash enchant creature control. As long as it entered this turn, the creature has hexproof and it gets +1/+1.
Pretty good here. I think that probably might be the end of this match here. That was kind of a blowout.
The art, however, is very appropriate. It is just mouse being burned.
That's right. Being protected.
Protected by the mouse.
Take those mice. They're so powerful. In fact, some might say they're too powerful.
Well, unfortunately,
there's a double.
Holden, we have 2 Screaming Nemesis.
This appears to be what I would call lethal damage.
This is what we call big winter blowout.
Too powerful.
And a Witch Stalker's Frenzy?
To remove a
blocker.
A blocker?
Just kind of secure the damage is going to be going in.
Yeah. I'm curious if they know the interaction of Screaming Nemesis and Witch Stalker Frenzy.
Possibly.
But the game goes on, and like I say, it looks like Will's probably going to take this one down. Like I say, Holden's having to throw everything in front of every creature this turn, as much as they can.
Will deciding not to swing with the higher claw. Not higher claw. That's didn't read sideways. Manifold mouse. One. I don't know. Can't read it.
It's heart. Oh, it's Heartfire.
Heartfire here.
And Import Heart Challenger. Rage there. Killed that. Ooh. We put both of those back into play. We're going to block and take one from the Screaming Nemesis. We're going to kill the Heartfire hero here.
All right.
Looks like Holden's going to pack it up, and it means that Will is going to take down this match in the mice mirror. The white-red mice taking out the red-green mice here. These mice, they've been running amok here on coverage today.
Yesterday we had Glarv's Gauntlet, Frog taking it down.
Yep. So we got mice.
Today we got mice. What's next? Birds? Lizards? Where does it end? Cats, dogs, horses?
Penguins? Who knows? Hippos.
Hippos.
Could be anything.
All right, let me get everything set up and get Will in first.
Cool beans. Another tough match up there between mirror match on the mouse side for both Holden and Will. So Will having the white splash here really does good work. Those Sheltered by Ghosts and Lightning Helixes are big game, as you just saw. Those Sheltered by Ghosts put Will up so much life and took out 2 creatures, and it virtually impossible to kill it aside through blocking. Thank you, Mr. Squee, for just tuning in for the Glarb's Gauntlet yesterday. See if we can get Will in here and have a little chat about this white-red mouse.
Thanks.
Come join me. All right, Will.
What's up?
What's up? Looks like so you took that one down over the mice mirror.
I did, yeah.
Looks like the white-red mice came to play against the white-green or the red-green mice today.
Yeah, for sure.
So you chose to play this, I assume, for the how good it is in the pseudo mirror matches, like the Shelter by Ghosts and Lightning Helixes looked really good there.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
I think those Shelter by Ghosts were brutal.
Yeah.
For Holden there. So what brought you this deck other than
I own the cards.
Okay, cool.
Honestly, I was like, this is a deck that seems like pretty competitive. It's not putting up a lot of results online, but since I've played it, and this is actually the first paper event I've played it in, significantly harder to play it in paper. There's just so many more triggers.
That's fair.
But I feel like it was at a reasonable price point, monetarily, and I feel like it's also competitive. So that's really the main reason I wanted to bring it.
Yeah, if there's ever been a time for red decks to shine, this is a good format for it, because that mice package is absolutely insane.
For sure.
Looks like that might have secured your spot in the top 8.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, we'll see how tiebreakers flesh themselves out. But nice job on that match, and good luck if you get in the top 8.
Awesome, thanks, man.
Of course.
All right.
All right. Everyone, thank you for tuning in for round 5. Next, we will come back with the quarterfinals match of our RCQ here today at Game Night in Columbia. Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined now by Thomas Gunn.
Hello, James.
So we were ready for our top 8. Let's see if you decided to join me.
We are.
Join me this evening on the rest of the coverage.
Indeed, I'm very excited to join you. Very excited to be back in the booth after last weekend's event. I unfortunately lost my win into top 8 at the event, but having a good time.
Good.
Yeah, glad I got to also play in coverage a little bit. Yeah, so we got a top 8. We have a top 8 for our RCQ today.
It's true, and right here we have our breakdown. And first we have Garrison Fote on Demir Pixie at 4-1, James Baggett on Mono Blue Terror in second on 3-0-2 record. Cameron Schindler on Red Green Mice going to 3-0-2 record. Andrew Karpbach on 3-0-2 on Domain. Jacob Wedding on Just I Convoke It with a 3-1-1 record. Will Stimson with a 3-1 record on 3-1-1 record on Boros Mice. Jay Taubman on Esper Pixie with a 3-2 record, and then Michael Foal squeaking it in as our 8th place seed at 3-2 with Demir Pixie.
This is true.
And our match this round is going to be two we haven't had on coverage all day. So we're gonna have Jay and Andrew on coverage. It's gonna be the Esper Pixie and Domain.
Yeah, excellent. Little interesting that it's the 4 seed versus the 7 seed, but sometimes the event like software is gonna pair whoever gets paired. So this is the quarterfinal match we have in front of us today.
We take it as it goes.
Indeed. We're gonna go down to the match here. Players are just shuffling up. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got deck lists in front of us, so we can look at it. Look at our sideboards as we go. So we've got Jay on Esper Pixie and Andrew on Domain. How do we feel about the matchup? I feel that personally, I think that if the Domain deck wants to set up and go big and maintain that advantage, but the Esper Pixie deck wants to get developed as quickly as possible and potentially disrupt what Domain is doing early. How do you feel the matchup may end up here?
At the end of the day, I think this is going to favor the Domain deck. The Pixie deck's probably going to dirtle around a little bit in time to give the Domain player enough time to set up all their big gigantic overlords and Atraxa and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So it's gonna be kind of rough on Jay, but that's not to say I wouldn't count him out, because that deck can do some pretty nasty things. I know if you can get like a loop going with the Storm Chasers talent plus this town and Esper or the Pixie and the Hopeless Nightmare. The Hopeless Nightmare is pretty big game there too.
A lot of interchangeable parts in what can go. As our players looks like they're both mulliganing down to 6. A lot of interchangeable parts in the Pixie deck. Really kind of burst onto the scene right before the Standard Spotlight Series in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, that's correct. It had a pretty good showing. I know one of our teammates put a nice record of 8-1 going into day 2 with the deck.
Mr. Jonathan Johnson.
Yep, I think he has bestowed some wisdom upon Jay to give him some advantage going into this event today.
This is true.
And he converted into a top 8 so far.
He did. I think this is his first RCQ top 8.
I believe so.
I think if not, it's definitely like his second. I'm not entirely. There's a chance it's his second.
I think it's his first.
It's certainly not Andy's. That's for sure.
So I'm curious to see how these players do with each other.
Yeah. Should be a lot of fun. Andy beat me in the first round today with Domain. Usually I was playing the Sultai Terror deck, if folks saw on coverage. And then we played round 1. I generally think the matchup is favored for me, but I had a couple of rough mulligans. Andy had 2 of his sideboarded rest in pieces in sideboarded games. So didn't quite go so well. So we're looking at open hands here. Looks like Andrew has a Leyline Binding for sure. Looks like they're both happy with their 6s. Andy is going to be on the play, being the higher seed. Surveil off a Hedge Maze. Surveil lands have been very helpful because the Domain deck used to have the Triumphs from Streets of New Capenna, which were very, very powerful at getting all your land types.
Yeah, they definitely helped. I played a little bit of that deck, but the good thing is we don't even need those now. We have the Overlord that just gives us all land types.
Exactly. Yes.
We get all of the land types just in one creature.
A very powerful interaction.
Let's see. Looks like Andrew has decided to keep it on top. Looks like Jay is going to start us off here.
a optimistic scavenger.
Oh, that's
a 1/1 when an enchant. It's got an eerie trigger, so whenever an enchantment enters or a room unlocks, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, not just itself, any creature.
Beautiful.
So Andy passing back with 2 mana may have something like a herd migration to go search up a land. Maybe looking at a get lost.
Yeah, he's got lots of options. In fact, you can look at all the options.
He's got 3 get lost in the main. We do have 1 herd migration. No up the beanstalk. Up the beanstalk being a huge factor for Andrew here. We've got a hopeless nightmare for Jay.
That's kind of how Jay wants this game to progress. Put this hopeless nightmare in play, make Andy make the tough choices on what he wants to discard going forward.
Yes, because it doesn't look like Jay has any counter spells in the main deck. Instead, leaning into things like temporary lockdown, sheltered by ghost, and tithing blade to combat the creature matchups.
And nowhere to run.
And nowhere to runs, of course, which is a fixture of this deck for sure. Has some counter spells, a bevy of counter spell options in the sideboard, which will be, I'm sure, good in the matchup. Discarding the 1 herd migration. So, was potentially holding up herd migration. We're going to get in for 2. Andy's going to go down to 16 here. Interesting discard. And
there's the Pixie.
There's the Pixie.
Pick back up that Hopeless Nightmare. This is exactly what Jay's looking to do.
This is the plan.
Yeah, now, if something were to follow up like a temporary lockdown, that might be kind of rough in this current spot. But even then, you still able to replay this Hopeless Nightmare, which is going to just strip yet another card out of the domain player's hand.
It's true. So we'll see what Andy has here. Probably just trying to decide which land to play. Yeah, Deno Slim Pixie having its colors is very scary to see on the other. And thank you for the follow, to see on the other side for sure. But having white on 1 and being able to go white and black on turn 2 to set up this sequence of plays has been really strong for Jay. And you're going to play a Cavern of Souls. Could be naming Human for Zur. Could be naming Avatar
for
the Overlords.
We're playing 9 Overlords.
Looks like it's named Human, so that's black mana for the Zur off of the Cavern of Souls. So let's see if Jay has the answer right off the bat. Zur is able to turn your leyline bindings and impending overlords into huge lifelinking threats.
Yeah, quite disgusting. I know back when the enigmatic incarnation decks were running around.
Yes,
getting to use this as one of your targets, your flex targets, was pretty sweet.
All right, Andy's going to discard another Cavern of Souls to this Hopeless Nightmare. We're going to trigger Eerie on the Scavenger, put another counter on the Pixie. We're going to cast This Town Ain't Big Enough. Here we go. Bouncing Nightmare and Zur. So just a huge tempo swing for Jay here.
He's going to crash in for 5 here.
Getting aggressive. Andy falls down to 9. With a Hopeless Nightmare putting Andy effectively at 7. Andy's going to need to find a way to stabilize the board here. Could potentially be untapped white source playing Overlord, put a couple 2/1 flyers into play.
See what Andy can do to see if he can dig himself out of this little hole he's found himself in. Finds a forest. Probably looking for. I bet he was looking for another white source here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Andy has access to get. He also has a Day of Judgment, but would have needed another untapped white source.
He needed a white source there, but he can. I can say now he's looking.
He can Leyline Binding.
He could Leyline Binding for 3 mana. Yeah,
like it's not ideal, but you can.
You sure can. That is an option.
Gotta do what you gotta do here.
Jay has drawn his 1 temporary lockdown, which I don't think he's going to want to play quite yet.
Don't think so.
Not into his Nurturing Pixie and Optimistic Scavenger. Let's see. Jay replays this Hopeless Nightmare. Let's see what Andy's going to discard. Randy's
I think he discarded the
Leyline
Binding. Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna get in for 6.
See, we may have a second one.
This might be another Leyline Binding.
It appears to be the case.
Okay. Let's see what Jay is deciding he wants to do. Oh, he's got another This Town. He might
Might fire off.
Might fire it off with the trigger on the stack because then it never leaves. Oh, this is lethal. Picks up the ley line binding with the trigger on the stack. The creatures live. Hit for 6. Andy goes to 1. Replay Hopeless Nightmare. That's the game.
I think there's a missed trigger on one of those.
I don't.
So he's gonna go to 1. The Hopeless Nightmare puts.
The Hopeless Nightmare will be lethal.
Oh, is it lethal? Okay.
Yeah. Because then you're already attacking for 6. Because Andy brought 2/7. 2/7 from the playing the Hopeless Nightmare first, and Jay's gonna pick it up in pretty commanding fashion. It seems a bit of a weak draw from Andrew. The deck is certainly capable of having a faster burst start with things like Up the Beanstalk and things of that, and the Green Overlord for sure. But Jay able to just deploy spells, replay that Hopeless Nightmare over and over again, and
yeah, he really did exactly what he was looking to do in the matchup.
Exactly,
just keep deploying that thing and put Andy on no cards in hand. So with limited availability to resources for him to just give himself even in the game.
Exactly.
Like that. Like I say, the double this town there was huge game. So let's look at sideboards for these two players. Oh, Jay's busted out the sideboard plan.
He's got the sideboard guide. He's got the spreadsheet. Well, let's look at Andrew's versions.
If there was a man who loves an Excel spreadsheet more than him, I'd love to find them.
This is true. So let's look at Andrew's sideboard here. Let's see what he's got to work with to try and claw back into these games here. We've got 3 Authority of the Consuls, 2 Negates, 1 Jace the Perfected Mind, which I like, 2, maybe not for this matchup, but I like it, 2 Obstinate Baloths, 3 Rest in Peace, 2 Split Up, 1 Terra Sunder, and 1 Nissa Ascended Animus. What do you like, James?
I can see a few different things going on here. I think the first thing in my eyes gravitate towards, especially with how that matchup played out, is the Obstinate Baloths.
Absolutely, that's what they're here for.
Yeah, that's what they're here for, is this matchup. So you're going to board those in. You can consider something like Negate. You can also consider like the Jace. This is just a grindy card.
Yep.
The Terra Sunder is not a bad card either, because it just tags basically anything at some point, because you're going to just have enough mana as the game goes on on Andy's side, because you're just a big deck like that. You can consider the Nissa as well, because it is another disenchant effect. And yeah, I think that's about it for me. We're not looking at Authority of the Consuls here. Not really looking at Rest in Peace, I don't think.
No, I think the only other cards that I'm like kind of interested in are the Split Up and the Negate, but you can also get into a spot where you have a bunch of like 2/1 flyers from your Overlord, so maybe you don't want to wrath the board one way or the other, and maybe like one Negate. Yeah. It depends. Maybe you want the Negates if you expect the Esper Pixie deck to bring in counter spells and you want to have some backup counters play, but they're also going to be countering in spots where you potentially don't have enough backup mana, because the domain deck is mostly deploying 1 card a turn for the first few turns of the game. So it'll be interesting to see what Andrew decides. Looking at Jay's sideboard here, we've got 1 Cut Down, 3 Destroy Evil, 2 Go for the Throat, 2 Negate, 2 No More Lies, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Shrouded Shepherd, which I'm a fan of, and 1 Split Up. What do we like?
The Shrouded Shepherd is interesting. I like that, actually. I don't know about for this matchup, but Destroy Evil I like here. Kills all the Overlords. Kills them in both forms, either Toughness 4 or greater, or as an enchantment.
Kills the Zur.
Kills the Zur as well. I think that's kind of really. I think the Gates could be okay, because there's like Wrath that you like kind of want to kind of mitigate yourself from. That's really it, I think.
I think you want the Negates and No More Lies. The No More Lies are a little dicier because you've seen Cavern of Souls from Andy.
Also, they just get so much mana in play at some point, they just kind of become not great.
Right.
Like the soft permissions type cards, just not exactly what you're looking for. But I could see them. I would assume they come in on the play. Like, it's a great card on the play. I just don't know about on the draw.
For sure,
they get a little worse in the draw.
I think you want the Negates for like Sunfalls and things like that.
Counter the rats.
Yes, because you can never Cavern of Souls, a non-creature spell, etc. So, so looking good. So we'll see how these players decide to put their 60s together here. Jay is of course up a game, and if we get updates from the rest of the tables, we'll be sure to let you know how those are going. In the meantime. How have you been enjoying it back here in the commentary booth?
It's been a good day. Had fun. Had like a lot to watch lots of Standard today.
Yeah.
Don't get to do that too often. So it was fun. Got called in on the last minute to see if I would do this, and I said, yeah. Sure.
Because you secured your RCQ invite yesterday at a different tournament.
I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'll say Mr. James Baggett out there very kindly gave me the invite. He already had his from the night before, actually.
Yes, yeah. James Baggett on a
absolute tear this weekend,
as well as Michael Full as well, which we should mention. Michael Full sneaking into top 8 here with a 3-2 record.
He snuck into 8th. So just good. It's a good weekend for all around. Pretty solid weekend. I'm not upset with anything that has gone on. Been a good day here in the booth. Good day yesterday playing. I'm sure it's been a good day out there for players playing.
Yeah, no, we've been having fun out there. You know, so it's tough sometimes. Like in my spot where like I show up to these things. I want to do well, and sometimes it doesn't quite go your way. You know, it is what it is.
Welcome to the game of variance.
Magic is often just a slightly weighted coin flip, and so you can really just do all you can. I mean, I did win a mulligan to 4 today.
Ooh.
I won a mulligan to 4. I kept a 4-land hand that was land, beanstalk, sleight of hand, this town ain't big enough, and found the land and found the second land and drew into another beanstalk. So pretty unmulliganed myself pretty quickly, and then just took over the game with 2 beanstalks in play after that. Right. It was pretty insane. The game was really close. I was down to 2 or 3 by the end of it.
Yeah, winning a game in a mulligan 4 is pretty impressive. It's like Jay's going to take a mulligan here, and it's like Andy is still just debating whether he's going to keep his 7.
I assume Andy is kept because Andy was on the play.
Yeah.
Also, Thomas, I know you're in chat here on the Twitch side. I will win more next time. I'm sorry. It's way up there somewhere. He's giving me crap. That is okay.
It's okay. That's what friends are for.
It is what friends are for.
Friends are for. All right, let's see what Jay finds on his mulligan to 6 here, if he keeps it. Looks like he's toying around and keeping this one, I think.
The card's a little close to the chest. We got a couple lands. He's thinking.
He's thinking pretty hard on this one.
It's probably pretty close.
Yeah, he's going to keep, I think, this
one. Okay.
He knows what matters in the matchup. Like say, you got some good testing in, so I think he's prepared to do well here.
Absolutely,
especially since he's on the draw, he gets to recoup that card immediately. So.
Exactly, and we are underway. Going to turn 1 survey land with the hedge maze for Andrew yet again. Thinking about that top card. Still thinking. These survey lands it's close decisions.
Yeah, could be the difference between a game and a loss.
It's true.
He is going to choose to bend this meticulous archive here.
It's another land. That's interesting. So Jay's got to be thinking, why would you tank so long on a land?
Let's see what you got. Hopeless Nightmare.
Hopeless Nightmare. Right
on. That's exactly what he wants to start with.
There
it is.
And here's the Baloth. Andrew going to go up to 24. This is why you have them.
Yeah, this is the matchup for them. You put them in your deck for this reason.
All right. We'll see how long it takes Jay to deal with this obstinate Baloth. Going to pass back. It's quite the play, of course. For those who are not familiar, Obstinate Baloth says that if an opponent's effect makes you discard it, you can instead put it into play.
Yeah.
Gonna attack for 4. We got up the beanstalk, drawing a card. Andrew off to a very strong start here in our second game.
Shelter by Ghost would be a good rip if Jay can get a creature into play.
Sure.
Tithing Blade would be actually an excellent draw here.
Tithing Blade would be pretty sweet
if he can get it down.
I see a talent. We got Adakar Wastes. I see a talent at the very least.
Is that a blade?
Is it?
Oh, it's a
Fear of Isolation.
Okay.
Pick up Hopeless Nightmare.
Sure.
All right.
That'll play.
That's fine. Let's see if I can hear them joking on the other side of the door whether or not Andrew will have another one or not here.
Time to find out.
Will be time to find out. But Jay could be setting up for something like Shelter by Ghost, though. Do you think the Sheltered by Ghosts are still in the deck?
I mean, they did cleanly answer every one of Andy's threats here.
They do, but it's pretty fragile.
It is fragile, but I mean, I guess it's probably one of the cards you probably don't want post board.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything else is pretty good. You probably maybe don't want Mockingbird post board, but everything else seems fine. So you're really just bringing in the destroy evils and negates, I think, at least on the draw
for sure. Andy's gonna play another Surveilland here. Still only 3 types of domain, so Leyline Binding is off the table.
Not this turn.
Oh, I think it's another Obstinate Baloth. I think he showed it to the camera. I think it's the other obstinate Bailoff.
Only got 2, so could be the second one.
Not to see here. I think he's gonna put it in. I think he's deciding whether or not. I think it's gonna go to the bin. I think if it's another Bailoff, I don't think that's what you want here. No?
He's gonna leave it there, I think.
Alright, whatever it is, and Andrew decides to keep it. We're gonna attack him for 4. Jay's gonna go down to 12 here. Oh, by the way, I'm now officially 2 and 4 lifetime on camera.
I'm glad I was there for your first win.
Tracking. Hopeless Nightmare.
Okay. Didn't have the second one. Either Leyline Binding in hand
yes.
for Andy. There's
kind of an assortment of cards here.
Assortment of white cards in his hand, yeah. I assume some of them are double white, which might be kind of awkward on the current board
They
state.
might be. Azure is going to go to the bin here.
That's one of the ways Andy has to, like, kind of cheese some games here, too.
It's true. Andy's going down to 20.
So Jay does a follow-up here.
Looks like Jay has a Pixie.
Pick it up and put Pixie.
Go to 11.
Which, if he picks up the Hopeless Nightmare, which I assume he will, this will make that obstinate Bailoff, if that was what Andy left on top. If
that's what it was.
Look like a genius play.
Right? All right, we're going to pick up the Nightmare. Throw the Pixie. Play under. Oh, we might just play it now.
It would be pretty
Go to
strong
10.
here, actually.
It's pretty good. I like deploying it now.
Yeah, do it while
Andrew
you,
thought really
do it
hard
while
about
you
that.
know he doesn't have the
Yes.
Bailoff to put into play.
Yes.
Because he obviously would have just snapped off instead of the Zur there.
Yeah. I'm proud of Jay for waiting to play his land until after. He's
learning.
He's picking it. He's picking it up.
He's picking
it up. Really strong showing from Jay. Jay is one of the players on our personal team, Team Tilt.
Yeah, that's right.
Who's been working his way up in the ranks and skill levels over the last year or two, and really
this is a big level up.
Yeah, this is a big level up for him. So we're all
our
Discord is popping off, shall we say?
It is true. We're all very excited for him.
All right, Andy down to 18, discarding Elspeth's Smite. That's don't feel like Jay's really going to be doing too much attacking here. You could attempt to double block, take the Bailoff off the battlefield. It is risky, but it is in play. Jay deciding whether or not he wants to attack with the Fear of Isolation here. Unsure if we've passed to Andrew. We're definitely still at least on Jay's turn.
Yeah, I think Andy's deciding if he wants to do something on the instep. It could be like a herd migration.
Yeah, it looks like that's where we're at. Because you could herd migration. If it is herd migration, you could migration. Oh, what is it? What is it? What is that? What is that green card?
Analyze.
I don't think so. We're looking at the list here. Be a Beza? I'm unsure. All right, we're thinking.
Let's see what it is.
It might be the Leyline Binding.
Still can't quite cast that one yet.
No. All right. 2 mana.
We got for 2 here. Oh, it's a get lost. That's what it is.
It is a get lost. Okay.
Now we're gonna kill
get
the
lost. The hopeless nightmare.
So that makes me think there's not a Bailoff on top of the deck.
Yes, that would be my best guess then. All right, we're gonna give Jay some maps. Which giving Jay maps with two creatures still in play is also a little dicey, but
could be.
But I think that Andrew's identified that he doesn't have a way. If Jay's plan is to continue to grind down his hand,
it's a land.
A land?
It's a Meticulous Archive.
Okay, sure. All right,
so now you've got double white unlocked.
Okay, great.
Would have been this Lush Portico here off of the Surveil. And Andy's kind of running out of cards here. He goes in for an attack here. Let's see how Jay wants to approach this here. He's gonna go for the double block here.
He's gonna go for it.
I think there's a Leyline Binding, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is gonna eat both Jay's creatures here. With the Beanstalk trigger, we're gonna draw there.
So I imagine you want to Leyline Binding the Fear of Isolation.
I would imagine
because
so.
that's a cast trigger, and the Pixie's an enter the battlefield trigger.
Correct.
All right.
Goodbye, Pixie.
So Pixie's down. And if that's the worst case, you know, you get the binding out of your opponent's hand. Like, it's really not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, but now we've also got to consider that there's a Beanstalk in play too, which really can kind of put the screws to Jay.
Oh, it's true.
Over the course of the game. He's holding a land plus...
I think there's a talent in this town.
I think there was a this town.
But at this point, now that Andrew's developed his mana, just bouncing the Baloth over and over is not exactly a winning line. So Jay is kind of pressed back against the wall. Like, certainly not out of it. A lot of games still to play here, but feeling his back against the wall. Looks like we're going to deploy the Storm Chaser's talent. Get a little Otter. Nice shiny Otter.
Jay drafts a lot. Got a lot of Otters.
Oh, yes. I got my shiny Otters courtesy of Game Night, Tennessee. And my shiny talents and this town's.
Fantastic.
Shout out Game Night, Tennessee, down here in Columbia.
Wonderful store.
All right, we're going to sack a map on the Otter. Find our 5th land.
Pick up that Agar Waste. Just going to pass the turn.
He's
holding up 2 mana, so he purposely didn't crack the
other map.
The other map. So he might have like a nowhere to run in his hand.
Nowhere to run. If he brought in Normalizer Negate, there's a chance we saw this town.
There's a second Beanstalk.
Second Beanstalk is pretty
powerful. That's his brutal game right there, if that resolves.
Let's see if it is a negate or not. I don't think so. Looks like it's going to resolve. Draw. I think that's
an Overlord.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was a Get Lost. Half the stream, I guess, is us guessing standard cards. There's so many variations.
Yeah, I can't keep track of what art is what.
All right, Jay's gonna go down to 6 here. Take the attack from the Obstinate Baloth. This Baloth, like the Baloth, is a good plan.
Yeah,
for it
works
the
pretty
Hopeless
well.
Nightmares.
I know our friend Austin, who's judging today. He was testing this fun green white deck that just absolutely wrecks this Esper Pixie deck before the RC or the Spotlight series happened.
Yeah,
and he was playing like just 8 like Obstinate Baloth Wilt Leaf Leaves. Like,
yes,
it's like I will not be losing to Pixie. Not today.
I mean, that's what Doom League played to 9-0 day 1. Something similar, like a green-white Collector's Cage deck that had Wilt Leaf Leeches in the main and Baloths on the board. Esper Pixie was the new hotness going into the event.
Yep.
Looks like I assume the end of Andrew's turn here, Jay is going to this town, bouncing his own talent and Andrew's Leyline Binding, as Andrew does not have enough mana to recast it here. We're gonna unlock the Fear of Isolation.
Get an attack here at least. Oh, there's a Kaito.
Oh, there's a Kaito. Ooh, maybe stun the Baloth. Pick up your Fear of Isolation. Have a 5th untapped land. It looks like we're gonna talent first to pump up prowess on the Otter. I guess if your plan is to Kaito, you can play 5th land and put a map on the Otter now. Oh, he's just gonna attack.
Get that Kaito in there, I would imagine. Yep.
All right, here we go.
Get a turn of Kaito. You could also just lock down the Baloth this turn.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Potentially just stun the Baloth.
Yeah, just put the Baloth in the shackles for a couple turns.
So Kaito is here.
So that Jay can get some more free attacks in here.
Yes. Damage, we're going to hit for 5. Andrew, you're going to fall down to 13.
Yep. He would love to pick up that thing. He loves picking up that Fear of Isolation again. Very well played there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, it is a cast trigger, not an end of the battlefield trigger.
Yes. Now we'll see how Jay wants to use this Kaito post-combat. Looks like we are going to stun the Baloth. All right. So Jay has found a way to stem the immediate bleeding.
Got a nice little plan.
Play a tap land.
I think the last 2 cards are land plus Fear.
Yep.
Just going to pass the turn.
Pass back to Andrew. And Leyline Binding isn't really that threatening on when it's 3 mana.
So he's drawing a couple cards here, which is kind of when Andy needs to find like something to get him out of it.
I think it is
like a split up or a wrath of some variety.
Yes. Well, even even with a 3-mana Leyline Binding, 2 Up the Beanstalks will dig you out of it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
See how Andrew decides to navigate the turn.
They've got that green available. Looks like they may have an Overlord for turn.
Does have some life points to play with if he wants to spend a turn developing. Yeah, we've got green, we've got white, so we have access to some stuff here.
He's sitting here thinking how he wants to proceed forward with this. He wants to develop a little bit.
Jay is getting up from the table.
I have a judge question.
Might have a judge question. Maybe I'll just pop my head out and find out.
Let me go see what's going on.
Find out what's going on. Yes, Jay is asking our head judge, Austin Walker, away from the table.
Don't want to give any free information away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also, your judges are always here to answer your questions.
Exactly. If you're ever in doubt, ever in need, throw your hand up. Call for a judge.
Call for a judge. They will be happy to help you. They're here. They want to make tournaments run just as well as you want them to feel.
Exactly. Okay.
That's right.
Judge.
That's right.
Just like that.
Yes,
yeah, look at so many people learning so quickly. Right. Andrew giving his hand a deep think here. Asking to read Storm Chaser's talent. With an untapped land, Jay does have enough mana to... Brought to you by Nice and Clean Carpet Clean.
Gotta throw that business plug in.
That's true.
That's right.
This is Mr. Matt Midrange Meat Carthel.
Oh, goodness gracious.
We love him. Love you, buddy. All right. So reading the Storm Chaser's talent. All right, here we go.
Here's the Leyline
3-mana Leyline Binding, trigger, draw 2 cards. Let's see what we draw first.
Yeah, the problem is currently the issue with this is that all of Andrew's cards are just all so clunky.
I know.
Like, and then Jay can take advantage of that. All his cards are so cheap.
Absolutely. You can even just this town the Leyline Binding again. Get Kaido.
Yeah, get Kaido back, restun the Bailiff.
Yeah.
Just keep and then you've pumped up your otters again, and this is great. I mean, this is going well for Jay.
Yes.
On the front of
it's like what do you get
on
lost?
mana efficiency.
All right, we're gonna get lost the talent. That's pretty good.
So
we're gonna get
a couple more.
Two more maps though.
Map tokens.
So that's gonna take the untapped land into level up and buy back this town, cast this town line. That's gonna take that off the table.
Looks like Andy did not find a land.
No, he did. He played the Verge. He found.
I guess he missed a land.
He found
earlier.
Untapped. Yes, he missed last turn for sure.
Oh, he's been the Lush Portico.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Let's see what Jay wants to do for the turn. Got lots of options available to him.
Right, let's start with a map. Seems like a nice logical place to start.
That's a good one.
Hopeless Nightmare.
A good one.
Do we want a Hopeless Nightmare? I mean, that could be pretty effective at closing out the game with this Fear of Isolation. But is this what you want to... Looks like he's going to leave it there.
He's going to leave it there and do it again.
Just crack some maps.
Crack some maps and make these otters big.
Grow the otters.
I like this, actually.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
You know exactly how the game's going to play out for the next turn, at least.
All right, using all these maps to grow our guys. We know we have a Nightmare on top. A couple lands and Fear of Isolation.
I'm crunching there for 5. Andy to 8.
Yep. Hit for 5. And if Andy has nothing and you just deploy the Fear of Isolation, though I imagine you hold it. I imagine you hold the fear.
I would imagine so, because you want to find something to actually do with it.
If Andy doesn't have something like a Sunfall or anything, then you get to.
I think he kind of needs like a Sunfall to get him out of this.
Yes.
Or he needs an Overlord to get him out of it.
But even the Overlord won't stop the Hopeless Nightmare from being very effective.
Agreed.
And even then, if you just impend the Overlord, these otters are going to grow bigger than the 2/1s can block and trade individually. The one of the otters is already a 3/3 naturally.
Correct.
So Jay is, I think, in very good position. Kind of turned it around. Got ley-lined of Hopeless Nightmared on turn 1 from the Obstinate Baloth, and has managed to claw his way back into a game, in part to some mana stumbles on Andrew's side, but Andrew's been drawing cards with these beanstalks as well. So
Is this
interesting.
another beanstalk? Wow,
Another beanstalk. Okay,
he's going big.
Andrew really digging for the right answer here.
Gotta find a wrath at this point.
I think we found another plains. Okay, I think this
Overlord.
is here's the Overlord.
Draw 3 cards.
Draw 3 cards. So this is an impending Overlord.
Now you do.
We're gonna
Now
make
you
2/2s.
have to make sure that you don't draw yourself out of the game too, because these once you have so
Correct.
many of these Overlord or these up the beanstalks in play, you start drawing so many cards, you kind of forget that
Yes.
you're doing this, and you will deck
Yes.
yourself.
When I'm playing the Terror Beanstalk deck, I specifically do not go more than 2 Beanstalks against decks like Domain and Mono White tokens because they're just going to go long, and you do risk drawing yourself out like that. Yeah. So let's see.
See how Jay wants to go start here.
I assume it's Nightmare, Fear of Isolation, Nightmare, Attack.
There's the Baloth.
There's the second Baloth. Wow, what a draw! What a find for Andrew here. Play the Baloth. Go up to
Problem is,
12.
now he can't attack.
And then down to 10. So Andrew is at 10. Pick up Hopeless Nightmare. No, Jay can attack here.
Yeah, he can attack.
You can attack. These
Yeah, 'cause
tokens
he-
are
'cause he
4/4 and 5/5. Another Nightmare. Andrew goes down to 8. Yeah, great, cool, awesome. Back to 8.
Just go to 1 on his turn
Oh, that's true.
from an attack from the Baloth. Or actually, yeah, his attack from the Baloth puts him to 1. Andy does have to block here.
Interesting spot for Jay here.
Yeah, this is a close one.
Do you attack with the tokens? This could be the biggest they get. Andrew's drawn a lot of cards.
Yeah, I think the point of no return has entered the chat.
Yes. Because Andrew's on a 1 split up main and could be up to 3 split ups. That could be pretty interesting.
And
If
he's
Jay
also got
does
this,
attack.
he's also got the Sunfalls as well if he should need to do that.
Yep. Or split up being the spell that would destroy Jay's tapped otters and leave all of Andrew's untapped creatures alive. Pretty powerful card.
Yeah, it's pretty good here.
It remains to be seen whether Andrew has them in post board or not. So waiting, Jay just really tanking on this attack. This is a big decision. This attack alone could decide the rest of this game.
Yep. I don't know what Andy drew after this resolved triggers off of the Overlord, but
I'm not sure.
he chooses not to attack.
All
I
right.
think he's going to go in for some double blocking situations.
Okay.
here.
Also totally reasonable. We drew a land. You're with 5 cards in hand. Plenty to work with. Lots of cards that could trigger up the beanstalk and draw 3 more fresh off the top. Lots of Bant mana.
Yeah, I think previously the deck was just mainly green-white, and now it's moved over to Bant just to have
Yes.
all the surveillance that you need.
Yeah, it makes casting Zur easier. It makes it opens up the blue Overlord. There's a 1 or 2 copies. Yeah, there's 2 copies of the blue Overlord in Andy's list, and also gives Andy access to some negates post board. Yeah, the old one with the Triumphs was like a Selesnya deck splashing Grixis.
Yeah.
Because like the Angel, you'd kick for like black red, and
Yeah,
you had a
just-
Traxa.
Yeah, you just played 4 copies of Cavern of Souls, so you just could do it
always
freely.
yeah. Cavern on Angel. Ugh. That was rough. I played a lot of bad blue-white tempo decks that season. All right.
Interesting. Double, or is he? Oh,
Okay, here we go. All right, just chump blocks on the Baloths.
okay. I think that's probably going to do it.
That's
then.
probably going to do it. Yeah.
I think it needed to be a block on a moth, and then
Or a double block on a Baloth.
double block
and
on a Baloth,
let the moths through.
and let the moth through. Go to
Sure.
one here.
So we're gonna full mana Overlord of the Flood Pits. Looks like. Should you leave up a green for whatever reason?
This one is like
full cost Overlord of the Flood Pits. Draw 3 cards from up the Beanstalk, and then draw 2 cards, discard 1. Seems pretty good.
a hell of a lot of cards.
I will say, Andrew is at 8 with these 2 Bailots. Without the Bailots, Jay would have won this game already.
Yeah, well, it turns out you had Leyline of Bailoth.
Yes, so. Yes. Which is, this is why you play them. I thought about playing some Bailots, but I felt that my Hopeless Nightmare matchup is fine. I just pitch a spell. I'm like, cool, thanks for the mana.
Yeah.
Thanks for the mana for my terrors.
Yeah, just accelerate your terrors.
Drawing essentially 5 cards, discarding a Cavern of Souls. Sure has a land to play for turn. All right, we are going to tap 2. Looks like we're going to just Terrace under the Hopeless Nightmare. Yeah, just keep all sorts of shenanigans off the table. Going to pay 3 mana, sacrifice it to scry 2. Do what Jay has access to. I think I saw the 4th Beanstalk in Andrew's hand as well, hilariously enough.
Something tells me he will not be deploying that.
I have a feeling you are correct. Is there even a sequence of draws that can get Jay out of this at this point?
He doesn't have like a Wrath or anything available to him.
No, and I don't think there's enough of a sequence of draws that could.
I don't believe so.
Line up in a helpful way here. No, there's no like true card draw.
No, he could just save himself a little bit of mental fortitude here and just probably pack it up.
Let's see here.
Gonna fight the good fight though.
Yeah, Jay doesn't concede until he's dead. A very Reed Duke school of thought, which is honestly a good way to be, especially
because I mean that definitely plays into other people's mental game as well. If you,
it's true.
Like makes them think you still might have something that gets them out of this. They play differently.
Exactly. Jay thinking about this last card. 5 mana.
I'm curious. You'll be able to tell me quicker than.
Ooh, this town ain't big enough. Full retail, bouncing Leyline Binding, Overlord of the Flood Pits.
It's a Kaito back. He gets
Kaito back.
He gets to stun one of these Bailoths, block the other Bailoth, and take a hit for 2. Ooh, that's an aggressive attack there.
I don't think you can attack here.
Unless he knows something that we do not.
Don't.
I think he just wants to get
just surveil and draw. All these lands. Land. No.
I think that is it.
I think that is it.
Yes,
all right.
That is it.
Jay is going to fall to Andrew in game 2. These Bailots really getting in their work here. Keeping Andrew alive and giving him a chance to win game 2. Yeah, I also don't remember where the scry went. I think he may have kept one. One of them may have been in this town. I'm not entirely sure. But we're gonna go to game 3, and Jay's gonna be back on the play, so maybe interested in something like those No More Lies. You mentioned the Shrouded Shepherd. So Shrouded Shepherd is an adventure creature from Wilds of Eldraine. It is a 1 and a white for a 2/2 that when it enters, you give something +2/+2. But more importantly, its adventure spell. I can't remember exactly what it's called, or Cleave Shadows, I think. The adventure spell is 1 and a black to give all your opponent's creatures -1/-1. And I don't think Jay necessarily will bring it in, but it does clean up the 2/1s quite nicely. You could potentially play one of these. I often bring in my singleton copy of this against things like mono white tokens, because most of their tokens are X1s with like the rabbit tokens, the fish, the 2/1s from Overlord. A lot more X1s, even the Enduring Innocence, even though it would come back as an enchantment. It's just a bunch of X1s to get out of the way. And it's a permanent, which you can re-pick up off of your with your This Town and your Fear of Isolation, your Pixie, and then cast the spell again. It doesn't look like our players are making any changes here.
All right, we're just gonna run it back then.
We're gonna run it back.
All right, Jay's back on the play this game.
And the iPad agrees.
The iPad does agree.
Good job, iPad. A little rat friend.
It's our mouse.
It's one.
It's our mouse. It's our mouse friend.
Oh, the mouse friend. It looks like a rat to me. So
there's a bunch of mice in the room.
It's a 1/1 that can't block. That's a 1/1 that can't block.
Can't block.
That's the rat tokens from Wilds. They're 1/1 black rats that can't block. Like a Song of Totentans and yeah, Lord Skitter.
That's the one.
That's still in standard. Nobody plays that card.
It's kind of. I think it's past its prime.
Yeah. Looks like Jay has decided he wants to make a couple of changes.
I think it's probably those negates I was talking about, or those
the no more lies. Let's see if we can find out.
Those Sheltered by Ghosts.
He's looking at the Sheltered by Ghosts. I wonder what he's decided to take out. Ooh, looks like he's pulled a Mockingbird up to the front. Looks trimming a couple Hopeless Nightmares, I think. Trimming a couple Hopeless Nightmares. Unsure about James's game. I can go get an update from the floor.
That'd be beautiful. I think I got you covered.
Yeah, I'll go get an update from the floor.
Beautiful. Yeah, it looks like Jay's making a couple changes. I couldn't quite see what it was that he put in, but he's got a guide. He knows what he wants to do. I think that game one was beautifully executed. So I think if he can just have a replication of game one and not have Obstinate Baloth be a factor, then it's going to be good news for him. Andy having access to just those two Obstinate Baloths, but they came up huge that game. They say at the end of the game, Andy was at 8, and he gained exactly 8 that game. So that should tell you everything you need to know. Obstinate Baloth proved its worth.
That's true. All right, we have results for all 3 other quarterfinals matches.
Beautiful. Tell us what you got.
So we were looking at Garrison versus Michael Full. Garrison on this is the Demir Pixie or Demir Bounce Mirror, and Garrison was able to take that one down 2-0.
Take the rain down from Michael.
Exactly. Yeah, Michael Full. His reign ends. Congratulations again to Michael Full in top 8, and also got the other slot with you yesterday, the RCQ,
He did.
Won the Common Ground Cup here last weekend. Yep. So Garrison got that one. James Baggett versus Jacob Wedding. James Baggett took that one 2-1. So James Baggett is on to the semifinals. Cameron Schindler versus Will Stimson. Cameron Schindler got his, I'm not sure 2-0 or 2-1. That was the mice mirror, the red-green mice.
Kind of an upset, actually, with all those super good white cards in the pseudo mirror.
Well, the thing that's interesting about the white cards, like Shard Mage's Rescue and Sheltered by Ghosts, they get lightning. They get completely invalidated by Lithomantic Barrage, because Lithomantic Barrage is just a single, well, it can still deal 1 damage. I know it's close.
If it's on a creature that's bigger than 1, then it's like whatever.
Well, if it's on a white creature, it's fine. Like if they stick it on Mabel,
if they stick it on
Optimistic Scavenger, or
like a Heartfire, like
right.
that
can definitely be an issue.
Yeah, it's true.
So we'll see. Looks like.
True.
Looks like our players both like their 7s. We are off. Jay's going to start off with Optimistic Scavenger. This is the first time Jay's been on the play, I will say, which I think very much favors Jay. Like this is where Pixie wants to be. We got a Surveil land and a pass back to Jay here.
Say both like to 7s. That's good.
Yep. Jay's got his colors of mana as well.
Yeah, getting start off the game with your appropriate colors in your Esper deck is pretty good. It's kind of important. All your spells are pretty intensely costed, so.
All right, just attack for 1 here. And you're falling to 19.
And he's just going to play land and pass back to Jay. Jay's going to draw for the turn. Let's see if he wants to get that Kaito in the red zone here this turn. I think there was a Kaito in his hand, I believe. Looks like there is. See a Storm Chaser's Talent crawling around in that hand.
Lots of options. It's one of the... We got a 3rd land here. It's one of the draws to playing the Pixie deck. There's so many good 1-mana spells.
It looks like he's going to go with the Storm Chaser's Talent here.
Yeah, get the enchantment down. Get a counter on the Scavenger. Get another creature in play. Keep up the aggression.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The Scavenger gets bigger with each enchantment that enters
Correct.
play?
Well, you can put a counter on any creature.
Okay.
Yes.
I assume you'll probably just make it bigger.
At this, yeah, in this spot, absolutely.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's there.
Looks like Jay not holding up blue mana here.
So interested in what he's got here.
Could be a little flooded with blue cards in hand and only one blue land. Let's see what Andrew is able to deploy. Another surveil land.
And it could be kind of painful for him here as well.
That's true. Though that doesn't tend to come up too much, but it could down the line. Gonna surveil a plains into the bin and pass back to Jay. No play here. Just untapping. Probably want to save your spells for your prowess triggers on your otter. We've got a Seachrome Coast in hand, so we have another blue source for next turn if we want to deploy that. Looks like we're going to attack for 3 first. 3 mana.
Take 1 damage.
Looks like we've got a Kaito. Pop the Otter token. Take a damage. And hit for 5.
It looks like we're probably going to do some surveilling here.
I would not be surprised if that was the case.
You could also want to get aggressive here too. You could tick it up and
make an emblem.
Make an emblem with
Sure.
Kaito to start getting in here. It would be bigger than any of the bailouts he could put in play.
It is true. It would be attacking as a 4/5.
It would be attacking as a 4/5. So he has to worry about the possibility of like leyline binding and stuff. So he's going to choose a safer option and trying to find some more cards that fit what he needs to do for the rest of the game.
Exactly. Just keep up this bevy of cards. You're already ahead. Just try and keep yourself ahead. Gonna bin 2 lands. Get these lands out of the way. Gonna draw. Looks like it was a Hopeless Nightmare, I think.
Yes, I believe so.
Either that or a Fear.
Yeah, so we found a tap land here, and we're just going to pass the turn. Let's see what Andy comes up with here for the turn. Draws another land. And he's got to find an answer for the Kaito pretty quickly. Otherwise, it does get a little out of hand.
Kaito has been terrorizing Standard for sure.
That card is very, very strong. I think if I were playing, I would probably be playing a Kaito deck. That card seems very, very good.
Pretty difficult for these big mana decks to deal with. Even the aggressive decks to deal with.
There's a leyline,
4 mana leyline binding. We have 2 types.
We just have.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, like sometimes we just have plains and forest.
This would be a pretty brutal destroy evil. It looks like there is a No More Lies in hand for Jay.
Ah,
all right.
Okay.
So it looks like we have a counterspell for Sunfall or anything like that. I think so. Or Flood Pits? Are there Flood Pits in his list? No Flood Pits Drowners. Okay. Let's see where Jay wants to start.
Is that a Destroy Evil that he just ripped?
I
think that's a Destroy Evil.
It
is a Destroy Evil.
Okay.
That is a Destroy Evil. So you could get his Kaito back here.
Okay.
I don't hate that. But
let's see how he wants to do this. Looks like he does have a couple of other blue spells in hand as well.
So we'll take nothing off of this Seachrome Coast here for blue. Let's see what he wants to follow up with. He could do this on his main phase and just start getting I think he's gonna do this main phase and just start digging for cards again.
Yep, we're gonna just destroy evil the leyline binding. Kaito is back.
Yep.
We're gonna hit for 2. Put Andrew to 10. I imagine this means we'll 0 Kaito. Surveil 2.
No, we're gonna make sure we have the cards, appropriate cards that we need.
I think I saw negate.
Let it go. Go for the throat. No, it's not good.
No go. 2 go for the throats in the board. Looks like Jay likes both of those cards. Yep, we've got a negate. So we got a negate and No More Lies. So
that's big games here. He just needs to push through like 2 turns of stuff.
You can even let a Wrath go on this board. The Wrath doesn't hit Kaito at all.
I still think this is a 2-turn clock currently, so I think you probably would.
It is. Yeah, I think yeah.
I think you would still fire off on a Wrath here.
This is where Andrew wants to like slam White Overlord and try and stabilize the board, but it's just not gonna happen.
No, he's getting negated.
Unless Andrew has not even negate, No More Lies.
Yes, because No More Lies.
Unless Andrew has the Cavern of Souls here. I don't think he does.
That deck plays way fewer of that now than it used to. I think we're on current. How many copies of that are we on?
4.
We're on the full 4. Okay.
4. Yeah, they really just don't want Zer to get countered. Like against me, like he named human with it every time. Even when he had multiple Cavern of Souls, still named human. Because I'm trying to like unsummon his Zer to keep the big enchantment creatures from having lifelink. Andrew thinking of what to deploy. He's got 3 mana set aside here. All right, 4th land. Or 5th land, I should say. Looks like there's a Beza in hand, too. There's a Baloth.
Baloth is not even. Baloth doesn't do a ton here.
Right.
I think you press your advantage, counter whatever it is that he puts on the stack this turn.
Yeah.
Attack for 5. Put Andrew to 5, and then hopefully counter like a Wrath as a follow up if Andy has it.
Mm-hmm. You even potentially get to develop something else with the rest of your mana too. You can surveil again.
All right, here's 4 mana.
I think
Let's
Jay.
see.
Yeah.
So he's gonna go for an Obstinate Baloth here. Bet that's the play. Which honestly,
either one is gain 4.
It isn't even like say yeah, that is true. Which is not even that big of a game here because you could just put. Or it's Beza.
Looks like it's Beza, so this is gonna
Jay's probably just gonna fire off this No Moralizer.
Yes.
Yeah, take 1 damage from the Dark Ways and fire off this just to make sure that he can press his advantage and attack for 5 here. Put Andy to 5.
Yep. No Moralize the Beza.
Yep. That's
It's
good.
gonna get
That's good
exiled.
here.
I imagine we're gonna pass back.
I don't think he's got anything else.
No.
The deck's Superman hungry.
Yeah, and this current standard format doesn't have anything like a spell pierce or anything like that.
The Fear of Isolation.
Fear, yeah.
It was a Fear draw that turn, I believe. Fear is not bad here either.
All right, we're just gonna attack.
Kraken for 5.
And for 5, put Andrew down to 5.
Put him to the test this turn. If he can find that second No Moralizer, that would be back-breaking. Andy's got the Baloth.
As the Baloth.
Mm-hmm. But I can say you can also just stun it with the Kaito.
Right.
To remove it from factor of combat.
It buys Andrew a turn. It buys Andrew a turn. However, Jay could also I'm gonna wait until the door is closed. Jay could also deploy this fear. If it is a Fear of Isolation, Jay could also deploy fear. Oh, is that at this town? I think Jay is just working with gasoline. It's just about how to deploy with 4 mana.
Everything he's
got.
got.
Looks like he's just going to pass. He's going to keep shields completely up here.
No reason for him not to currently.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting in a good spot.
Plenty of life total to play with. Andrew contemplating his options. I see a Plains. We know. We know there's a Baloth.
6 mana in his hand. He is still missing that 3rd color, so he's like Leyline Binding is kind of off the table.
Right.
Because there is also the negate for like a Leyline Binding if that should be a thing too that occurs.
Exactly, and probably could. When you're playing decks like this, you're probably sniffing out negates. That's why these decks play things like Beza and Obstinate Baloth as they are creature spells that get you life back so that you don't just lose to the negates all these blue tempo decks are bringing in against you. So could potentially be sniffing out a negate here. Looks like we're going to go for the Baloth. Let's see what Jay has as an answer. Not going to get negated.
You just let that happen. Goes back up to 9.
Yep. So it's going to potentially give Andrew another turn here.
Yep. Let's see if Jay wants to do his turn.
Let's see.
Into turn. We're going to... This town? Oh, so go for the
throat. Go for the throat. Okay.
So he did bring in then go for the throat.
All
I guess
right.
it does just cleanly answer all these like gigantic
exactly.
cards.
It answers all the creatures. You have negates for the sweepers, and you have go for the throat's creature.
Another Storm Chaser's talent?
Storm Chaser's talent. Okay, so we can
do an attack. We could do an attack for 6 here if we want.
Just do the same song and dance.
Actually, hold on. If you play the thing, you put a counter on the opportunist.
Yeah.
Then
is there a
you can't lethal this turn. I think you can guarantee lethal through even a creature next turn.
Because you play if you uptick Kaido.
Yeah,
you play
that's 4.
We get 3 triggers.
Oh yes.
Talent. But no, he only has 2 blue mana, so he can't do it. If he had a 3rd blue mana, he could go Talent, Fear, Talent, plus Kaido. That's lethal through 0 interaction from Andrew,
which currently could only be get lost currently.
Correct.
But you can say Jay's got that wrapped up with
the negate. So we'll see how Jay wants to navigate this. Looks like we're gonna start
with the Storm Chaser.
1 mana here.
Probably.
We're starting with Mockingbird. Make a copy of the Scavenger. So maybe this is...
Oh, this is... Okay, this is kind of scary.
Ooh, taking down the shields. I mean, are you really that scared of a Wrath with Kaito?
No.
You know?
No.
All right. Play talent. This trigger. So this is another way. I'll put the both counters on the Kaito to insulate yourself against a Wrath. Ooh. Insulate yourself. We're gonna uptick. Insulate yourself against a Wrath here.
So you got 4,
so
5,
it's
6,
3, 4,
7,
5,
8.
6, 7. Yeah, 7, 8.
If he can play, is there an enchantment in his hand at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I really like putting the counters on Kaito here. This really insulates you against a Wrath because you're putting the negate shields down.
Yep. Now, if Andy does have the get lost here, this is kind of backbreaking. Which he doesn't.
No, Andy's going to go to 1. I mean, it's not even that backbreaking. Kaito is hexproof.
Oh, that is correct.
Yeah,
you are correct.
Kaito is hexproof. The get lost doesn't do anything.
Oh, is that a hopeless nightmare?
And here's a hopeless nightmare. That's it. Jay's going to take it down with a very impressive showing of developing this Kaito and just crushing with Hopeless Nightmare. Obstinate Bailots be damned. Congratulations to Jay. And condolences, of course, to Andrew, another very strong player in our area, also a member of Team Tilt.
He is.
This top 8 is full of members of Team Tilt, so that's going to be the win going to Jay Tobman. Upset based on the standings alone, but certainly not on skill and deck choice.
No,
absolutely, that was a great showing. He's been playing great.
He definitely put in his work to test for this event.
Absolutely.
You can say got with one of the better players in our area to learn how to play this because Jonathan's very good at this. Learn a couple things, and yeah, great.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could get Jay in here and talk for a minute. That'd be
great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can hop out
that'd be beautiful.
And hop in with Jay here. Yeah,
love that. So yeah, huge congrats to Jay. Huge also congrats to Andy for making a good run in top 8. Put himself in a good position to make a run. But say got pretty ground out by Jay. Jay played that very, very tightly and took it down. That was pretty good. Yeah.
Jay's gonna gather his things, and for now I'll be Jay Tobman.
You will be Jay Tobman.
He's gonna gather his things, and then we'll get Jay in here, and you can kind of ask him, talk through some of the stuff we were talking about. I'm curious to hear about, because we saw the No More Lies, we saw the negates, we saw the Destroy Evils, and we ended up seeing the Go for the Throw.
Yeah, we did.
Which ended up being really, really impactful to just get that 4/4 out of the way.
Just remove it, just get it out of the play, out of play.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Yeah,
because there's no way to buy it back or anything like that. So
yeah, it looks like he did take the Shelter by Ghost out, which we had talked about, which I think was good. We were looking at sideboarding.
I think he also took out the Nowhere to Runs as well. I think, correct?
I would not be surprised if
it just doesn't do a ton. It doesn't kill anything
for sure.
So that seems like it would be
pretty reasonable. So if these pairings line up correctly, looks like our semifinal matchups will be Garrison versus Jay.
Yes.
And Cameron versus James Baggett.
I believe that.
I believe that will be those will be our semifinals.
Cool. I'm sure we'll find out just soon enough. Make sure that is confirmed.
We will for sure. And we'll get Jay in here in just a second. I'll go fetch him for real.
Beautiful. Been a long day for these players here, and I'm sure they're ready to get on with the semifinals here. Got one spot to give out today in this RCQ hosted game night out here in Columbia, Tennessee. Also, listen to my podcast. Tom Scunn here, just with me. He's also one of my co-hosts, and we release an episode every Thursday talking about Pauper and all things Pauper. We love Pauper.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What does this look like back here?
Come sit down.
Come join.
I'm about to be asked.
Nope, you're going to ask him to me on the fly. We can give you some of your best answers.
Are we live?
You are live.
Oh boy.
All right, Jay. Very nicely played. That was very clean, very convincing win on your part. I want to ask you about your.
Glad that it appeared that way. It didn't feel convincing.
It looked very convincing. So I want to ask you about your deck choice for today. What brought you to play Esper Pixie today?
So I was playing Dimir mid-range for a while. My first major tournament I was in was Spotlight Series, and I had some good results. I felt good about that deck, and I've watched since then the bounce decks really take shape. When Esper, started cropping up, is really when that seems like a deck for me.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just that the darling of it, you know. And I'll tell you, it's been said by many people before. It feels very much like a pauper deck.
It feels like a Glinthawk.
There's the
deck.
Glinthawk, Skyfisher. You know, there's the Orzhov Blade deck, right? That, you know, where the Boros deck is kind of just bouncing your own thing, getting the value out of it, right? And the Blade deck is bouncing your own thing, so I can keep killing your creatures.
Yes.
This deck kind of bridges both of those at the same time.
You get tons of value out of like the Storm Chasers talents and stuff like that. Yeah. And Nowhere to Runs and good stuff like that. Obviously, this choice has worked out pretty well for you so far today. You said that was one of your worst matchups, or you thought was one of your worst matchups.
Regardless of what deck I'm playing, I feel like that is my worst matchup. In fact, I got to give a huge shout out to Jonathan Johnson. I'll call him my coach. He helped me out quite a bit. We got to play this match a little bit the other day when we hung out, and it definitely prepared me for how to play win this one. Yeah.
Saw you out there with that Excel spreadsheet of your matchup.
Yeah.
You were ready to go. You had exactly what you need to do, so you don't have to think about it.
All written myself. No, it was approved. You know, Jonathan did get a good look at it and helped me out. But yes,
I talked about that you coached Jonathan a little bit, so I'm sure that definitely gave you some good insights on how to play that matchup out and how to play other matchups out. Huge congrats on that one.
Thank you.
Very nice on your win there. We say it looked very convincing, very well played. All things said. Looks like you've got yourselves a semifinal to get into.
I do. So I don't know. I didn't really feel any kind of jitters. Apparently, I showed some jitters though. I got some friends out there that are teasing me that there was apparently a No More Lies that was in my hand that I kind of held it in front of my opponent. So yeah, I didn't expect to have the nerves right. I've always said I play the game for fun.
That's
right. It's a card game. It's supposed to be played for fun. Yep. But I don't know, when it gets high stakes in a tournament like this, against some very, very good competition. And I mean, I got to hand it to Andy. He showed me in round 2 how difficult this match really is for me. So I'm glad to be able to come back in the top 8 and you know, be able to even the score.
That's right. All right, now you can go get your score. You can take the semifinals down too, right?
I'll do my best.
All right. Good luck out there, man.
Thank you so much.
Of course. All right. We just had Jay in here come talk about his win in the quarterfinals.
Hell yeah.
Quite a convincing game from him, or 3 games from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So really proved his skill and talent.
Absolutely crushing it. Great to see. I think this is his first semifinal appearance. For sure, I believe his first semifinal appearance in the RCQ level. So huge congrats. Huge congrats to Jay. That's great to see. I mean, you too. Anyone watching at home, if you don't get out to these events very often, like, you can do it. Pick up a list, pick up a guide, get some practice in, find a good crew of people to test with, and you can find success. You just got to put in the time, you got to put in the effort, and you got to want it too.
Yeah, you got to want it.
Yeah.
Say, there's I know we've got a good friend group that helps anybody else that wants to test and wants to learn and is very supportive of each other. So
exactly.
And there's always huge congrats to go around when people do lots of winning.
Yes.
So it's super nice and super rewarding. So what does our matchup next look like?
I'm not entirely sure yet. We'll have to find out where we sit, but these are our top 4 players. Of course, Garrison winning with Demir Pixie, James Baggett winning his quarterfinals with Mono Blue Terror, Cameron Schindler winning the Mice Mirror, Red Green coming out on top of Red White, and Jay Todman, which we just saw on camera, winning with Esper Pixie over Domain. So I believe we'll see Garrison versus Jay and James versus Cameron. I'm personally into getting James v Cameron onto camera since we just saw Jay.
Yeah, it seems like the Pixie Mirror might be a lot to handle for the viewers
at
home. That's a lot.
It sounds like if this goes the way we think it does, then there will for sure be a bounce variant in the finals. So maybe we just saw that. So maybe we get Cameron and James queued up.
Yeah, it could be. Cool.
Awesome sauce.
Cool.
Perhaps I'll go. So we're gonna get that set up for you folks, and then we'll be right back with coverage of the top 4 at the RCQ here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee.
That's right.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now on to your semifinals of the RCQ here down in Columbia, Tennessee.
We are.
And the matchup is Cameron on Gruel Mice versus James Baggett on Mono Blue Terror.
There's a really interesting list coming in from James Baggett here. This Mono Blue Terror. Really interesting to me. I believe it's been on camera once before today.
Has.
Just playing all Ops Sleight of Hands, the Storm Chasers Talent This Town Loop, Tolarian Terror, and Eddie Merc Crab. Just a bunch of extra cantrips, full set of Into the Flood Maw. Looks like we're underway. Our players were very ready to go. James will be on the play, being the 2 seed over Cameron, the 3 seed. We got a Sleight of Hand on turn 1. We got a Heartfire Hero on turn 1 for Cameron. James is going to... All right, Cameron is going to...
These namesake unsummons.
Oh, yes.
Man, if there's ever a James Baggett card I've ever seen, it is an unsummon.
It is an unsummon.
It is an unsummon.
All right, well, that mouse is going to get returned to hand. Cameron's going to redeploy.
I've known James for a long time, and anytime that is a remotely playable card in a format, he will be playing it.
Bounce the mouse again, and looks like we're going to curate here.
He just needs to buy himself time. That's all he needs to do. He just needs to be able to get down like terrors and crabs.
Very similar to the Sultai list that I was playing, but just like very streamlined in, just doing the blue things, just cantripping instead of dumping a bunch of stuff in the yard, sculpting a hand, playing extra bounce spells, things of that nature. Yeah. We already have 5 spells in the bin, so we already have two mana.
Terror's probably incoming. There's a double terror. That's really strong from James here.
Yes,
that's going to be pretty brutal for Cameron to get through at this stage of the game. And James is at 20 and it's turn 4.
Exactly. Yes,
like that's big game for him.
Bad news for Cameron Schindler fans, but Cameron has lots of good spells in hand here. We've definitely got our 4th land, like a Verge, lots of options. That is one of the downsides of Unsummon, is that you do just put the cards back into your opponent's hand. Oh, don't worry, Deno. The deck lists are right in front of us.
Yeah, we're good. We're right here.
We're gonna Heartfire Hero attack. Pump it up with the land, with the village. This is a 3/2 hasty Heartfire Hero. James deciding if he wants to block or not. Cameron representing a monstrous rage.
Also at the bottom of your screen, if you could give the Common Ground MTG a follow on all your podcasting.
You can. That's a Popper podcast featuring myself, James, and Cameron on Camera Now. We come out with new episodes every Thursday.
That's right.
We're going to fire off this monstrous rage.
Here's the thing. James just got him dead in 2 turns.
It's true.
He just attack for 10.
Attack for 10. You can just slam a crab and
the game is over.
The game's over. So let's see.
Oh, he would like to remove
get that out of there.
He's like, no Popper here.
Camera goes down to 10.
Just look at a chart
of course. It's just a draw 2.
Yeah, we'll get a nice, pretty good here. Land and a pass.
Opt, curate. I don't know what one of those last cards is. We're gonna pass back to Cameron here. Cameron facing lethal from these 2 terrors.
Yeah, looks like we're either gonna have to remove these terrors from play, which would be very difficult to do, or put some blockers in play. And also hope that James doesn't have more copies of Unsummon and or Into the Flood Maw.
Looks like James definitely has an Opt in hand, so could find the Crab or Into the Flood Maw, something like that. I wonder if Cameron's trying to decide whether he just needs to attack. With the right lineup of spells, could potentially find lethal over the next 2 turns, but is gonna have to keep stuff on the battlefield to block these terrors for at least 1 more turn here. Yep. Got another Heartfire Hero. I know there's a Questing Druid, another land. So a couple of options. We're going to lead off with the Heartfire Hero. You can hear Cameron snapping his cards from the other side. Ooh, we have a Witchstalker Frenzy in hand. So that can... Right now we can... Either on our turn, we could attack with 2 creatures. Well, no, you can't do that because you need to use the village. So on... James's turn. If James attacks with both terrors,
let's see. I can go for curate here if I had to guess.
Actually, no. I think we're gonna opt for it in case we hit a crab. So I think we opt first.
To the bottom on that one.
To the bottom.
Draw a card off that.
Draw.
What did we hit?
I think it's a land. Now we'll curate. So that's surveil 2 and then draw.
An opt in another spell keeps.
Looks like we like that spell, whatever that is. I like to believe it's a crab. It might be a Flood Maw. All right, 6th island here for James.
Is that does Cameron have a Restless Ridgeline in play? No, he does not.
No. All right, we're gonna into the Flood Maw, the Heartfire Hero with the counter and the monster roll.
You have a
bounce.
cantrip. Yep, oh, there it is.
Unsummon this Heartfire Hero back to hand.
Yep.
Now we know that Cameron has the Witchstalker Frenzy in hand, so it's gonna be discounted by 2. James thinking whether he wants to attack with both or not. Gonna attack with both. Witchstalker Frenzy.
The singleton Witchstalker Frenzy going to be good here.
Yep. So we're gonna tap 2 because 2 creatures have attack, so it costs 2 less. Target here. James is going to remember ward triggers. We're gonna opt in response.
Let's see what we find. Gonna keep
James likes the card, but the terror is gonna go down.
Cameron's gonna go to 5.
Cameron's gonna go to 5 here. Looks like we
have
another terror. Okay. Cameron has to deal with these, but now James is out of gas, so it's basically just these terrors. So Cameron could potentially give himself some breathing room.
There's also the opportunity that James draws a this town, and that's probably that might just be enough.
Yeah, this town, crab. There are a lot of live draws here.
Storm Chasers, another live draw here.
Yeah, just play it. Play it for 1, 4 mana, level 2, then 1 mana unsummon.
Unsummon a thing,
yep.
yeah.
Yep.
That's gonna be good enough too. So
it's like Cameron also sitting on a Burst Lightning, so could potentially get close here. We're gonna play both Heartfire Heroes using the village, so not using the village to pump up any counters here. Looks like Cameron is holding, so he's got Land, Burst Lightning, Questing Druid. We're gonna pass back to James. James is gonna draw. Right. Oh, looks like he found it.
Town.
There's this town. So let's see.
Cameron guy here. Right. We'll just seek the beast.
Seek the beast.
See what we can find.
And that's not gonna do it.
Burst lightning one
of these. Do damage on the way out, just for funsies. And James Baggett's gonna take down game number 1 over Cameron Schindler with this. As much as James has said this deck is bad, don't play it, he's doing quite well with it.
This is also
today.
his totally in his wheelhouse. This is definitely within his play style to play. He loves decks like this.
Absolutely.
He's very tempo oriented decks.
Yeah,
so on Baggett's side, he's got the 4 Flood Pits Drowner, 3 Filigree Silex, 3 Get Out, 2 Negate, 2 Minor Misstep, and 1 Tishana's Tidebinder. What do you like here?
I like the Flood Pits Drowners. I mean, I think that they're good against the creature decks. Maybe you don't want all of them. Maybe they're not quite as good as in the draw, but I think I like them in some variety. I think that the Minor Missteps are good against things like, I mean, they can counter any 1-drop. They're great against Paw Patch Recruit, because Paw Patch Recruit going wide is a good way to play well against crabs targeting things, this town targeting things.
Correct.
And I don't mind the Tidebinder. I don't know whether you want it on the play or the draw. I always bring in my Tidebinder in this matchup.
Any consideration for the Filigree Silex? It's just a Ratchet Bomb style effect.
It is just a Ratchet Bomb. I think that the mouse deck has a lot of variations in 1s and 2s, and you could potentially play the Silex and grow it a couple turns and blow up everything on 2 and potentially be a blowout. And it is the Offspring do also have since they're copies of the creature, they also have the mana value. So I believe the Filigree Silex works favorably in that interaction. Yep. But I think those are mostly for the decks that are trying to go much wider, like maybe like Jeskai Convoke, for instance. Or
he had said earlier that it was mainly for the
Convoke matchup.
I think he's just trying to 1-for-1 until he can get a terror down into play.
I also wouldn't be surprised if we saw 1 or 2 get outs or negates. The red green mouse deck, as much as it's an aggressive deck, it definitely has the tools to play into a mid range game plan for sure. So maybe just have a counter spell here or there might be fine. I think you could make arguments for every card in some manner out of James's board, but I don't think you want to go
super deep. I think you just want to kind of keep it clean and keep it neat.
Yeah.
On Cameron's side, we're looking at 2 Ghost Vacuum, 3 Lithomantic Barrage, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Paw Patch Formation, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Questing Druid, 2 Scorching Shot, 1 Sentinel of the Nameless City, 1 Sunspine Lynx, and 1 Torch the Tower. So I imagine the Ghost Vacuums come in here because you are the Terror deck.
I do think the Ghost Vacuums are, as much as they are not as good as things like Rest in Peace of just shutting out the graveyard entirely, you can potentially build, you can I think this mono blue Terra list might be a little more susceptible to Ghost Vacuum than the blue-green versions, because the blue-green versions play things like Seed of Hope and Cash Grab, like to try and fill up the graveyard with a bunch of stuff as quickly, like all in one go. Yeah. And sometimes Ghost Vacuum can't keep up with that. But when you're just casting like an Opt, an Unsummon, a Curate, like Curate can like put a couple, like Surveil 2, and then the Curate goes in the bin as well. And you could put like 2 or 3 spells in the bin in one go with the Curate, but it's not gonna be as lights out. So I think it's not gonna be as, I think James is gonna have a harder time overwhelming the Ghost Vacuum than the blue-green version would, but I still think they're good. I still think you bring them in. And I think you also, Cameron also can bring in the Lithomantic Barrages, just easy 1 mana answers for 5 mana for your 5 toughness creatures that also ignores the ward.
As well as a Scorching Shot, I think, same thing. 5 damage
absolutely,
there,
yeah.
easy.
Yeah, so I like the Ghost Vacuums, I like the Lithomantic Barrages, and I like the Scorching Shots. Generally against the traditional Terra list, you like the Links as well, because what are they going to do? Bounce the Links over and over again? But this is all
20 islands.
All islands in James Baggis' list, so I do not expect Cameron to play the Links this time around.
I might give him some grief if he did.
Yes,
I'll be real honest.
Yes, exactly.
I was like, "What are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
What are we doing here?" All right,
but so, looks like players are shuffled up, and they're gonna resolve some mulligans first.
Yeah, Cameron's gonna need to find a little faster start and maybe get lucky with James not having so many unsummons. It was definitely an unsummon heavy hand, which was good
worked
news.
Worked out well. If there's ever a card that I associate with James, that's the card.
Yes,
that is the card.
Looks like Cameron doesn't like his 7. He's going to go down to 6.
James is going to keep his.
James is going to keep his 7. Also, this Terra list also has the advantage of not trying to set up for like a turn with things like Up the Beanstalk. You can just kind of hold up. Outside of Storm Chaser's talent and Terror, everything's at instant speed. Well, and sleight of hand, but
that's how he's kind of curated this list as well. He's trying to keep everything in instant.
Well, I guess Chart of Course is sorcery too. Never mind.
Likely Chart of Course comes out here as like the worst cantrip.
Sure.
Because you just like you
want to hold up your interaction, especially if you're bringing in Flood Pit Drowners, Tidebinder.
Yeah, it's the slowest card. It's the slowest cards I would imagine. The Flood Pit Drowner, maybe just be the Flood Pit Drowner that come in here, and maybe like the Minor Missteps. Could potentially this just Tidebinder.
I definitely like the Minor Missteps on the draw.
On the draw, yeah.
Yeah, can be very, very impactful. It's like the Spell Pierce on the draw mentality.
All right, see if Cameron keeps his 6.
Cameron's looks like he's got a tap land on one. I think there's a Ghost Vacuum. Yeah. No, some lands. Emberheart Challenger. We're gonna keep it though.
I see some mice in there. We got some.
Might be a Hired Claw.
All right, he's gonna keep his 6. Let's see how well it serves him. He's on the play too, so we'll start with the Hired Claw.
All right, back to Baggett.
Looks like he's gonna start bunch with of 4 lands in his hand.
4 lands, which is fine. This decks like this can be pretty mana hungry. We've got an Otter token. These are Pokemon energies from James's son's Pokemon card collection.
That's right.
He was very excited to let his dad borrow some Pokemon cards to the event today.
Let's go.
Attack and no block. James going down to 18.
There's the Ghost
Vacuum. We
Vacuum.
do have Ghost Vacuum. And James asking to read the Restless Ridge line. This has an activated ability for 2 red-green. It becomes a 3/4 dinosaur that when it attacks, you get to give another creature +2/+0. And potentially... No, just +2/+0 and untap it. Doesn't give trample.
I was like, that would be very gross.
That would be very good if that were the case.
Yes, it would.
James has second land. Considering his options, he has quite a few of them from what I understand.
Beautiful.
As well as plenty of islands to come down the line.
Yeah, we're flush with islands. We got plenty of those.
There's a chance you just pass and cast a couple spells and block. No, it looks like we're going to get in.
No, he's getting aggressive.
All right. Got to get this game over with because with the Ghost Vacuum in play, the terrors are not going to come down as quickly as you would like. So you got to kind of get this game over with before the red-green deck just kind of overwhelms you with these efficient threats.
Yep. All right, looks like that's a challenger here.
Challenger coming down. Well, Cameron might be on 2 mana.
Haste, Prowess, and Valiant. I'm gonna cast a.
Here's the Drowner. Okay, this is pretty good. We're gonna tap down the Lizard.
Right.
I like this. So you don't get the
trigger off of the Floodpits Drowner.
Well, it's not gonna the Valiant
it's on your
trigger
own stuff
because it's only on your own stuff. Yeah, and this
It
also
doesn't get an attack for or a trigger attack for one.
Because I think Cameron would be okay with attacking the Hired Claw into the Floodpits Drowner, but not necessarily the Emberheart Challenger. So I like this this stun from James. Third land.
See how Baggett wants to press his advantage currently.
Plenty of islands in hand.
He is because Cameron did miss his third land.
This is true. We have another Otter with another
that's big
talent.
game. That's big game.
It's very good. Prowess trigger. We're gonna attack for 4.
My assumption is that Cameron did not bring in his paw patch formations for these talents.
Are they all on the board? Paw patch formation?
Yeah.
Oh, the destroy. Yeah, sorry. So I get confused with the paw patch recruit.
The disenchant.
Yes. No, you're good.
I assume that he did not do that.
It's like Cameron still stuck on 2. Get in Emberheart here. See if maybe James has a spell attempt to block with the Prowess Otter token.
But it's even then, if it's like an unsummon, this is so bad for Cameron. Like if he goes for just block and Cameron tries to do anything,
right?
And James responds with like a disenchant here. That's backbreaking.
Let's see, Cameron thinking of deploying something. Saw Monstrous Rage in hand.
And another cool thing is that what James can do is also start bouncing his own Floodpits Drowner.
Yes,
and just like unsummon his own Floodpits Drowner, keep stuff tapped down for like across multiple turns.
Yes. I might need to pick me up some Floodpits Drowners.
Card's good.
It's pretty good.
Bird.
You know where I'm going to pick them up?
Right here, game night.
That's true.
That's right.
Right here. Game night, Columbia, Tennessee.
Oh, he's going for the monstrous rage here again. Like, he's got to be very careful about all this because if he doesn't, then like he gets got by these like distant or these unsummon effects.
Is he monstrous raging the tapped Hired Claw? Yeah, and then triggering Prowess.
Just gonna get a trigger here off the Prowess.
So trying to make sure he gets some value to stick.
Oh, he's gonna unsummon his own.
Unsummon
his own Floodpits Drowner, like I just said.
Okay.
It takes nothing here.
That's fine.
Followed up with a second Ghost Vacuum.
Second Ghost Vacuum. Get rid of the unsummon.
He came in tapped. Came in tapped.
It did. Yes.
For that unsummon.
I think James is totally fine with this though. This is the thing with this like terror Storm Chaser talent this town archetypes.
So you just want to tempo your opponent out, which is what exactly he's doing.
Yeah. If they bring in the Ghost Vacuums, the rest in pieces, like the talents and the Floodpits Drowner plan, like that just lets you play around them so nicely. So James is gonna get in for 2, put Cameron down to 13 already.
Yep, see what. Just gonna play up the 5th land here.
Another island.
And we know he's got the Floodpits Drowner.
We have the Drowner, and
let's see what Cameron does to get himself back in this game.
See if Cameron can find his 3rd land here. The answer is no.
He finds a Heartfire Hero and still has these Screaming Nemesis kind of rotting in his hand.
Well, there's 2 of them.
I think so.
Ooh.
I think he just has the Heartfire Hero here. I imagine James will just block to tap down this Hired Claw here on the turn. Pretty easy, I think. I'm pretty sure that's double Screaming Nemesis. Scorching Shot.
Scorching Shot, okay.
Cards look similar.
We're going to Scorching Shot an Otter token, which is not exactly where you want to be.
No, it's not the best.
But Cameron needs to do something here. So we're going to get an Otter token out of the way. There's trigger Prowess on the Challenger. We're going to go to combat.
Tap down the Hired Claw.
Tap down the Hired Claw.
We're going to crack in for 3.
Get in for 3.
Which is totally fine on James's end. He's looking to present more than a faster clock than currently Cameron is.
True. So we're gonna go back to James now.
Let's see if what we can do here.
I think we have land 6.
Probably. There's a chance that he actually wants to put the Hired Claw back in Cameron's deck too at some point.
That's true. We got 11 stun counters there. We're gonna get rid of stun counter. James is gonna get in for 3. I believe Cameron goes down to 10.
That's Paw Patch.
1 mana Paw Patch recruit.
And then the Heartfire.
And a Heartfire Hero. Well, we're getting stuff into play.
Yeah, at some point. Well, again, at some point, if James just keeps making land drops and he draws these terrors, cool. I'll cast my terrors.
Oh yeah.
For 7 mana.
7 mana terror is totally fine. I've done it.
Yeah.
We saw it last weekend at the Popper event.
Yeah,
5 mana 5/5s.
Yep. So Devin, we saw Devin last weekend. Guessing there's 5 mana 5/5s with Ward 2.
It's true.
Not a terrible thing. Just gonna say go.
Cameron's gonna pass. James gonna untap here. I believe Cameron is at 10. Just a passing to the turn. Okay, Cameron may have done enough to stabilize the board here. Let's see if he can find his third land and deploy. No, an Innkeeper's Talent. Okay. All right, well, that lets you dig a little deeper. Beginning of combat, trigger, put a counter on the...
I imagine that James is probably not going to let this
we'll
freely
see.
Resolve. He's probably going to do something about this.
Interested to see if we are going to combat, or I believe it resolves, and we're
now a card
deciding where to put the counter.
Possibly. Now, I'm sure a card that James would want to see here is something like this town. Like this town would
absolutely
be big game here.
It would, as much as
the Screaming Nemesis that he can't play.
All right, get that out of the way. That's fine. Get it out of there.
Goodness,
getting it totally out of here. Just make sure they remember to shuffle that back up after.
This is assuming we go to another game.
Well, we'll see about that.
I think so. This remains to be seen,
and that's pretty close.
It's close. No arguments there.
Like Cameron for sure attacking with Challenger, attacking with a Hired Claw, trigger, put James down to 14.
See if James wants to go to blocks here or not. We also just want to bounce this Hired Claw.
Yeah. Cameron is at 10. There we go. So 3/3 and a 2/3.
Do you take the trade for the Heartfire or the Emberheart Challenger?
Sure.
No, he doesn't.
Looks like James is just gonna take it. Go down to 9. Cameron at 10, James at 9. James looking at a grip full of cards, just continuing to pass back. Not really a whole lot of action. Doesn't want to attack into this Heartfire hero. And difficult to target things with this Paw Patch Recruit in play now. Because it's going to start putting some counters around. What did Cameron draw? Is that a second, like another Screaming Nemesis? Or is that a Monstrous Rage? I wonder if he's going to level up the talent. If you level up the talent, it gives all your creatures with a +1/+1 counter Ward 1.
Currently is not a huge issue for James because he's got plenty of mana to pay for these like unsummons and whatnot.
It's true. It could throw a little wrench into the gears of a fully costed, 5 mana. This town ain't big enough. Bounce 2 of your things.
Good.
All right, we're in beginning of combat. We're gonna put the counter on the Heartfire hero, which triggers Valiant. We're gonna swing in, trigger the Hired Claw, bring James down to 8. Oh, 7. I must have missed a damage somewhere.
Last turn with the Heartfire or the Hired Claw, I think.
That might be the case, yes.
Let's see.
So we've got 2/3 Trample and 2/3/3 Mice coming in. This is a tough spot. You can get into these spots with these blue tempo decks where your opponent gets enough stuff in play and you can't really do anything.
Into the Floodmaw here.
Floodmaw, trigger the Paw Patch.
Draw a card.
Yep. Put a counter there. That'll trigger Valiant. Flip a card. Floodmaw the hero. That's going to resolve. We're going to eat the Floodmaw right away. Cameron being very vigilant about the graveyard here.
He doesn't want to give James any opportunities to get a terror down if he can. Terrors do.
Thinking of blocks. So we are. There's a double block to kill because this Otter token does have a prowess trigger.
Correct.
I don't think there's anything Cameron can do about this. Oh, he has a Monstrous Rage. We'll attempt to Monstrous Rage. And the Ghost Vacuums have done it. Stranding 4 5/5s in James Baggett's hand, and that's going to be game 2 going to Cameron Schindler. Stuck on 2 lands and managing to dig his way out of it. James just kind of...
Those Ghost Vacuums were kind of huge.
Yeah, James just drawing a bunch of 5/5s in the end instead of more action. So we are going to go to game 3. Do you expect any changes?
I don't imagine so.
Player draw here.
I don't imagine so. Again, James probably wants these minor missteps now that he's seen like the Ghost Vacuums, and all these 1-drops.
Especially being on the play.
Yeah, he really wants them there. Like they look really good there.
Yeah, it looks like James is making some changes. You could potentially also this could be a look at the filigree Silex, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, he's on the play.
That was a lot of 1-drops in play. Take a turn off, load a counter up onto it, sack it, blow up the board.
Yep.
Totally reasonable.
He could. I think that's what he's looking at. He's going to see if he wants to board anything in. He might be considering putting in that Silex, I think. It looked pretty good there.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at the sideboard options. Let me see if I can get an update from our other semifinal while we wait for them to shuffle up.
Beautiful. Thank you. Say, just looking to see what he give himself some options here. Boarding a couple cards. Quite an interesting match, I would say. James coming with his mono blue version of the terror deck, and Cameron coming in with the best aggressive deck in the format, coming with that red green mice deck. Deck's obviously proved its worth here today and on camera. Looks like Thomas might be back with some results updates.
I have some results updates.
What you got?
So in our other semifinal match, we are in game 2 in the pseudo Pixie Mirror, Demir versus Esper. Garrison is up a game. Garrison won game 1 with the Demir deck. They're in game 2 currently.
Gotcha. Cool.
So things moving right along as we get closer to crowning a champion and securing someone an invitation to
either Hartford, Connecticut, or Minneapolis.
The regional championships hosted by Star City Games at either of those SCG cons. They're a good time. They're a fun time. We went to DC. A bunch of us went to the DC RC in the beginning of October. That was a blast.
Yep, it's been one of my better Magic trips in quite some time.
I would agree. I played a lot of Magic that weekend.
You played a lot of Magic that weekend.
I LCQ'd to get into the RC in the first place because I wasn't queued that season.
You were not.
And then 6-3 day 1.
And you had been testing this red-black aggressive deck in the Pioneer for
months
weeks,
almost.
Months.
Weeks.
And then someone's like, I will buy your entry to one of these LCQs if you will play spirits in one of it.
This is true.
And how did that work out for you?
I went 4-0, 8-0, and then got scooped into the last one by someone who was already queued and blocking for his girlfriend who had already lost. So I went 4-0, 8-0 against like a good swap. Like I played against like the expected meta decks. Like I played against the enchantments decks. I played against the red-black aggro deck. I played against the new like the Slasher Archfiend Unholy Annex deck was just popping off that weekend in Pioneer. And then also blue-white control. So I played against like 4 of the like major expected decks and just like 4-0, 8-0. And I was like, maybe Spirits with Sheltered by Ghosts is pretty good. And it was pretty good. It
was good that weekend.
It was pretty good. I think my tournament is very different with a couple of mulligan decisions, as many Magic players I'm sure could attest.
I can say no, most of my favorite parts of that trip were all non-Magic related in any way whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because I got to catch a couple of concerts while I was there. And they just
happened to be because you went up early to catch some concerts.
I got up a couple days early, go catch some shows that would be there while we would be around.
Yeah.
Guy's hair. Oh, I think I know who that is.
Oh yeah.
His blonde hair is so beautiful.
His hair truly is gorgeous.
It's true. And then, like I say, all the hangings to get to do with the homies, and DC is also a really fascinating city.
It is. There's a lot of history there.
A lot of stuff going on.
We are underway. James Back is going to play an Island and Pass. Cameron is going to play a Hired Claw.
Doesn't have that turn one.
No minor misstep.
Bounce spell.
Or unsummon. Yep. It's an Island here for second turn for James.
Let's see what he wants to do.
Oh, is that who it is?
Oh, that is.
Oh, okay.
It is who you think.
I know who Deno is now.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Ooh,
James really giving this some thought. Here's the filigree Silex. So let's see. I wonder if Cameron
plays around this.
Let's see if he has an answer for this. Looks like.
He's explaining how the filigree Silex works. I can hear this. It's just Ratchet Bomb in this case.
Just straight up. It's not X or less. Is it exactly X?
I'm pretty sure it's exactly.
Okay, so
you can check me, but I believe it is just X. On it.
Beautiful. So we got an attack for 2, attack for 3, 4 technically, with the Hired Claw and the Challenger. Got some loving going on in chat.
Love our friends talking each other up.
Filigree Silex going up a counter on the end step. James untapping with 3 lands. Just going to pass back. Cameron untapping. Still missing green mana, I believe. Has an Innkeeper's Talent. I'm sure he'd love to deploy here.
There's also a Paw Patch in his hand, I believe, as well.
I think so.
Ooh.
All right, here's a Floodpits Drowner at beginning of combat.
It's a good way to start. We can tap that.
I wonder if James is going to do... No, we're going to tap the Emberheart this time.
Okay.
I bet we still attack here, though.
I would imagine so.
That's stunned. Cameron deciding if he wants to attack with a Hired Claw. He's going to. Ping. This should put James down to 15. Thank you, James.
Just choose to go to block here.
You can block. Well, blocking gives Cameron the option to just pump the Hired Claw, but I wonder if that just plays into an unsummon.
That would play very nicely into an unsummon.
Looks like Cameron's going to let it go.
Nope,
okay.
It's just going to happen.
Not gonna put the shields down here.
Cameron can, or King say, James can also just fire off the Filigree Silex there if he really needs to. Or if he feels like
That's
it
true.
feels like it's a necessary thing.
That's true.
Ooh,
Looks like
he's
we're
gonna
tempt
that.
Heroes.
He's gonna tempt him really hard on that one.
That's true. Do you wanna pop now? Take a couple points of damage. We're gonna opt first.
Let's see. Make sure I understand exactly how this Filigree Silex works.
We're gonna untap. James is gonna keep the Silex on 1 counter. Play an island and pass.
Okay, it is like Ratchet Bomb.
Okay.
Also,
So
it has the added text of if you have removed 10 counters from it, you can deal 10 damage. Something tells me that will not be occurring.
There was a combo with that in standard for a time. I don't remember what it was. As James is gonna get out this Emberheart Challenger. We're gonna get in for 2 with the Heartfire Heroes. They're gonna deal 2 damage one way or the other, whether they're hitting for 2 or we're cracking the Silex. We're gonna curate first. I see a Terror and
this
town. James did say that this towns are not quite as good in this deck as they would be in the Simic builds because there are not as many non-creature permanents for you to bounce and target.
Correct.
Really just have the talents and the crabs.
Ooh, Lord. Thanks, Sam Sam.
Sam Samson. For the follow.
Alright, looking a little hard at these 2 curate cards. Puts this town in the yard, leaves the other card on top, draws the card.
Alright. So now we are gonna pop the Filigree Silex with the knowledge that we've gained. James is still gonna take 2 from the Heartfire Heroes dying.
Correct.
And I don't think Cameron has another land, so
no,
we're going to untap. We have, I think, 3 spells.
This would be a good turn if James had a
4 spells.
Terror-like effect. It
yes,
would be a good turn for that.
I believe he does. Yeah, he has a Terror here. So we have 4 spells. We have a 3-mana Terror.
Just going to play Terror and probably say go. Yep.
Pass it back.
All right. Cameron's going to need like a monstrous rage to fight through this this Terror.
He's going to need a Lithomantic Barrage, too. I believe he has a Scorching Shot, but unfortunately, that's not going to do it with the Ward trigger. No. James is remembering his ward triggers today.
He does.
Scion had the pleasure of of telling me that I missed that ward trigger on coverage in round 4.
I bet he did.
Oh, he was very excited to tell me I made a mistake. We're gonna attack him with the Challenger. James has to decide: is it worth just taking the damage? Is it worth blocking and potentially trading the Terror, the Challenger, and a Monstrous Rage, plus a little bit of damage, and a Valiant trigger? Alright, looks like James is just going to take it. We're going to go to 11. Second main, play Manifold Mouse.
That's a good one.
I like this.
Let's see what James wants to do.
Looks like James is going to get out. We're going to counter that.
Alright.
So James has brought in the Get Outs. I like the Get Outs. The Get Out's been a very impressive card to me. James has been able to convert 2 of them so far. Get in for 5 with the Terror, an aggressive attack. I wonder if this means he has another one. No, I think just a Floodpits Drowner in hand for James here.
Still pretty good here.
Pass back to Cameron. Cameron's still on 2 lands. It was good enough for him in game 2. We'll see.
This one might be a little bit more difficult.
This one might be a little bit more difficult
there's
here.
a Terror now involved.
There is. The Drowner's going to tap down this Challenger.
All right, see what he follows up with. Another one.
Just another Challenger. I wonder if you instead want to just run that out ahead of time.
Wonder if James actually wants to shuffle both the Flood Pits and the Challenger into the deck.
It's possible.
I think that might be good for him here. I mean, it is essentially a removal spell here. Like,
yes,
you're just putting it back in the deck like entirely.
It is one of the excellent points of flexibility.
Is Ragavan. Joe Mitchell.
Ragavan is certainly not legal in Standard. Well, technically,
no, it's not.
No, I was trying to think if there's like
No.
Well, because we were just on OTJ, and there were so many random legends. I was trying to remember if like there was a Kari Zev that made a different Ragavan token, but I don't actually no. There is a Kari Zev from March of the Machine that makes a Ragavan token.
Is the card playable?
No.
Cool.
But
we had that conversation.
But the Ragavan token is legal.
Sure.
I believe that could be a commander card. I'm not sure. James is going to curate. I think James likes both the cards.
Ooh, we're gonna get in there. I love this.
Attack for 7. Camera down to 8.
Yep.
Yes, because of the attack last turn.
So I think he's just gonna let. Or was it? Ooh, do we have a terror?
I think it's a.
Oh,
no,
it's the Storm Chasers. Okay.
Talent. But this is presenting a lethal amount of damage on the next turn. If Cameron is if James is able to clear the board, James will have lethal on the next turn here. We're gonna untap, get rid of that stun counter.
Still not another land.
Monstrous rage. We have two monstrous rages here. But I don't think you can attack.
No.
So what is Cameron's best line of action here? We got one card.
Especially if he goes for this and like James just blows him out completely with like an unsummon effect. It's just absolutely backbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the kind of Cameron's in between a rock and a hard place here. He's got to thread the needle of being able to like try to force through any amount of damage he can, while not also just dying to James's terrors and Storm Chaser talent tokens and Flood Pits Drowner.
Yeah, being stuck on 2 here, quite painful. You could take the line of Scorching Shot the Drowner, because there's nothing to shuffle anymore. You could because you can't Scorching Shot the Terror. So you could Scorching Shot the Drowner and probably just pass.
Again, even then, like if he shows him like 2 spells plus a like you say an unsummon unsummon here, and then shows him 2
attack.
Show him 2 spells in the following turn. He does die.
So Cameron is choosing not to play around 2 spells. Gonna attack James down to 8,
which James can just pick up.
Here we go.
Pick up a spell immediately off of the Storm Chaser, should he need to.
That is true. There's no unsummon available.
No, but he just needs a cantrip. It doesn't matter what it is at this point.
It could just be an opt, I suppose. All right, we're gonna level up Storm Chasers.
Cool.
Pick up the opt.
Yep.
Cast opt. Trigger.
Go
if you hit land one other spell, this is lethal right here. Draw.
There's land.
Storm Chaser's Talent. That's gonna be lethal.
That's gonna do it.
And that will do it. James Baggett will be our winner in this semifinal match here. James will have a chance to move on to the finals. And condolences to Cameron Schindler. A great run, making it to the top 4 of our tournament today. Unfortunately, just getting stuck on lands in the finals here. Just a little too late, unfortunately, for Cameron here.
Yeah, the two lanes, they were kind of rough. And say James really needed to thread that nicely, and with the amount of being able to put Terror into play, being able to back it to not die to all the little creatures that Cameron's put into play, and especially being able to do a 2-for-1 with this Filigree Silex was a huge game too.
Yes.
So yeah, that was very well played by James, and he will be in the finals now.
I'm very curious to know if we pop James in here and you get to chat with him again. I'm very curious to know because we didn't see any This Towns post board. I would be very curious if the Get Outs just replace the This Towns in these aggressive matchups, because they're counterspells to the creatures, but also the second mode on Get Out
they do bounce.
Is bounce 2 of your own stuff, which is
this Storm Chasers.
So you have just like a modal. I'm sorry,
modal?
Yeah, you love a modal.
I do love a modal
The
spell.
Get Out is just basically becomes a modal This Town. That's like a little better there. Blue Farm, James Baggett won that semifinal match with Mono Blue Terror over Cameron Schindler on Red Green Mice. So we are going to be going to the final shortly. I will go see if we can prepare Mr. Baggett for a quick little chat.
Sure, we can talk with them again.
Cool.
Say, very well played by him. Beautiful. Looks like we are going to get him in here. He is a good limited player. He did beat me. He did beat me yesterday. Gave me the qualification, but he did very soundly beat me. So I've known James for a long time. Good rapport with each other. So that definitely helps. Because I can get him to let me have the.
We have some interesting news that James Baggett will fill you in on.
I bet I know what this is.
Yes, it may be. So don't sign off yet, Cameron Schindler fans. There may be some plans yet ahead.
I imagine that would be the case.
Yeah. Cool. So I'll go get James and then we'll chat.
Cool. All right. Derek Smith loves him some James. That's true. All Jameses. There's so many Jameses to go around. So many. Cool. All right, we got James coming in to join us once more.
Woot woot!
All right.
There's no room. I'm too big.
All right, that was another beating.
I wouldn't say beating. Game 2, I got trounced. I told him afterwards. I was like, the ghost vacuums weren't even good. I just drew 5 crabs and no spells that whole game. So
that was pretty rough. But looks like you got that one.
I conceded.
You conceded to him?
Yeah, I just wanted everyone to see on camera how awesome I am.
You are great. Can't confirm.
No, it was a fun match. I drew well in game 3.
Yeah.
And he didn't draw Ghost Vacuum to be impactful. So
he didn't draw Ghost Vacuum. Didn't draw a third land.
Just not being able to cast spells. And
yeah, it's pretty rough.
That deck is not as lean as it used to be. There's a lot of 2-drops in it. So.
But I got to see some good sideboard cards come out to play there. The Flip It Drowners were really good there.
Yeah, I felt so stupid. I messed up a line where I could have kept this town on top instead of binning it.
Okay.
And then I can attack with the Flood Pit Drowner and then activate it to shuffle target both. And then this town, my guy and his other guy, just pick up mine, shuffle one of his away, and then make it pick up his other one as well.
Yeah.
I felt kind of silly afterwards, but
yeah. We got to see how good the Filigree Silex was in that game 3.
Silex is
just being a 2-for-1 was huge.
Yeah,
that's all. You really
it forces them to play the way I want them to play, and my hand was great with like double get out, so I could just kind of pick and choose what I wanted to be in play whenever we were going to crack it. So
because you can leave it on one. There were the double Heart Fire heroes, and so it's like, oh, this is a great opportunity because he's missing land drops. You can only play like one threat a turn. You're able to control what the threat is.
Yeah, and when he's playing like Emberheart Challengers and not Manifold Mice, we just don't care. Yeah. We can just stand there and stare for a while.
Because you've got a nice terror to sit there and block too,
right, if need be. I was fortunate enough to be able to just start getting aggressive.
Yeah. Looked really good. Looks like a solid showing with your little. Unsummoned,
don't do it. It is bad. It is bad. The deck is terrible.
I don't know. These games today have proved otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to sideboard. That's been like the weakest part of my game for a long time. Yeah. Which is why when you look at deck lists, it's usually like 3-3-3-3-3 or 4-4-4-3. Because I'm just like, I'll just bring this card in instead.
Yeah.
So I struggle with sideboard, and that's the toughest thing for me.
Yeah, so curious, did anything change between being on the play or on the draw in the games 2 or 3?
Yes, Get Out was not in on the draw. It was in on the play. Minor Misstep was there the whole time. I thought about bringing Negate in, but I didn't think Cameron would go for the Urbrask's Forge plan against me. Just because the terrors can kind of sit there and just block it for 5 or 6 turns.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy. I don't think. I took the End of the Flood Maws out on the play and only had the unsummons. Bringing in the Flood Pit Drowner, it's a similar function.
Yeah.
I just don't get to blow out Monstrous Rage as often, so you have to play around Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, exactly. I think he had a couple in his hand at the end of that game 3, so it was kind of like I could see as like if he goes for it here, he gets blown out so bad by an unsummon.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't have the unsummon, and then I drew it later, like 2 turns later, I think, when he just jumped attacked into the 5/5, and I had 2 mana up. It was just to get out.
Okay.
And I tanked long enough to kind of try to make him, play around it.
Yeah.
Or maybe this town. He whispered. He said, "Oh, this town would be pretty good here. Take 2."
Yeah.
So I just kind of was able to bluff my way through that turn.
Yeah. Part of the game.
Yeah, it's part of the game.
Part of the game. Well, it's a very nice run. You've had a monster of a weekend.
I have played 3 RCQs in 3 days,
and technically,
I've technically won 2 of them, and would have been playing in the finals for this one, playing for a third one. But
yes.
These cash events are sweet. It's always nice to show up and do a big split and make some money.
Yeah, dude, it's been great. You've had a hell of a run this weekend.
Yeah, we dropped 1 match all weekend with 3 different decks.
That's
so
right.
It was sweet.
All right, man. Good job this weekend.
Bye, everybody.
All right. Anything to say? Do we have an update on our other finals match or other semifinals match?
I can go check. I believe they're in game 3,
Beautiful.
but I will go double check.
Awesome, thank you.
Because if they're only in game 2, then we could potentially move them for you.
Good. Okay, the other matchup we got is we're gonna be right back. We're gonna give us a break in just a minute. Be right back, everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the finals of the regional championship qualifier here at Game Night, Tennessee. In Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. I'm Thomas Gunn. I've been here with you through the top 8 after I was very swiftly defeated in the final round. But James Hippohieronymus here has been with y'all the entire day, as well with some help from our director Kyle. Shout out, of course, to our incredible stream director Kyle, just absolutely crushing it over in the director's chair.
Can confirm Kyle's great.
So we have our finals. So last round, you chatted with James. So James and Cameron had come up with a split. James essentially had conceded, and they played out the game for us on coverage. We didn't know that ahead of time. I don't know why Cameron doesn't know which way that note needs to be.
He's a special boy. We love him.
It's true. So, but Jay was also able to win. We saw Jay in the quarterfinals. He's made it all the way here to the finals, and we are underway. Cameron being on the play, being the higher seed. We got an attack for 4 with a trigger from the Hired Claw and 3 damage from both creatures.
Jay hasn't even made a play yet, and he's already at 16.
This is true.
This red deck is no joke. It's very good. Such a strong deck.
Jay does have lots of options with just a few mana to work with. Both lands are painless. This is helpful.
The
Tithing Blade. All right,
what a nice one.
This is a great play to be able to pick up if his next turn is land Pixie Tithing Blade. That would be pretty strong.
Very good. Now, if Cameron follows this up with like a paw patch recruit or something like that could
make a bunch of tokens or whatever. Sure. Yeah. Well, he's just gonna play another challenger.
All right,
hit for 4.
Let's see if Jay
down to 12.
See if Jay can follow up with the Pixie line.
I see a Sheltered by Ghosts. Let's see. I think I see a Pixie. I think that's what we're going for.
There's a Pixie.
Here's a Pixie. Pick up Tithing Blade. Cameron already moving the Emberheart Challenger to the bin.
Jay may have something different planned for Cameron.
Something else here. No, just gonna play the Tithing Blade. All right, pass back to Cameron. Another creature.
That's gonna bug me as something fierce.
All right, James is going to go flip this. This is bothering me too. James is gonna go flip this piece of paper around. We're having fun here tonight, folks. We've got a Torch the Tower on the Pixie. Gonna exile that Pixie. Cameron's gonna
come on, Cameron.
Scoop that off the board here. Gonna get in for 3.
We got a little prowess trigger off of
down to 9.
Tower.
Yep. Let's see what else Cameron wants to deploy. I think Cameron is stuck on 2 lands yet again.
And maybe Jake take
Heartfire Hero.
He is at 9.
He is at 9.
That is something to be concerned about.
If Jay has a 4th land here, we've got a Fear of Isolation.
Plus Tithing Blade.
Plus replay Tithing Blade.
Big game.
We've got Storm Chaser's Talent.
He does have this.
I wonder... I think he also has a Sheltered by Ghost in hand, so I kind of like developing the Fear of Isolation here. Fear of Isolation into Tithing Blade, I kind of like.
Yeah, I think that's what Jay's going to go for here. Fear of Isolation, picking up the Tithing Blade. Replay the Tithing Blade.
Let's see what Cameron wants to sacrifice. Sacrifice the hero to guarantee some damage. Jay's going to go down to 8.
Now, there is a world where Cameron has double Monstrous Rage and Jay is just...
It's true. This is true. We finally found our 3rd land. Looks like there's a Torch the Tower, another Challenger. Looks like yeah, and Burst Lightning.
We're having another Emberheart here.
So let's see here.
Crunch for 4 currently. Jay's probably just gonna let this go, I would imagine.
I think if Jay wants to suit up with the Sheltered by Ghost, I think you need to just take this. Of course, you lose to a Monstrous Rage and you lose to Burst Lightning if you don't. Like there are a lot of things you lose to. So I think.
I mean, I think he has got to give himself the best chance of winning the game, and I think doing that is just letting this go. But Jay chooses to go for a block here.
He's gonna choose to go for a block. We're gonna go Burst Lightning face. Put Jay to 6. It's gonna eat the Fear of Isolation in combat now, and gonna take another 3 from the Challenger. Go down to 3. Both of Cameron's mice are still alive, and Jay's gonna have to find a way out of this. I think Scavenger.
I think
that's step 1.
I think he ripped a...
Here's a Scavenger. I believe you can go... We have to pay a mana if we want to Shelter by Ghost. I think we have a talent here. So we have another blocker. We're gonna put a counter on the Scavenger. We're
Go
gonna
to 2.
pay a life. Ooh, Jay's thinking about this. Going to 2 is risky.
It's scary, but I mean, he's going to get an attack in here. So.
Well, no, the Scavenger doesn't have haste.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're correct. Sorry.
But Sheltered by Ghosts will trigger the Scavenger, make it a little bigger, and we can get this mouse out of the way.
The problem is that we do know about the torch. The torch doesn't even do anything. He has to sack, because he has to sack something.
Yes, there's nothing. There's nothing to sacrifice for this torch to tower to get X3. So Jay has gotten this.
There's a Witchstalker Frenzy.
Witchstalker Frenzy is interesting. There aren't 3 creatures in play in order to get it to be able to cast it and pay for the ward 2 on Sheltered by Ghosts. Correct. So there's a chance Jay may have stabilized here. We'll see. We'll see how, if Cameron decides to attack into it, we'll see how Jay decides to block.
Now, if Cameron passes the turn here with no attacks, that is a huge sign for Jay.
Huge sign for Jay. I think you can just
immediately just snap off an attack on the following.
Yeah, turn. Absolutely. You maybe deploy another enchantment if you have it.
Yeah.
Get that Scavenger a little bit bigger. This is a close spot here. Jay may have found a way to. All right, here we go.
No,
Cameron's
gonna go for it here.
Let's see how Jay wants to play this, because any prowess trigger also just straight up trades. So we're gonna block with the Otter. If you have Monstrous Rage, you have Monstrous Rage, because we're dead to Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, we can't play around Monstrous Rage.
Well, let's see. We would gain 3, 4. We'd gain 4, 6. You're technically not dead to Monstrous Rage, but
I think he's just going to give himself the best opportunity.
You're in a bad spot either way.
I wonder if Cameron actually goes to
torch the Otter first and then attack.
Oh no! If he targets his hero and actually gets a trigger or a
Valiant.
He gets a Valiant trigger, and if he rips a Monstrous Rage off the Valiant trigger, that's gonna.
That's true. That's true. Could be thinking about
because he did something kind of like this earlier with his own Screaming Nemesis when it was supposed to get like bounced or something, and he actually burst lightning his own thing to prevent his opponent from gaining life.
Yes, that was me.
Oh, it was you.
That was me.
Couldn't remember where that was from.
Yes, I had 2 Seed of Hopes in my hand still.
That's what it was.
And I was
didn't want to gain
out of luck. Yep. All right, so no plays here. The Otter's going to die, and Jay's going to get to untap.
Oh, this is big game. This is big
huge
game
here. Let's see what Jay has.
This is good. This is good stuff. This is good magic.
This is good magic. This is what we're here for. Both of these players are close friends of ours. They're both on our team. We're very excited for both of them to make it this far. Here's a Nowhere to Run.
That is
to take
huge.
out the Challenger and grow this Optimistic Scavenger.
Oh my goodness, get in there.
We're going to attack for 5 lifelink.
For 5 with lifelink.
That's going to swing us to 15 and 7. Jay now safely out of Burst Lightning range. Can't get out of Burst Lightning range quick enough. Nowhere to Run, quite the option to have here.
So
still holding up 2 mana.
Draw Paw Patch Recruit, I believe, is the card.
Paw Patch Recruit is fine.
It's the Paw Patch.
Make the Offspring.
It's not the best thing here, because Jay still gets a good attack in here as well.
That's true.
He doesn't have anything here, but he's going to go to his turn.
All right. He's going to draw.
What did he rip? A blue card of some variety.
I'm not sure. It was a blue card.
Is it Fear?
Fear would be...
Is it
pretty powerful? If it's Fear...
I don't think it's Fear.
It's not Fear if you're tapping black. Oh, wait. Oh, hang on. He's rethinking this.
Yeah, there we go.
Might be Fear. Do you rebounce the Tithing Blade? Do you rebounce the Nowhere to Run to get another enchantment trigger?
I like the Tithing Blade here, so it gives him...
It's this town. Oh, so bounce the token, bounce Nowhere to Run.
Yep.
You get 2 counters on the Paw Patch Recruit, which then you recast the Nowhere to Run, which is or the Tithing Blade.
Then he gets
swing
in. Well, this is so good.
This is brutal.
Man, he has been on
swing for 5 again. Cameron down to 10. Jay up to 12.
And Jay still got this Storm Chaser talent hitting around in there.
Yep.
That's big game too.
Just a couple more land drops, and we can just be looping.
What has Cameron got here?
He still got the Torch to the tower. Nothing, just passing back.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty brutal.
Jay's gonna untap.
Was that another this town?
I think it might have been. Maybe it's a talent. I'm not sure.
Oh, it was a talent. Okay.
Another talent. So we have an Otter and we have another counter.
The color schemes in this card look all the same.
I know, and based on how we have the lighting, so that we don't get glare, sometimes it's hard to see some things. But I'd rather have it be a little dark with no glare than a little lighter with a bunch of glare. So
same.
We'll take what we can get.
Now Cameron's down to 4 and Jay's up to 18.
4. This Sheltered by Ghosts has been absolutely backbreaking, and just an Innkeeper's Talent off the top and a passing of the turn.
All right, come on, what you got, Jay?
I think Jay just needs to attack here.
Just get in there. Just get in the red zone. Don't psych yourself out. Just get in the red zone.
Jay attacks with 2 creatures. which is still not enough for the ward.
No, he's gonna torch
optimistic
this.
Scavenger.
Jay just needs to call ward
Jay
trigger.
just needs to name the ward trigger here. Cameron might be trying to be a little fancy. Yep, pay the ward trigger. All right, Cameron just trying to get him with the ward trigger, and
Jay's
gonna take game 1.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. All right, now
come on, Cameron.
So Cameron was on the play that game too, and Jay won that.
Yes,
that's big.
With no play on 1 either.
No play on 1, and came back and got that shelter by Ghost to get him back in the game at 2 life. That is an insane game.
Absolutely.
That was so good.
Really great stuff from Jay here. Let's look at sideboards. Let's look at Cameron's sideboard again. Let's see what he has access to.
Let me get that pulled back up.
Well, while you get that pulled up, I'll read off Jay's sideboard here. We read this off in the top 8 match. We are looking at 1 cut down, 3 destroy evil, 2 go for the throat, 2 negate, 2 no more lies, 2 rest in peace, 2 shrouded shepherd, and 1 split up. What do we like here?
So I was gonna want these removal spells like the cut downs. This is the biggest one. He's gonna want probably the go for the throats. So just want to kill. This one kills everything without just one skill stuff. That's really it. I think maybe the split up.
I think you could bring in the split up as well. But yeah, I think the kill spells potentially destroy evil because Cameron's creatures can also get quite large. We know that Cameron, 4 toughness is quite the range to try and get up to. But a screaming nemesis with a counter on it, that's not unreasonable. Yep. But also like Innkeeper's Talent, tagging the monster roll. With the destroying enchantment to get rid of trample to like save yourself in a niche spot, like it could come up, but I think overall the cut downs and the go for throats are going to be better.
And on Cameron's side, he's got 2 Ghost Vacuum, 3 Lithomantic Barrage. Those are going to be big.
Oh yes.
Obliterating Bolt, 2 Paw Patch Formation, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Questing Druid, 2 Scorching Shot, 1 Sentinel of the Nameless City, 1 Sunspine Lynx, I can imagine that might come into, and 1 Torch the Tower.
Yeah, so I think we definitely want the Lithomantic Barrage. This is your answer for Sheltered by Ghosts, because it cannot be countered.
Yeah, Jay has also like virtually no basic lands.
Yes, so the Sunspine Lynx.
Sunspine Lynx is going to just be Fireball.
Yeah, looks like I saw Cameron shuffle the links into the deck.
And you could potentially consider the Paw Patch formation as well. There's so many enchantments for you to blow up.
And flyers too.
Yeah, there's lots of flyers and enchantments
between the Pixie and the Fear of Isolation. Totally fine removal spell. I don't hate the extra Torch to the Tower either. You could consider the Pyroclasm.
I don't think so.
But
that's just
that's probably there
where you want to be.
No, it's probably there for more of the Convoke style matchups. And then maybe being on the play, being able to get ahead and give yourself some breathing room. Maybe you want the extra Questing Druid to try and, because the Esper Pixie deck is gonna likely, if your decks are doing what they want to do, the Esper Pixie deck is probably likely to gain a little bit of extra card advantage, at least recycling card advantage a lot more efficiently than the red-green deck is. The red-green deck, though its card advantage often comes in the way of board presence and just continuing to trigger things on the board, triggering your Valiant, triggers on the Emberheart Challengers, flipping more cards, flipping cards with Questing Druid, things of that nature.
Correct. But there's still potentially up to 2 games to be played, and
this is true.
By some of our favorite people.
Two of our favorite people for sure. It'll be interesting to see who is able to take down the trophy today. No physical trophy, but the winner will walk away with a nice blue slip of paper with the details on how
they can join me in Blue Paper
They
Land.
can join you and Michael Full and several others on the team of in Blue Paper Land with the RCQ the RC qualification.
That's right.
This would be Jay's first, and I believe this would be Cameron's second.
Yep.
So exciting stuff here.
Yep. Hey, Cameron loves to thrive on a bigger stage.
Yes.
Yes. When things are on the line. But Jay, he's keeping it calm, cool, and collected.
Yes, he's got his notes. He's got his chair pillow.
I've never seen Jay come prepared with the sideboard guide.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
We helped him with his guide for Atlanta for the Spotlight. Yeah, he was playing Demir midrange.
Didn't get to catch a whole lot of him down there.
No.
There was
you guys got in a little later.
Yeah, we did get in a little later. I got to go catch a show for our friend Carson.
So looking at opening hands, looks like Cameron has a Lithomantic Barrage,
which is good news. Looks like
A couple lands. There's a Screaming Nemesis in the back.
He's gonna pitch this one back.
Might be. I think it's a 1-lander.
Yeah, he's been kind of burned so far on a little later. Yes, you and I got in quite at a late hour, did we not?
Looks like Jay is happy with his 7.
All right, well that must be good news for him. If he's feeling confident enough to keep his 7 on when Cameron's on a mulligan, I'm sure he feels pretty good about that.
I think that
he's also well for Jay. Now he's also up an extra card too because he's on the draw.
It's true.
So this could be good. I can't say Cameron's best card here is going to have to be like the Lithomantic Barrage on like a Sheltered by Ghost creature. Is probably something he's like extremely backbreaking for Jay. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything hugely backbreaking that's going to occur. Mm-hmm. That's probably going to be something like the worst case scenario for Jay.
I agree. We'll see what Cameron decides he wants to keep in just a second. I want to take a second to give a huge shout out again to our hosts here at Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee. Game Night is where you can get all of your trading card game goods, gaming stores, game supplies, singles for various games, and also for all of your tournaments. They hold tournaments for multiple games every day of the week. In many cases, in the weekend, these larger tournaments, like these qualifier tournaments. Yesterday was a large CEDH event. They do all sorts of stuff down here.
I know next weekend they also have another RCQ.
Another RCQ this coming Saturday. So come on out if you're local and you're watching. Come on out and try for another one of these trophies.
Oh, we also did a Legacy window box today, actually.
Oh wow!
And I know our buddy Spencer came and collected his entry.
This is true. Yeah, Legacy window box. It looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You love to see a little bit of Legacy being supported in the community.
Yeah. Oh. No, awesome store down here. Very exciting. Yes. Very community driven. Always takes ideas into consideration. Yeah. Love that. And let's see if we can get Cameron to quit fondling his cardboard.
Find out if he's going to.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, this is 6.
It's true.
I'm giving him a little bit of crap, but it is 6 cards.
He does mulligan, or he does take forever to shuffle his cards. Again, he loves to touch cardboard.
He does indeed.
Oh my goodness. Dino Slim. That's something. We love blue slips.
Looks like Cameron likes his hand. I saw Restless Ridge. I see an Emberheart Challenger. So we're gonna play tap land and pass.
Get a slow play again. Nope, not in the finals. All right,
Seachrome Coast. We got a play on one for Jay.
We got a Storm Chaser's talent to start the game off. That's good news.
Let's get this little otter token and pass it back. Here's a challenger. Swing for 2.
Cameron's gonna get in there for 2 damage. Jay's gonna take that one.
Down to 18.
Both our players also like to keep written life totals. Make sure that everything's nice and clean throughout the game. And if there's any discrepancies, they can fix them accordingly. Ooh, there is one thing.
Very aggressive Sheltered by Ghosts on the Otter token.
Now there is one
swing for 3.
There's one thing here to note that Jay doesn't have the blank source currently or anything.
Okay,
currently.
Sure. All right, swing for 3. 17 to 21. We'll have to see if Cameron has a way to answer this.
He does have a Screaming
Nemesis. Here's a Screaming Nemesis and a passing
now,
of the turn.
If Jay had a second one of those, that would be
this
big.
Would be pretty brutal.
There's
the black source. I think I saw a Tithing Blade in hand too.
Tithing Blade would be big.
That would be massive here.
That'll do it too.
Nowhere to run. Trigger prowess. Hit for 3 again. Jay is off to an excellent start here.
A blistering start from Jay here.
Many people who are really dedicated to the standard format right now, a lot of the pro level play community has been poo-pooing the Sheltered by Ghosts for some time. It certainly can be a very fragile card, but then you have games like this where you just get it into play and your opponent just can't deal with it. Like, sure, they have Lithomantic Barrage. I mean, even right now, a Torch the Tower, pay 2 for ward will get this off the board and you get your challenger back.
You do, but Cameron's just got
Cameron doesn't have anything to do.
And a Hired Claw. Okay.
All right, so we're going to put a counter on the Hired Claw. That at least will block the Otter.
I wonder if Jay has a way to bounce this nowhere to run to remove this thing from play.
We're about to find out. Jay's moving very quickly. Here's a pixie.
He can feel it. He can taste this.
He can feel it.
He can taste this.
All right, he can play it.
Attack, Gary. Get in there. Get in there.
Here it comes. Again. Attack for 3.
Put you 2.
11. they can they heard.
They heard that one.
All right.
Alrighty, let's
see
what Cameron's got.
Here's a challenger.
Okay, we got a Valiant trigger here. Ooh,
there's the Lithomantic Barrage. That's huge for Cameron.
That is big game.
But this
Jay is gonna have a very hard time getting rid of this pixie though, because it's just gonna fly over everything.
You mean Cameron? Yes.
Or yeah, sorry.
All right.
Yeah, Jay's gonna it's gonna fly over everything, but nicely.
It's true. All right, Jay's gonna fall down to 24. Lithomanthic Barrage, the Otter. Says it can't be countered, so ward. It's gonna get through the ward. Jay's double checking this with Austin.
Saying nose and beard the entire time.
Jay's asking if he does have a ward trigger. He does, of course, but it can't be countered, so the shelter bug will go away. Cameron will get his mouse back, but we're going to go back to Jay. Jay is quite ahead, 11 to 24 already in Jay's favor. We'll see if Jay has a backup
Storm Chaser's
threat.
talent. There's a Nowhere to Run.
There's a Mockingbird. You can Mockingbird the Pixie here.
It's going to take one here for something.
Gonna take one. Looks like he's choosing to tap the Adakar Waste, but for whatever reason. All right, yeah. He's going to tap the Seachrome Coast. All right. Just making sure that that's okay. That should be totally fine.
Nothing
Copy the Pixie, here. Pick up Nowhere to Run. Nowhere to Run the Emberheart Challenger. Get in for 2. Fly across.
Cameron to
Cameron to none.
The thing is that Cameron's not gaining any life this game.
Cameron is certainly not gaining any life. Not at this point. Not at this stage of the game.
With 3 cards in hand?
We've got another Innkeeper's Talent. I think another Challenger.
No, it's not. The game's not over.
No, it's these mice could get out of hand. Depends on what else Jay has in the
this
tank.
is also 4 coming across twice, currently.
Yes. Jay needs to pump up the team just once to have a 2-turn clock here. Maybe an Optimistic Scavenger gets in the mix. Let's see. Cameron is going to deploy Innkeeper's Talent. 2 triggers on a Challenger. Okay, flip a land. So you find 4th land.
Doesn't do anything during combat, though.
2 counters.
You just let this happen.
I would not. I would
not be blocking it.
I would be very surprised if Jay just did anything except for just take this.
This is a 5 coming across for 5 here.
For 4. Or no, 5 because of the prowess trigger. Excuse me. You're right. 5 because of the prowess trigger. Jay will go down to 19.
Yep. He's still looking pretty here. Still looking not too bad.
Yeah. Cameron's gonna
play land,
play the Soulstone,
and play
run out another mouse.
Wow, goodness gracious!
These mice could get pretty big here, so we'll see. This is where the bounce spells could start to come into play.
True.
4th land,
because he has not activated the second ability on the Innkeepers or the
Storm Chasers. We have nothing.
I was talking about.
On Cameron. Yeah.
There's not activated the second level on his talents.
There's no ward. All right,
that is
Sphere of Isolation.
That is huge.
That's huge. Pick up this.
Kill it.
Take that mouse out of here. Attack for 4 in the air. Cameron goes down to 5. Down to 1 mouse here.
And the thing is like Jay can just freely block, or if he wants to, or he can just let this happen. I find it very difficult for him to be dead here.
Yeah. Cameron is at 5. Jay could also choose just not to block.
I like no blocks.
Yeah. Just no blocks. You have lethal in the air. Cameron has to answer your flyers. He's Cameron trying to listen to us.
Just play your match. Come on now.
Cameron thinking. Cameron deep in the tank, looking at the life totals. Thinking if there's anything he can do here.
I mean, he's gonna get a couple triggers off this.
He gets one. He gets one Valiant trigger. He's certainly incentivized to attack. There's no reason not to. Everything flies.
Jay can taste this. I know he can taste this.
In some ways, I think he may be in disbelief.
I think he might.
He's doing great at keeping his cool until the moment is here.
He put in the work. No matter how this ends up, he put in his work, and he should be proud of however this ends up. I think it might end up with a W for him, but
I think you may be right. Here we go. Beginning of combat. 2 triggers on the Challenger.
There's a mountain.
There's a mountain. That is unfortunate.
That is not gonna do it.
And the Ridgeline doesn't have reach. I don't think.
No. He also needs to be able to act. Oh, yeah. He just attack for 6.
Well, you can play the mountain and you can activate the Ridgeline, but the Ridgeline I believe does not have reach or anything. So
let's find out real quick.
Yeah. So this Challenger is going to come in for 6. I think Jay's going to do some quick thoughts about whether or not there's a reason to block here. When you are in these spots, you want to make sure that you're not just going to lose to anything, you know? Like you don't want to throw away the game. But I think Jay is safe.
It does not have reach.
It's not have reach. Okay.
No, I think I can say he's just going to
All right.
Oh, paw patch formation.
Cameron has a paw patch formation here. Does he want to make a food token and draw a card? Because that would get you out of life range of the flyers, but not if there's a Hopeless Nightmare follow-up. this is much closer than we maybe thought. I don't think we saw the paw patch formation in hand.
Yeah,
He's trying to think about
Cameron keeping it kind of close.
Trying to think of when he wants to declare this. Or I wonder if we're still if we're waiting on blocks.
He's waiting to give Jay an opportunity for blocks or not.
Okay, we're going to damage. Okay, Jay will go to 13.
Now, let's see what could go wrong.
We play the mountain. If he lets Jay on tap.
Yes. Or if he just fires off something now.
I mean, I have a feeling. All right, here we go. Level up one of the talents. So now the challenger has ward 1 and just pass.
Just passes the turn.
I think if you're in Cameron's seat, you need to play as if Jay did not bring in the sideboard counter spells.
Yeah. See if Jay does anything pre-combat. He's just gonna go to attacks. Attacks here.
Go to attacks. Swinging for 6 in the air.
Put you to have the answer.
Yes.
Make him have it. He's got it, but he's got the paw patch.
Here's the paw patch recruit.
Does Jay have something to stop this? Jay has a counterspell here. This is gonna stop this. I don't think so.
I don't know if he does. It'd be pretty brutal if it was No More Lies. Oh, it's draw a card, make a food. Cameron trying to give himself as many outs as possible to get as many prowess triggers and pumps on this mouse to win on the following turn.
But
so
now,
going up to 8 and then down to 2 could be just dead to a hopeless nightmare.
Good. Let's see. What's Jay got here?
Let's see, Cameron choosing to not play around the hopeless nightmare and choosing to say, if you have the hopeless nightmare, then that's that, and good job. But otherwise, we're still playing. Didn't get a good look at the card Cameron drew. Also, unsure of what Jay has in hand.
Can't see a whole lot of what Jay's got in his hand either. There's a Storm Chaser's talent, I think. He's trying to think. He's just giving himself every opportunity to not be just completely dead here.
And that is one of the benefits of being in these top 8 matches. They are untimed. You have as much time in a reasonable sense as you need.
Currently, if Jay just does nothing and passes the turn and has nothing on Cameron's turn, he's dead.
Because you
triggers and plus the ridge line.
Yes.
That's exactly 13.
Yes. You're absolutely right.
Actually, it's 14.
The ridge line's a 3/4.
9. Oh, it gives a +2
bonus.
+2.
Right. So
there's also a Valiant trigger here.
Right. Well, the Valiant trigger.
Oh, it's not a plus.
That's not a +1. No, it's going to get the +1/+1 counters from the talent. So that comes 8, and then +2 is 10 +3. So it is 13 exactly. Cameron does have lethal setup next turn, barring no interaction from Jay here.
Does he?
I'm sure Jay has.
Sure. Let's look and see if there's anything that he could have.
Well, we know I think he has a blue card, at least a blue card in hand.
He's been tanking on this pretty hard. He just doesn't want to let this slip away pretty badly. He is really trying to make sure that nothing can go wrong here.
Yes. Thinking through as many different possibilities as he can.
Oh, that doesn't.
I would love to get the spreadsheet from Jay to find out how he sideboarded, but I don't want to interrupt them in this moment. All right, here we go.
Right,
we have a Mockingbird. Okay.
Oh, Jay,
what does this do here?
I would agree. Jay's heart rate is probably about 9 million right now.
So we're going to copy the Pixie, pick up Storm Chaser's talent, go to 12, but that's okay. We have multiple blockers now.
Okay. He's gonna pick up.
You picked up the talent.
Yeah, he's gonna pick up. He's gonna pick up the nowhere to run, right? Or picks up the talent.
Yeah, picks up the talent. Yeah, the nowhere to run doesn't really do anything here.
Play an otter here and see what does he have.
Oh yeah, we don't have to worry about ward because there's a nowhere to run and play. All right, we have a tap land and passing. No blue mana being held up. Cameron gets out of the turn. So let's see.
But Cameron, this is the turn he's got to either win or he is dead.
I think he needs untapped 6th land and Monstrous Rage, and then do what you had said here.
It depends on activate and attack with Ridgeline.
Right. Yeah. Activate attack with Ridgeline. And
don't think he ripped the land. I think he would have just fired this off. I think he's probably already done the math ahead of time while Jay was.
I would imagine
making the decisions that he makes to the turn.
I would imagine that's the case.
Yeah, he's probably done the math. He just needs to figure out what. Oh, now, well, this has also changed since he's also played these two creatures now. Staying.
Cameron thinking we have a burst lightning.
So essentially, if there's the land.
We do have the land.
Does he have? Does he have the? Oh, he is just gonna. Ooh, what is?
Okay, so level up. So now you get to put 2 counters. So this is 4 counters.
Does he have?
It is the monster.
Wow!
It's the monstrous
You
rage.
got so beyond lucky there. He and I are about to have a conversation after this is over.
Cameron did just shout at us. You got to play to your outs. This is technically an out.
It was. I think. This is. Is this? Hold on. This is not lethal yet.
So this is. So you have three
9, 10,
toughness.
11,
you have 3
12.
toughness to block. That's 10. Yeah, block 3. So you block the 3. No, this is lethal because of the burst lightning hand. So.
Well, we don't know what Jay has in hand either.
That's true. We also don't know what Jay is working with. Jay could just be sitting on a go for the throw.
He could also be sitting on another nowhere to run, which is not. So
that could shrink.
He's not dead here either. Like there's just I don't know what Jay's in Jay's hand, but
okay. So we have the monstrous roll. So this is a 10, 10, and 11 with the roll. So a 13, 11 with trample. We're blocking 3. That would put Jay to 2.
Does he have nowhere to run?
What does he have?
He has nowhere to run. Oh my god!
Let's go! Wow! And this pumps up the prowess. So this is ward doesn't trigger because of the nowhere to run. So. Yep, it just doesn't trigger. That's fine. So this is now this soaks up 4 extra points of damage for Jay here, which puts so it's -3, so it's a 13. So now it's a 10. So now it's 10 trampling power. It's 10 trampling power. So it's only getting across the line for 6. You can burst lightning.
7, 8, 9, 10. That puts him to 2 still.
Right. You can burst lightning, trigger, and then it's trampling for 7. Jay's just going to go to 3. Both of Jay's creatures will die.
Cameron wanted so desperately for that to be lethal.
He did.
There.
I mean, he went for the line, and it paid off. Jay just had the answer.
He just had the answer for it.
Jay had the answer for it.
Wow.
What a back and
forth.
forth.
That was an insane sequence of events.
Yeah, plus a prowess. Yeah, plus 2 prowess. So yeah, we do have 2 prowess triggers here. So it's 2, 10. So it's
12.
10, 13, 14, 15. -3 is 12. -4 is 8.
That's 2. He's at 2. He goes to 2.
Yeah.
Wow, what an actual game. That was insane.
And then, oh my God, Cameron, that's gonna be the game for Jay Tubman will be your winner with Esper Pixie. Huge congratulations to Jay, absolutely crushing the day.
I'm sorry, hold on. Yeah. Put in the work, get the results. Put in the work, get the results.
That is absolutely what we saw here.
That was insane.
Insane finish. Just keeping your cool, just sitting and can't.
He thought about that turn for so long.
He did.
He thought he's like, what can go wrong?
What can go wrong?
What can go wrong? And he planned for everything that could have possibly gone wrong.
Yeah, and
he got rewarded for it.
It covered just enough. Enough. The nowhere to run. It wasn't lethal.
No,
but it was just enough. That was insane. And we gotta give props to Cameron. Cameron is calm and grounded. We have to give props to Cameron.
He played to his outs.
He played to his outs,
and he needed Jay not to have nowhere to run or go for the throw.
Yes, he needed Jay to not have the black removal spell or answer in some way, and he gave himself exactly enough to get across the line with the burst lightning, flipping the monstrous rage, making the mouse huge. But it wasn't enough in the end. Jay kind of had it all that match.
That was wild.
That was an insane finals match. That was really great stuff. Yeah, from both of our players, it was great stuff. Yeah, Jay's been absolutely crushing it the whole way. I'm gonna go see if we can get Jay in the booth with you.
Yeah, come here.
All right, hell yeah.
Bring him here.
Let's move.
Bring him here. Goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen, that was insane. That was wild. That was so impressively played by both sides. That was so good. Cannot overstate how good that was. That was a great game on both player sides. That was so good. Thanks. I hear Jay coming in here. We'll get him in here. I want to talk to him. That was so good. Say, Esper Pixie gonna take this event down. He's the only one in the room. Only one in the room on the deck, I believe, today.
Come on in whenever you're ready.
I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, he was the only Esper Pixie player in the room today.
You would have the more deck list knowledge than I would, but I believe that is true. The other bounce variants were all Demir, I believe.
Demir.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. It looks like there was like a blue-white Shaman's list or something. Or no, that was the Boros list. Yeah.
Put in the results. Get in the work.
Yeah. Wow.
Get the results by putting in the work.
Austin, our judge, is just finalizing something with Jay real quick before Jay comes in the room. It turns out this was. I'll let Jay tell you when he gets here, but yeah, really great stuff. Really great stuff. Yeah, I'm really glad I got to hop in and be on camera and catch that and get to cast that with you. That was really
awesome.
Dope. So thank you for having me in the booth.
Of course, happy to have you.
I'm really glad I got to kind of turn around I was feeling a little poopy after I lost, and so I'm glad I got to hop in and help you cover top 8. So
all right,
I'm gonna get out of the way and see the spot here for our champion.
We have crowned ourselves a champion.
Let's go, dude. Hell yeah, get in there.
All right.
There he is.
All right.
Woo!
All right, Mr. Talman, show everybody what you got.
I just got handed this,
You are a champion.
and I will say that I honestly have no idea what is in here.
Open up, find out.
I was told right away. You got to tell everyone at home that this was your first RCQ ever. So that is true. Using a deck that I guess I played for the first time ever. Yeah, it feels really good. Let's see what we got
to make playing this game worth it.
All right,
Does it feel good? Does it feel good?
There it is. I'm sure a lot of people know what this is, but all brand new to me. Only got into playing competitive Magic to support my son, Sai. Got to give him a shout out because that's my testing partner.
That's right.
More so than anybody else in the world. And
right.
This is something that he really wants to do, and it's a game that I like playing. Like I said when I sat down before, just playing for fun.
Yeah.
So I figured, you know what? If I'm gonna take Sai out here and let him do his thing, I might as well play also.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I've told everybody all day that as I'm winning a few games, just take one game, got into the top 8 and went, man, I can't imagine that was ever going to happen. Won that one.
You were the seventh seed going.
I was the seventh seed.
So you were on the draw the whole way, which is
yeah
even more impressive. Like just being on the draw and getting to go boom boom boom. That's fantastic. You played out of your skull in that game. I will give you that. That was incredibly well played.
I appreciate it.
We saw you tanking on that prior turn, and we were glad that you did because it gave you the opportunity to have won that game. Like I'd say, we were like, oh man, I think Cameron's only out is if he flips the monster strays off the Valiant, which he does. But if you have that nowhere to run or that black removal spell, then this all falls apart. And that's exactly what happened.
And actually, as you know, the turn I was tanking,
Yep.
right? It was all right. I know I need to get creatures down. I know I need to get blockers.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How do I sequence this so that I can get some blockers down and still hold up the nowhere to run? Which even as Cam's going through his whole thing and he's saying, just if you gotta go for the throat, just show me. Just show it to me. Show me the go for the throat. And I'm holding this note around, going, damn, I wish you were a go for the throat.
The problem is if that were go for that were if he plays that probably very very differently. So that just like doesn't work at all. So yeah, that was incredibly well played. Sequenced beautifully. Couldn't have sequenced it better myself. We were sitting there just doing the math on all the stuff going on that Ember Heart challenge. Like, oh my god, this is enough? This is gonna be
That was probably one of the wildest stack interactions I think that I've ever had an opportunity to participate in. That was wild. That was really fun.
That was awesome. And very well played in the top 8. You beat some giants in this room.
And for that, I mean, I've got to give it up to my opponents. I mean, everybody that I faced was fantastic. Loved the vibes all day, but I mean, I definitely played some really tough competition. Coming back in that top 8 and seeing Andy again sitting across from me with the domain deck that he crushed me with in round 2. That was a fantastic game, and all credit goes to him. And then Garrison, sitting across from Garrison.
Garrison is not a slouch. Garrison is not a slouch.
Garrison is a very, very good player. And the whole time I was like, you know what? I definitely don't feel nervous, but this is unnerving. Every time I do something, you show, okay. That's Garrison's demeanor, and I mean he gets in your head. Even he's got nothing to do, and he's still making me question every single decision that I was making, and he's fantastic. He's always been great to be around and to listen to him talk about the game, and
he has an unbridled passion for this game.
And then Cam in the final. I couldn't pick somebody better to be matched up against. I love playing with Cam.
I would agree. We were, I can say both Thomas and I were talking. We're like, I will be excited for whichever one of these people end up with the W, and
me too.
I am happy that I'm very happy that you got this W. I can say your first RCQ, right? Correct?
Yeah, that's
the first RCQ, and we take a win on it. That is impressive stuff. So you put in the work. You did your testing with Jonathan to learn how to play your deck better, and it. Obviously, the results have paid off.
But what I will say also, and I mentioned this to an opponent earlier, when you're tested on Arena a little bit too, right? That's what Arena's for, right? That's right. So as I'm going through and I'm doing the hopeless nightmare and bouncing it back, and then I do it again, and it's fun. I'm just clicking buttons, tick tick tick. I will say it is much different having to stare someone in the face as you do it. Yes. That was, I mean, that is a crazy play pattern that you can get into with this deck. I'm glad that I was able to make it work for me.
And I have something else. I learned, I went through all the deck list, and you were the only Esper Pixie player in the room.
I did not even realize
you were the only Esper Pixie player in the room.
And I think that this is among the top of the meta decks, if I'm not mistaken. I would have expected a few of us.
Nope, thanks. Everybody else was on the blue, just the blue-black variants. They want to clean up the mana base a little bit, but you gave them reason to play those white cards. We saw the Opportunist. We saw how good the Pixie was. We saw how good the Shelter by Ghost was. The Garrett gained you what? I don't remember how much, like plus 10 life that game. That gave you what you needed.
Game one. I thought I was toast. But I got in a few times with the. Was it? I think it was a Pixie that had the Sheltered by Ghost on it.
I believe so. Sounds about right.
I think it was a Pixie. Whatever it was. I mean, it was the Scavenger, the Optimistic Scavenger.
Oh yes, because it was
because every time that I did an enchantment, I was just like, okay, I'm gonna be able to get one more damage, but every one damage just felt like 2, and I was like clawing my way back while working Cameron's life total down. The white cards were strong. I did play with the Demir version for a little bit. And I felt like it was a touch slow, which is weird to say because I mean it's a deck full of one drops and 2 drops, and to say the 1s and 2s are slow, but I think you get more value perhaps
out of the Esper deck.
Just
you're getting more of the bounce effect. You're doing more of the
get that play pattern of keep looping the spells over.
And your creatures are big, because you have like the Opportunists and stuff. Your creatures are just bigger. And you're playing Mockingbird too, which also gives you the out of having more copies of Pixie and more copies of Opportunists.
Yeah, a few times today, Mockingbird came up.
That game.
Well, but also making copies of my opponent's creatures. What's the scariest thing on your board?
Oh yes,
cool. I want one of those too.
Yeah, that's
a very fun card. So
that was, like I say, very impressive run today, especially for it's your first RCQ. That's impressive.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Oh, it's nice to queue with you on the same weekend.
There you go.
That's right.
Another congrats to the hippo.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Great job yesterday.
Thank you. Well, I think that wraps it up, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the RCQ down here in Game Night in Columbia. And I believe, say, if you're in the area and you want to come down, there's another one next weekend, and we'd be happy to have you come and battle with us.
And then final words, I would recommend that everyone does so. This is a first-class store. Game Night in Columbia, Tennessee is a fantastic place to sit and play Magic. Great atmosphere, great vibes. Just it feels great being here. Whether it is just the aesthetics of the room, it is the folks that are working behind the counter. The owner, Steven, is a fantastic guy. So big thank you to Game Night as well.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Good job today.
Cool. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today.